Hey, it's me, MLB. Here is the completed book of BNHA Second Generation. The warm-up room was bustling with activity as students stretched and warmed up, chatting to their friends and lending encouraging words to help boost morale. Hey, Chisuki said stiffly, with a casual greeting as he approached his childhood friend and crush, Jinsei Kirishima. Oh, hey, Chi, she replied happily as she straightened from doing up her shoelaces. Good luck today. You're gonna need it. Because I'm going to beat your ass, he replied with a proud smirk. Is that so? Number 2 hero, was it? She leered in return as she placed her hand on her hip and tilted her head up confidently. I'm going to call you Shadow, because that's where you'll always be, in my shadow, she teased. Well said, Soshi called from across the room. Shut up, diamond crapper, Chi snarled at him. Better than being a human implosion, Soshi replied calmly, standing up and stretching before walking past Ginny and Chi. Remember to change your nappy first, Chi, he teased. Shut the hell up, Chi snapped, skin starting to crackle as his temper affected the activation of his quirk. Good luck, Ginny, Soshi said pleasantly as he reached the door and looked back over his shoulder at her, his gorgeous orange eyes glowing as he smiled. I won't go easy on you if we end up becoming opponents. I'm not expecting you to, Jinsei replied with a lopsided smirk. And anyway, I want to be able to beat you fair and square. You'll be a tough opponent, Soshi praised. I'm looking forward to it. Just then the bell sounded for all the competitors of that year's UA Sports Festival to head to the arena to see who they would be versing in the one-on-one duels. I wonder if Kiru's watching at home, Ginny thought as she turned and headed to the door with Chi following along behind her. Clumps of students headed down the narrow hallway and out into the arena, and the crowds erupted as they came into view, keen to see the next lot of upcoming heroes battle it out. Just then Jinsei heard a voice calling from the stands, and she looked up into the smiling face of her best friend, Kiru Midoriya, the daughter of the great hero Deku. Knock him dead! Kiru shouted, raising her right fist in the air and pumping it up and down. Girl power! Go to try and smash him! You got it, Kiki! Jinsei shouted back at her, her long brown pigtail hair swishing with her enthusiastic call. I'm going to show them, Jinsei thought proudly. I'm going to be up there on the podium at the end. Throngs of hopeful students filed out onto the oval and waited patiently for their next orders, fidgeting and eyeing each other, wondering if they were standing next to a potential opponent, as they waited for the giant screen ahead to illuminate. On screen, you'll find your name and the person you've been randomly selected to fight, a voice said suddenly over the loudspeaker. Is that our homeroom teacher? Jinsei thought as she looked around to try and locate the owner of the voice. Up in the commentator's box, hovering over the loudspeaker, was indeed her homeroom teacher, Hitoshi Shinso, looking as tired as ever. Please take a good look, he continued. Then leave the oval so we can set up for the first duel. Jinsei looked up at the very large screen that loomed over the students and scanned the board for her name, looking left and right to try and find her starting block and who she would be dueling. Finally she found her name, and then followed the connecting line to her opponent. Shida Shizaki? She thought. Wonder what her quirk is. I don't remember seeing her before. She looked around and made eye contact with Soshi, so she pushed her way through to ask him about who he was versing and if he knew her opponent. Who are you up against? Jinsei asked as she got to him. Kaminari, he replied a little sullenly. Oh no, Jinsei gasped. She has an electrical quirk, doesn't she? Yeah, looks like a really bad matchup. I'm going to have to use some kind of gen buffering, Soshi mused out loud, placing his hand to his chin and rubbing thoughtfully. Do you know who Shiozaki is? Jinsei asked curiously. I'm versing her, but I don't know what her quirk is. Isn't she that fern girl from 1C? Soshi mused. Oh, is she? Jinsei asked. Okay, that shouldn't be too bad, she muttered, knitting her brows in thought. Who'd you guys get? She asked as he strolled over. Someone I'm going to beat, Soshi replied calmly. Same, Chi replied immediately, not wanting to look weak in front of Soshi or Ginny, but he had just been dealt a terrible hand as well. His opponent could create cages around their target and shift the cage with their mind, an instant win no matter which way you looked at it. Aren't you up against Bakugou? Soshi asked with a smirk. Better learn to run fast, Chi. Shut up, can run fast already, Chi snapped back. Ginny giggled when she imagined Chi running around dodging cages, but then felt bad and reached out to hug her friend. You'll be fine, she reassured him, patting his chest as she stepped back. Chi gave Soshi a look, proud that he'd gotten a hug from Jinsei, and the white-haired Prince Charming hadn't. Soshi scrunched his nose with jealousy and followed behind Ginny as she led the way back off the field to the waiting rooms. Unfortunately, Chi and his opponent, Bakuji, were up first, so they left to duel, leaving Soshi and Ginny behind to watch on screen from downstairs. How do you think he'll do? Soshi asked Ginny as she sat down next to him. I'm not sure, to be honest, but I don't see Chi being an easy person to capture, she replied, settling back in her chair. Same, Soshi commented as he stretched and rested an outstretched arm across the back of her chair, desperately wanting to wrap his arm around her shoulders. As they sat there waiting for the duel to start, Soshi activated his quirk, making Ginny an ice-cold gem, a brownish-red carnelian gem. Here, Soshi said softly as he tapped Jinsei on the shoulder with his arm that was outstretched behind her. Ginny looked over her shoulder and saw that Soshi was holding out the semi-precious stone to her. What's this? She asked as she took it and looked it over. It's a carnelian gem, Soshi said softly as Jinsei turned her head to look at him. This is a powerhouse gem. Brings success, courage, and creativity to anyone who wears it. He looked tenderly into her eyes, his fringe falling softly over one gorgeous orange eye. You'll win with this, he said with a small smile. Soshi, Ginny said lovingly. You're so sweet, thank you. There was a pause as Ginny looked into Soshi's eyes, then at his lips, and a moment of hesitation coursed through her. Do I kiss him? She thought. Just then the start bell rang and both Soshi and Jinsei's attention were drawn back to the screen in front. Come on, Chi, Jinsei whispered, crossing her fingers as she leaned forward with interest. Both friends watched as Chi took to the stage at one end of the dueling platform, and Bakuji took to the other, the latter sporting jagged grey-blue hair and clear green eyes. Jinsei saw Chi shout something to his opponent, but couldn't hear it or see it well enough to read his lips. Trust Chi to waste energy on yelling, Soshi scoffed. Shh! He's nervous, look at his hands, Jinsei whispered as the cameraman zoomed in for a close-up of Chi, panning from his face down his body to his fingertips that were trembling uncontrollably. I thought he'd have this in the bag, Soshi thought as he took his arms from the back of Jinsei's chair and leaned forward as well, resting his forearms on his knees. I don't like that Chi and Ginny seem to have a closer relationship, but I do wish Chi well with his duel. I do actually want him to win. The bell sounded and Bakuji quickly clasped his hands together, then threw them out at Chi, a muddle of bent iron flying towards the carbon copy Bakugo. Chi waited till the last minute and then dove out of the way, doing a barrel roll before jumping up and squatting slightly, ready to move again should it be required. And Bakugo dodges Bakuji's first attempt, the announcer cried over the loudspeaker. Come on, Chi, Jinsei whispered urgently, fretting for her friend. Bakuji threw another cage, and then another, making Chi run and dodge them all. It appears that Bakugo's unwilling to use his quirk, the announcer called loudly. Shut the hell up! A loud voice called from the crowd, and the cameraman spun around and frantically zoomed in on the person who had shouted. Is that Chi's dad? Soshi asked. I think it is. Wait, Ginny, is that your... Dad! Ginny shouted with excitement at the TV. He came to watch me? Both Soshi and Ginny watched as Red Riot fought to hold a very irate Dynamite back, tugging on his friend's arm and trying to talk him out of jumping down onto the stage to help his son. Where's your dad, So? Ginny asked. Is he there too? It looks like a lot of heroes are in attendance. Yeah, he's probably in the back row or something, Soshi replied. Dad isn't much for the spotlight. Yeah, fair enough, Ginny replied with a shrug. Oh my god, I wonder if Condor is watching, she added with a nervous squeal. Ooh, I will literally die if he's watching my match. Soshi scrunched his nose with jealousy and looked away slightly. Ginny had a celebrity crush on the dashing winged hero Hiyoko Takami. She would gush about him every opportunity that she got. Just then a loud cry of victory sounded and the cameraman swung the camera back around to focus on the match, showing a very scared, very caged-looking Chi. Oh no! Jinsei gasped, jumping up in her seat. Chi! Blast your way out! Go, go! She hollered at the screen. It looks like Chisuki Bakugou's been captured, the announcer screeched into the microphone. Can he escape? Bakuji cackled with crazed euphoria and pressed his fingers to his temples, concentrating on pushing the cage with his mind to get Chi out of bounds. No, no, Jinsei cried, clutching her hands to her head. Chi, get out! The cameraman zoomed in on Chi as he grabbed for the cage bars, rattling them furiously as he tried to break his way out. Use your quirk! Jinsei started to yell, suddenly halting mid-yell when she saw a large sweat drop slide down Chisuki's face. Oh shit, Soshi said lowly as he stood up beside Ginny and took her hand. He's gonna blow. He's gonna take the whole stadium out if he releases his quirk now. There was a tense silence as both Soshi and Ginny watched, spellbound. Bakugou pushed the cage closer and closer to the out-of-bounds line, and the stress levels in Jinsei rose. Suddenly there was an enormous explosion, and the whole room shook violently. Quick as a flash, Soshi yanked Ginny into his embrace and created a diamond-enforced igloo over the top of them, using the strongest gem type to create a protective barrier over them should the room collapse. What happened? Jinsei gasped as she clung to Soshi. Did he explode? I think he did, Soshi said softly, listening to hear if anything was falling outside of the igloo. When he didn't hear anything, he shot an ice arrow through the diamond crust, exploding it into smaller diamonds that littered the floor and allowed him and Ginny to see the conclusion of the match. Where's Bakugou? Ginny asked as the cameraman swung the camera back and forth, trying to locate the two opponents. Chisuki Bakugou wins! The voice of Shinso called into the microphone. Bakugou proceeds to round 2. The cameraman finally located Bakugou, who was blown well out of bounds and was laying unconscious on the side of the arena, while the emergency team ran to his aid. He did it? He did it! Jinsei squealed excitedly, grabbing Soshi and shaking him. He's going to the next round! Soshi smiled to himself as the cameraman panned across to Chi, who was shaking and sweating profusely, his whole body overcharged with adrenaline as he raised a closed fist to the sky and grinned from ear to ear. The crowd exploded, cheering loudly for the young hero who had quite literally blown them away with his skills. He left the podium and casually strolled to the hall, making his way out the back to his waiting friends. Chee! Jinsei screamed as she bolted out of the door and tore down the hallway towards him, throwing herself into his arms. You did it! You did it! I knew you could do it! Piece of cake, Chi replied smugly. Yeah, looks it, Soshi commented snidely from the doorway of the waiting room. I'd like to see you do better, Chi snorted, looking over the top of Jinsei as she continued to hug him. Anyway, congrats, man, Soshi said. Glad you got out of that one. Thanks, Chi grunted, placing a hand on Jinsei's head and patting her a bit. Wait, she said sharply. Not the hair. Oh, sorry, he said quickly, as he pushed his hands up and held them both in surrender, making Soshi snort with amusement. Soshi Todoroki, you are next, a voice called from down the hallway. Please make your way to the stage. Me? Soshi said with surprise. But I thought I was on a bit later. There have been changes in the program, the organizer called. You're up now, versing Renji Kaminari. Oh, Chi sneered. This will be interesting. Soshi scowled slightly. I'll be back, Soshi said in a suspiciously calm voice as he gave Ginny one last look, then turned and strolled casually down the hall to the field beyond. Later, Terminator, Chi commented with a smirk, immediately turning and following as Ginny trotted back to the viewing room to watch Soshi and Renji's match. Renji was a year younger than Ginny, Soshi and Chi, but she had aced the UA entrance exam and was a confident young girl, possessing all the hero qualities of her parents. Her father, Chargebolt, had taught her well, and often told the press that she was his second love, after his wife Kairi, which made all girls swoon, as you can imagine. They had chosen the name Renji because it means second love. Renji could discharge electricity like her father, but could also create storms with it, localizing it to small, intense areas. How's Soshi going to deal with this one? Chi commented slyly to Ginny as he followed her into the room. Making himself a diamond-encrusted hamster ball? Shh! Ginny snapped, glaring back at Chi and making him go quiet very quickly. He'll be fine, he's strong. Chi scrunched his nose with jealousy at her praise of Soshi and followed her to the chairs to sit down. Sit close, he said as they sat down together. I don't want you getting too far away from me, that I can't console you when he loses. You're talking out of your ass, she huffed. You know he can outsmart Renji. Both their attentions turned back to the TV screen as the blonde Renji and the white-haired Soshi walked up onto the dueling platform and took their allocated spots. Come on, So, Ginny whispered, crossing her fingers as she silently wished him all the best. Chi sat back casually and slung an arm across the back of Ginny's chair, exactly as Soshi had done minutes before during his match. The stadium went tensely silent, and then the starting bell rang, signalling the start of the match. Renji raised a hand to the sky as Soshi placed his hand on the ground, plating the platform with a thick layer of flat diamond, about 5 metres in diameter. "Diamond, of course!" Ginny exclaimed excitedly when she saw what Soshi had done. "Diamonds don't conduct electricity." "Don't they?" Chi asked curiously. "No," she said enthusiastically. "He's covering the ground with them so that she won't be able to shock him through the earth." Chi grunted, reluctant to admit that it was a clever move. Both friends watched as Soshi then waited, wanting to see what Renji would do, his intense orange eyes never leaving her for a second. She kept her hand up, the clouds overhead gathering quickly and darkening to a deep grey with a tinge of green. "Is she going to bring hail?" Ginny queried. "I've never seen her bring hail before." "Don't know," Chi grunted, starting to worry a little for Soshi, who still hadn't made any more moves. "And Kaminari's calling the elements into this duel," the announcer called excitedly. "How will Todoroki handle this?" Suddenly Soshi threw his arms up over himself, and a diamond-encrusted igloo shot over him, just before a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, a loud crack following as she struck the hard gem shell. "Called it," Chi said smugly. "Hamster ball." More and more bolts of lightning struck the igloo, and Ginny increased her death grip that she now had on Chi's arm. A small piece of the igloo shattered at that point, and Ginny let out a little cry of concern. "Oh, he can't hold it under this pressure," she said fearfully, her widened eyes glued to the TV. "He's fine," Chi said, lying to both of them as he watched with worry, unsure if Soshi really was okay in that diamond igloo. Suddenly a loud explosion sounded, and the igloo exploded as a particularly strong shard of lightning pierced the shell and sent it flying in all directions. Soshi, barely conscious now, threw a hard ball of ice across the arena at Renji and hit her in the shoulder, momentarily throwing her off, but as her hand fell to her side, rain gushed down, loud booms of thunder sounding overhead and ringing in Soshi's ears. Renji recoiled from the ice ball and raised her hand again, aiming to send another round of lightning, but Soshi jumped up and ran towards her, barreling into her and tackling her out of bounds, both falling and rolling over each other as the finishing bell sounded. "Why did he do that?" Ginny gasped disbelievingly. "He just threw both of them out of bounds. He could have won." "If Kaminari had released more lightning, she would have been badly hurt," she said calmly. "Water conducts electricity, and she was just as drenched as Soshi. They both would have been fried." "Oh," Ginny said softly. "I guess heroes do throw away everything to save others, so he did a very heroic thing just then." Chi scowled and looked away, and then looked back at Ginny. "Yeah, but they're both out now, so it looks like I win," he said proudly. "But I haven't had my go yet," Ginny said smugly. "Just you wait, Chi. I'm going to leave you in the dust." "Miss Kirishima," the voice of the attendant called as he poked his head through the door. "You're up now. Please prepare for your battle while the platform is cleared of water and debris." "Yes, sir," Ginny replied with a smile. The attendant nodded and then left, and Ginny stood up and stretched. "Good luck," Chi said. "I don't need luck," Ginny said dismissively as she glanced at the TV. Because the grounds were getting cleaned up, the cameraman had panned around to the audience in the stadium to find heroes to show on screen to fill the dead airtime. And at that exact moment, he just so happened to have found the winged hero Condor. "I take it back," Ginny screeched when she saw her idol. "I need all the luck in the world. Oh my god, Hiyoko Takami is watching the match. I'm freaking out right now. Someone save me," she squealed, rapidly fanning herself. "Ah, notice me, senpai," she moaned, bouncing up and down as Hiyoko waved at the camera and then winked and held up a peace sign. "Seismic Kana's there too," she added, seeing the amazing deaf hero as he winked at the camera and then held up the Auslan sign for I love you. Thumb, index finger and pinky finger held up, with middle and ring finger fold over to the palm. "Oh, heroes are so hot these days," Ginny moaned, completely absorbed in the TV now after seeing her idol. "Jinsei Kirishima," the same attendant called, popping his head through the door again. "Oh," she replied with a start, remembering it was her turn to duel now. "Bye, Chi," she said to her friend before turning and running from the room. "You'll beat her," Chi called after her. "You'd better." "I will," Jinsei replied, her voice echoing down the hall as she ran for the stage. "Who is next?" Kana signed to Hiyoko. "Jinsei Kirishima and Shida Shiozaki," Hiyoko replied telepathically through the feathers that were resting on Kanaka's shoulder. Jinsei, daughter of Red Riot? He asked, rubbing the side of his index finger up and down against his lips to indicate the colour red. Hiyoko nodded. Her quirk is similar to his? He signed, putting both his hands out, palms down, doing a seesaw motion with them to sign similar. Well, sort of, Hiyoko replied into Kanaka's mind. She has a mix of her mother and father's quirk. Her mother has a glue quirk and can exude a strong, sticky substance from her fingertips, so Jinsei Kirishima can exude glue, but can choose to harden or soften it. Good quirk, excellent, Kanaka signed, placing his thumbs together at the tips, then throwing his right hand out, palm down, with fingers splayed, the sign for excellent. Do you think we should offer her a week's placement with us? Hiyoko asked telepathically with a smile. Kanaka nodded enthusiastically. Their attention returned to the stage as Jinsei flashed the camera a bright smile. That's my baby girl! Hiyoko heard Red Riot call loudly from the crowd. Red Riot's here, he commented with a chuckle to Kanaka. He just called out to her. Kanaka smiled. What did he say? Kanaka signed. He called, That's my baby girl, Hiyoko said with a sweet smile. Supportive father, Kanaka signed, tapping his index finger and middle finger in a cross shape across the other index and middle finger, the sign for father, and returned Hiyoko's smile. The start bell sounded, and Jinsei ran forwards and dropped her hands to the ground, spreading out a thick layer of glue that enveloped her opponent's legs, locking her in place immediately. Shida, Kanaka finger signed to Hiyoko. What is her quirk? Shida Shiozaki, Hiyoko replied. She's got a fern quirk. How does it work? Kanaka signed. I'm not 100% sure, but I think she can create fern-like leaves from her hair and detach them and use them like darts or other weapons to the other person, Hiyoko said telepathically to Kana, looking intently down at Shida. It's a bad matchup in my opinion. Same thought, Kanaka signed. Bad match. Almost immediately, as if on cue, Shida released a ton of hair ferns and threw them into Jinsei's face. Yep, I was right, Hiyoko commented to Kana, who smirked in response. Wonder how Jinsei will handle this, Kanaka signed, pointing his finger up next to the side of his head and moving it around his temple in a circle, signing the word wonder. Same, Hiyoko signed back, bumping the sides of his index fingers together, which made Kanaka smile. I like when you sign, Kanaka signed shyly. You know I can't sign well, Hiyoko replied telepathically. You sign very well for hearing person, Kanaka signed in response, nudging Hiyoko with his elbow. Oh, you're just trying to be nice, so I'll buy you lunch, Hiyoko leered telepathically, giving Kanaka a cheeky smirk. I am offended, Kanaka replied in sign, touching the fingers of his right hand to his chest with thumb up, then dropping his hand and shaking it a few times, while winking at Hiyoko so the latter knew that it was just a joke. The announcer yelled through the speaker, and it suddenly drew Hyoko's attention, and he spoke through his feathers again to Kanaka. Whoops, looks like Jinsei might be in trouble, he mused. She's got her head down, but I think the ferns might have scratched her up pretty bad, he commented, leaning forward in his seat with a concerned interest. Jinsei still had Shida locked to the ground so that the fern quirk yielder couldn't move, but in return it meant that she couldn't fight at all and just had to take the attacks of Shida full force, small rivulets of blood running down her face. She can't do anything, Kanaka signed sadly. If she deactivates her quirk, then Shida can move. It's down to her willpower, Hiyoko replied telepathically. Shida might only have a certain amount of fern leaves to use, and once they're all used up, then Jinsei can move. Kanaka nodded, watching as Jinsei's arms began to shake as she held her palms flat to the earth. Hold on, Jinsei, he signed, finger spelling her name out letter by letter. Jinsei! Hang in there! A young girl's voice screamed from the stands. Don't you dare back down! Hiyoko's eyes flicked to the girl in the crowd, and although Kanaka didn't hear the girl calling, he could see that something had drawn Hiyoko's attention, and he tapped his friend on the arm. What is it? He signed. Girl in the crowd just called for Jinsei to hang on, and I'm assuming they're good friends because look at Jinsei, Hiyoko commented, jerking his head to the giant screen that had a close-up of Jinsei's face on it. The new look of determination on her face was inspiring, and she scowled harder and raised her face to glare at Shida, blood still lined across her face from the whip-like ferns. Jinsei adjusted her footing, and it looked like she was about to launch at Shida. her legs shaking as she tucked them under her and prepared for the next move. Shida was panting furiously by now, but the amount of ferns that she was throwing out didn't seem to be getting any less, and she watched Jinsei closely. Suddenly the glue was dissolved and Jinsei sprung up and ran, hunched low towards Shida, imitating how Soshi had run towards Renji. Shida sidestepped, using a wall of ferns to block Jinsei's vision as she got out of the way. Jinsei threw herself through the fern wall blindly and then turned quickly to grab Shida, but the lithe fern user was already behind another leaf wall. Jinsei's getting desperate, Hiyoko commented telepathically to Kana. She just wants this match to end, but she needs to slow down and think, otherwise she's going to... Shida Shiozaki has won! The announcer screamed suddenly, surprising poor Jinsei with his announcement. Shida had sneakily put up 2 walls of ferns, and Jinsei had crashed through the wrong one, ultimately stepping out of bounds and being disqualified. The look of utter defeat on Jinsei's face was enough to break your heart, and she burst into tears, exhausted and upset that she hadn't won that round. Chi, watching from the viewing room inside, stood up abruptly, his body tensing in anticipation of him running to Ginny's rescue, but he waited, wanting to see if she would walk herself off stage before he acted. Like the brave girl she was, Ginny raised her head and bit into her bottom lip to stop it from quivering, then held her hand up to the crowd, who were all cheering and hollering for her earnest efforts and also for Shida's victory. Strong heart, Kanaka signed, pointing his fingertip to his bicep and making an imaginary bulge, then placing his knuckles over his heart with thumb up to Hiyoko. She fought well. I still want her to work with us for experience. Same, Hiyoko replied through his feather. I want to teach a few of these up-and-coming young heroes that it's not always about fighting one-on-one with villains. Hero work is more than that. I agree with you, Kanaka signed, holding his fist out for Hiyoko to bump it with his own. The pair shared a knowing smile, then watched as the white-haired contestant from the beginning of the sports festival ran out to Jinsei and embraced her before walking her down the alley to the underground waiting area. Her friend? Kanaka signed in question, cupping his left hand over his right fist and shaking it in front of his torso, referring to the white-haired boy. Soshi Todoroki, I think, Hiyoko mused. Firstborn son of the hero Shoto. Ah, Kanaka signed. Would like him also to join us? Yeah, definitely, Hiyoko replied telepathically, his keen eyes watching as Soshi comforted Jinsei while they left the stadium. You know who else I would like to take from this group? Who? Kanaka signed, holding his index finger up and spinning it mid-air, looking at his friend quizzically. Chisuki Bakugou, Hiyoko replied as he gave Kanaka the side-eye and a smirk. No, Kanaka signed, pulling a face. Too explosive, finger spelling the word for Hiyoko. That's exactly why I want him. He needs to learn that he can't just blast his way out of everything. He needs to learn some tact. Kanaka pulled a thinking face and shrugged. That is true, he signed, placing the broad side of his hand in a chopping motion down to the palm of the other hand, with a head nod. We can have 3 students? Well, we can request them, but they have to accept us in return, Hiyoko said as he sat back a little and stretched his arms up, his very large wings flicking out slightly and quivering as he stretched them a little. Are your wings hurting? Kanaka signed with concern. Do you need to stretch them? Do feel a little cramped, Hiyoko admitted with a sad smile. Stand up, stretch them out, Kanaka encouraged through sign. I don't want them getting pained. Do you mean sore? Hiyoko asked as he stood up. Same sign, Kanaka replied with a grin. I see, Hiyoko replied as he stretched his massive white wings out to their maximum and flapped them once, immediately making him airborne. Oh my gosh, Kondo has his wings out! A fan called from the crowd. Everyone in the immediate vicinity turned to catch a glimpse of the truly majestic sight. Yeah, this is what I didn't want, Hiyoko stated to Kanaka through the feather. Why? Kanaka signed. Your wings are beautiful. Hiyoko blushed a little and looked away with a small cough, trying to continue to act tough as he remained suspended a little off the ground by his wings. After letting them stretch enough, he touched back down and tucked them in, sheepishly giving the onlookers a wave and taking his seat again before the next duel. It's hard to look cool when you have the wings that make you look like an angel, he muttered to Kanaka through his feather. Angels are cool, Kanaka signed, giving Hiyoko a confused look. You do not think angels are cool? Oh, well, they are, I guess, but most people don't see them as cool, Hiyoko replied with a shrug. I think a lot more people think that angels are cool now because of you, Kanaka signed, giving Hiyoko a shy smile. You're full of compliments today, Hiyoko replied through his feather, playfully punching Kanaka in the arm. But thanks, dude. You've made me feel better. It's alright, Kanaka signed, throwing his hand in a small circle with his thumb out to the side, the sign for alright, then bowing his head a little. So formal, Hiyoko chuckled internally, pushing Kanaka with his hand. Back downstairs, Soshi had been the first to get to Jinsei and was hugging her while they headed to the hall. I'm fine, I promise, Jinsei said, wiping her tears and trying to put on a brave face. I was just exhausted, that's all. You don't have to be brave with me, Soshi replied with a loving smile. You can let your feelings show with me. I think you did an amazing job. Jinsei welled up with tears in her eyes, and she whispered something to Soshi that got lost in her croaky voice. Then she appeared. Oi! He shouted down the hall. She cheated! You won, in my opinion. That was a sneaky bastard move. It was so not plus ultra, a third voice yelled, and Jinsei immediately recognised it as her friend Kiru. Kiki! Jinsei wailed, ripping herself from Soshi's arms and running while sobbing, heading for Kiru's arms. Back it up, boys! I'll take it from here, Kiru called to the two very jealous-looking males who were scowling in the hallway, and she smirked when she saw how put out they were that Ginny had chosen her over them. I thought I had her, Ginny sobbed, clinging to Kiru's green and black shirt that had baddest written on it in fluoro yellow writing. You listen to me, Kiru said as she grabbed Ginny's cheeks in her hands and tilted her head up to look at her. You're amazing. You're the most talented frickin' person here. You won my heart with your tenacity, and you're the baddest bitch ever, okay? Don't you dare look down. I love you so much, Ginny slurred, trying to get her words out from her severely squished cheeks as Kiru mushed them together. Do puffer fish, Kiki encouraged with a smirk. No, I don't want to do puffer fish. Did I stutter? Kiru demanded playfully, letting go of Ginny's cheeks so that she could blow them out. Ginny puffed her cheeks out like a pufferfish, and Kiru smacked them together, a loud puff of air escaping, making the two girls laugh. Okay, no more tears, Kiru chided playfully. You're a mother frickin' queen. Now let's go. Chi and Soshi just stood there, awestruck at how easily Kiru had calmed Ginny down and simultaneously cheered her up. Thanks, Kiki, Ginny wailed happily, hugging her friend. Chi's scowl deepened with jealousy, and he turned and walked off, while Soshi decided to join in on the hugging if he was allowed. I think you did amazing, he said softly as he approached Ginny and went to place a hand on her head, but then remembered that she didn't like her hair being touched and stopped immediately. Nice save, Kiru said bluntly to him before pulling Ginny away from him. Thanks, Soshi, Ginny said as she straightened and let go of Kiru. We should watch the other fights now. Enough about me. Good idea, Kiru said. Come sit with me in the stands. I can't, because I'm a competitor, Ginny replied, but I'll come up after today's finished, okay? Okay, Kiru said as she stepped back and flicked her fingertips off her forehead quickly in a short salute, turning her attention to Soshi. I'm watching you, Icy, you ain't slick, she said, noticing how Soshi sidled up to Ginny the minute that she had stepped away. I don't know what you're on about, Soshi replied innocently as he took Jinsei's hand in his. Let's go, Ginny. Okay, Ginny said as she followed him off. I'll see you later, Kiki. Thank you again. Nah, she said with a shrug. Don't sweat it. Ginny smiled softly, her nose and cheeks still a little red from crying. So when's Chi up next? Where did he go? Ginny asked Soshi as he led her back to the viewing room. Dunno, just walked off, Soshi said with a disinterested shrug. Unfortunately for Soshi, Chi had walked off to the viewing room and was watching the next battle when Soshi and Ginny entered. Oh, Chi, there you are. We were wondering what happened. She stopped, noticing a look of pure dread on Chi's face as he stared at the screen. What is it? She asked as she let go of Soshi's hand and walked over to him. I think I know who my next opponent is, Chi said numbly. Who? Ginny asked as she looked at the screen, her eyes falling on a particularly large boy with blue skin, his arm morphed into a shape of a bow. Oh no, is it him? She asked, pointing to the guy as he held his hand up in triumph. Yep, you just won that round, Chi replied in a dead tone. Oh, Ginny said softly. You gonna do laps, are you, Chi? Soshi quipped. Shut up, man, as if you could beat this guy, Chi snapped at his white-haired, friendly antagonist, gesturing to the TV. I can't, Soshi said with a smug look on his face. That's why I'm in here, and you're going out there. Chi looked back at the screen as doubt filled his mind, clearly showing on his face. He knew he couldn't beat the archer should he come up against him, which seemed a very real possibility at that point. Chisuki Bakugou, the announcer called. Please come to the waiting room in preparation for your duel, please. Chi nodded and put his head down, his spiky blonde fringe falling over one eye, covering it from Ginny's view. You can do it, Chi, she whispered encouragingly as he passed her to the door. Do it for me. He grunted as he headed out the door, and Ginny sighed. He doesn't seem very confident, she thought. Well, even if he does lose, I know the feeling, so I can comfort him. Soshi stepped up beside the brown-haired girl and gestured to the chairs ahead. You want to sit, Jin? He asked softly. Yeah, thanks so, she replied, giving him a soft, warm smile before heading to the chairs and sitting down. The archer contestant won his next battle easily and readied himself for the following opponent, beating him just as easily as the first before leaving the stage and getting ready to take on the next challenger, which was Chisuki. Do you think he'll win? Ginny asked Soshi as they sat together, the white-haired boy leaning forward with his well-defined forearms resting on his thighs. Not sure, Soshi replied. It'd be hard for Chi to go up against arrows. Arrows and explosions don't really work well in combat against one another, but Chi's cunning, so he'll work something out. Ginny nodded and settled back, her stomach twisting in nervous anticipation as she waited for Chi and his opponent to face off. Just then the starting bell sounded and Chi walked casually out into the waiting area, heading for the stage as his opponent walked up as well, both hands looking very normal. Wait, where'd the bow and arrows go? Does he create them? Ginny asked Soshi. I think so. I think his arm morphs into a bow and the arrows come from his back. Just then the archer raised his hand and activated his quirk, his arm instantly becoming a recurved bow. Wow, Ginny breathed. It's pretty cool. Soshi nodded. Chisuki adjusted his stance to one of defense, and the opponent pulled an arrow from his back and then set it in the string and pulled it back, readying himself for the fight as he aimed at Chi. This feels really unfair, Ginny commented. He's legit got a bow and arrow. That's a sports festival for you, Soshi replied. Never know what you're going to get. The bell sounded and the archer released his hold on the arrow, narrowly missing Chi, who ducked quickly and jumped to the side. It's a quick move from Bakugou to avoid being nailed, the announcer called. He could die, Ginny grunted with dissatisfaction. This isn't fair. The archer grabbed another arrow and shot again, making Chi jump yet again to avoid being hit. Does he even run out of arrows eventually? Ginny asked. Soshi hummed in an unsure tone. We'll have to see. Arrow after arrow flew at Chi, who was dodging them narrowly, using minimal movement as much as possible. It seems as though Bakugou is trying to save as much of his energy as possible, the announcer cried. Is this a battle of stamina? If that guy runs out of arrows, then Chi can just run up and knock him out, or explode him out of the ring, Ginny said. Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to do, Soshi mused, watching as Chi jumped again. He's just got to be careful not to get too hot, or he might just combust on his own. 15 arrows had been shot by this point, and the archer was starting to look a little fatigued as he pushed another arrow from his back and set it up. He took a few steadying breaths, then let it fly, sending it just off centre of Chi and managing to get him in the leg as the explosive boy jumped and inadvertently moved into its path. Bakugou's been hit! The announcer screamed into the microphone. No! Ginny screamed, jumping up in her seat and covering her mouth with her hands, fear written all over her face as she watched Chi clutch the arrow as it remained embedded into his thigh. It's okay, Soshi lied, trying to placate her with his words as he stood up beside her. He'll be fine. He can get it out. The pair watched mortified as Chi tried to remove the arrow but couldn't, his breaths becoming shorter and sharper as blood soaked his pants. Stop the fight! Stop it! Ginny cried at the screen. They can't do this to him! She turned to run out the door, but Soshi grabbed her arm. Jin, you can't just run out there. This is an official match. Don't worry, they'll stop it if they can see it's going too far. The pair returned their eyes to the screen and watched as Chi looked up, anger boiling over as he locked his crimson red eyes onto his target, the archer across the stage from him, and took a staggering step towards him. Jinsei watched with horror as he dodged another flying arrow and continued to stalk towards the archer, who was almost spent by then. It's a suicide mission, Soshi said softly, fearing what she was about to do. Is he just going to take them both out? Jinsei whispered, cowering as Chi got closer to his target, sweat pouring down his face. Oh no, Soshi said in a dead voice. Why does he do this? Suddenly Chi exploded, taking out the archer and himself and flinging them both out of bounds in a second, a cloud of smoke and dust enveloping the two. Chaos ensues! The announcer cried, debris and dust billowing around so much that no one could see what was happening. As the dust cleared, the paramedics ran on scene, collecting both Chi and his opponent and whisking them off to the nurse's office to attend to their wounds. So, who won that round? Soshi asked no one in particular. No one, I guess, Jinsei replied. I want to go and see Chi, she added. He'll be okay, Soshi said. No, she replied in a quivering tone. I want to go and see him. Now. Soshi looked at her, his iridescent orange eyes filling with worry as he looked into her despairing brown ones. Hey, he said softly, still holding her arm. He'll... No, she replied sharply. I need to see him. Overcome with emotion, she turned and ran from the room, leaving him there at the TV as she tore out and down the hall, running for the nurse's office. As she rounded the corner, she ran headfirst into someone, and they grabbed her before she could fall over. Oh, I'm sorry, She froze as she looked up into the handsome face of the winged hero Condor, his gorgeous white wings casting a shadow over both her and himself. Hey, he said with a lopsided smile. You okay? Did a great job out there today. I saw your fight. Kirishima, isn't it? Condor said. Jinsei opened and closed her mouth multiple times before deciding to just nod instead. Keep up that fighting spirit, he added as he let go of her shoulders. Thank you, Condor. I'm your huge fan. I mean, I'm like a big fan, but not too big in a weird way, but just like I love you so much. Oh no, but not love you as in love you, but Condor chuckled and patted her on the head sympathetically. Hey, that's fine. I'm just a regular guy, he replied, but with wings. Jinsei let out the most unhinged cackle she'd ever heard come from herself and immediately slapped a hand over her mouth with embarrassment. Oh, I'm so sorry, it was so weird. Oh. It's fine. Nice to have talked to you. We're off now, he said as he jerked his head towards Kanaka, who was standing beside him with his black lower face mask on. Oh, Seismic Kana! Jinsei gasped. I'm sorry, I didn't even see you there. Wait, that's so rude. I'm so sorry. Wait, you can't hear me. Oh, man, she wailed, feeling stupider and stupider by the minute. Kirishima, breathe. You're cool, Condor said with a chuckle. Have a good rest of your day, and good luck with the ceremony. Yes, I will. You too, Ginny said brightly, holding her smile until they had passed her before letting the grimace show on her face. I just made a total idiot of myself, she wailed internally. So much for looking cool. She covered her face with her hands and ran, beelining for the nurse's office and Chi. What were you thinking? She whispered harshly to the bandaged up Chi as she slid in between the curtains into the bay. I wasn't, he replied with a crooked smile. Well, obviously, she berated him. I figured if I wasn't going to win, then I was going to take that bastard out with me, he said with a devious smirk. And you did, you idiot, she replied with a small smile and a headshake. Are you okay? I was worried about you. She blushed and looked away. You were worried? Yeah, of course, Ginny replied sassily. You're one of my best friends. Of course I'm going to be worried. Chi's face fell. Best friend, he thought with disdain at the word. Yeah, well, I'm fine, he replied, and I lost, so now we're even. I don't care about any of that. I'm just glad you're okay, she replied, reaching out to caress his bandages. Is your leg okay? She asked as she placed a hand on it. Yeah, why? He stammered. Because you had a flippin' arrow in it, that's why, she grunted. I saw you trying to pull it out. Yeah, and I couldn't because of the shape of the arrowhead, he replied. Friggin' hurt. I bet. Ginny gently ran her hand over his leg, wanting to help in some way, but not knowing how, and Chi blushed again as she touched him, his mind going south. I think you better go, he said quickly, trying to adjust himself in the bed. Why? Ginny asked, confused. Because, he snapped. Go, I'll see you later. Oh, okay, she replied softly, taking her hand from his leg and slowly backing out of the small bay. Chi let out a sigh of relief as she left and tried to reach a hand to his crotch to adjust himself, praying his little excitement would just go away. She your girlfriend, isn't she? the voice from the next cubicle asked. Shut up, man. You know she said best friend, Chi snapped, replying to his opponent, who was in the next bay behind a white curtain. Thought it was code, the guy replied. You two sound like a couple. Ginny headed slowly back down the hall, walking back to where Soshi was still waiting for her at the viewing room. There were only a few contestants left, and then that would conclude the sports festival, and she was glad it was all over. Oh, I guess I'm not going to get picked to intern with anyone because I didn't even win my round, she thought sadly as she dragged her feet back to the room. How embarrassing. Maybe Dad might let me do some work with him just so that I don't look like a loser. She tried to rid herself of negative thoughts as she walked to the room, giving Soshi a weak smile as she walked over to him. Not that it really matters because I know he's fine, but how's Chi? Soshi asked softly, trying not to look too concerned. It's okay, Ginny replied glumly. Is he really okay or are you just lying? Soshi asked, picking up that Ginny seemed a little more down than usual. No, he is actually fine, I'm just... Her voice trailed off as she stared at the ground and swallowed hard, biting back the bitter emotions. It's okay, someone will definitely pick you, Soshi said as he walked forwards and engulfed her in a hug. How did you know I was thinking about being picked? Ginny asked with surprise as she looked up into his face, her face only inches from his as she wrapped her arms around his middle. She was so close that she could see the small brown flecks mixed into his orange irises. I know you too well, Soshi said with a sexy little smirk. Yeah, you do, Ginny replied, smiling bashfully back at him. Hey, a voice called from the doorway, and Ginny quickly lunged back from Soshi's arms and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear as she looked towards the voice. Oh, Kiki! She squealed happily when she saw the young girl. Dad says you can come and sit with us now that your matches are done, she said, crossing her arms across her chest and blowing a bubblegum bubble before letting it pop, all the while maintaining an intimidating stare at Soshi. But just one of you. Can I come? Ginny asked expectantly. I never even had the option, Soshi muttered, shoving his hands in his pocket and walking towards Kiru. They exchanged steely glances as he walked out of the room and off down the hall in the direction of the nurse's office. Thanks, Kiki. I'm glad that's all over, Ginny said as she bounded over to her friend. Same, Kiru replied as she slung her arm around Ginny's shoulders and strolled out of the room with her. So your dad's here? Ginny asked. Yeah, Kiru scoffed, amazingly. Funny he finds time to come to this, but can't come to any of my special events. Oh, Kiki, but he came to your recital. Yeah, but that was only because he was in town, she muttered in reply. But every time he's in town he makes sure to come to things. He can't help it if he's not in town and you have something special on, Ginny said gently. Kiru hung her head and looked away a bit. I don't like him going away so much, she mumbled sadly. I want him here more. I hate that he's the number one hero. He never has time for us. He's doing his best, Ginny offered with a smile. Whose side are you on? Kiru pouted. I know he loves you, Ginny said gently as she reached her arms around Kiru's middle and squeezed her from the side. And I love you too. Thanks, Kiru replied, a small smile tugging at her lips. Anyway, he's hanging with your dad, Chi's dad, and Soshi's dad. Is Uncle Denki here? Ginny asked with an expectant smile. He was, but he's gone to see how Renji's doing after her match. Oh. Ginny loved her Uncle Denki. She would spend hours with him as a baby and toddler, and had many sleepovers at his and Auntie Kairi's place. She loved the dynamics of their little family, and she loved how goofy Uncle Denki was. Your dad can't stop talking about how amazing you are, and let's be honest, you were frickin' amazing, Kiru said proudly. I wasn't. No one's going to pick me to intern with him, Ginny said softly as she looked down at the ground and walked the last of the way to the congregating dads. Hush your beautiful mouth, Kiru exclaimed. If they don't pick you, they'll regret it. I'll ask Dad if he would take me on, Ginny said, looking up again as her and Kiru approached the open doors to the back of the stands. She could see the back of her dad ahead, and she took a steadying breath in as she walked out, straightening a little as she came up behind him. Jinsei! Deku, Kiru's dad, called brightly when he saw her. You did so well. Thanks, Uncle Izu, Jinsei replied softly, smiling bashfully in the presence of such a well-known hero. There's my girl! Jinsei's dad, Red Riot, called as he spun around and opened his arms for her to run into. At the sight of her dad, Jinsei's bottom lip quivered, and she let out a little whimpering noise as she ran from Kiru's side and into his embrace, letting his strong arms engulf her. "Hey," he cooed softly as he patted the back of her head. It's okay, don't cry." Dad?" Kiru mumbled, sidling up to her dad and trying to act disinterested as she looked away at something apparently more interesting. "Yes, Baba?" he asked softly as he crouched down in front of her so that he could look into her eyes. "Don't call me Baba, it's embarrassing," she pouted, blushing profusely, secretly happy that he had called her by her nickname. "Oh, sorry," he said sheepishly. "What is it, Kiru?" Her heart sank at hearing him call her by her name. "Why can't I just tell Dad that I want him to baby me and look after me and care about me?" she huffed internally, immediately detaching from him to protect herself. Can you, put down Jinsei for intern requests with you so that she doesn't have anyone not asking for her?" "I was already planning on doing that," he said softly with a smile as he reached out to pat her head. Kiru flinched and pushed his hand away, regretting it immediately and wishing that he would just grab her in a hug like Red Riot was doing to Jinsei, but unfortunately he just looked hurt and retracted his hand. "It's very plus ultra of you to care about Ginny like that," he said gently with another soft smile. "Whatever," Kiru muttered. "It's a wonderful hero quality to have." "I want to be a hero," Kiru spat, her intense eyes scowling into his. "Heroes just abandon their own family to save everyone else," she thought internally, tears welling in her eyes. "Kiru?" Deku asked softly with concern when he saw her eyes welling with tears. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," she mumbled as she turned and fled. Deku stood up quickly and held a hand outstretched towards her as she ran off, letting out a perplexed sigh as she disappeared, and then turned back to the group of people behind him. Red Riot was still cuddling his Jinsei in arms while she babbled on about how she'd let him down and he was trying to comfort her as best he could. "You did your best," Red Riot said softly as he placed Ginny back down on the ground and crouched in front of her to look her in the eye. "And I'm proud of you for that." "Thanks, Dad," Ginny sniffed, trying to be strong in front of her father. "I just want to be a hero like you, someone that wins in everything they do." Deku's heart ached as he heard those words. Kiru had said those same words to him when she was a little younger, and he hung his head with sadness as he recalled her little voice filled with love and adoration for him. "You will, baby. I know you will," Red Riot encouraged. "You're going to be picked to intern at an amazing place. I can feel it," he added. "A good hero will pick you for your qualities, not if you won or lost." Ginny sniffed again and gave her dad a weak smile. "You sure?" "Of course I'm sure. Yeah, we'll have places lining up to pick you," he added, giving her another hug. "Now, how are your two other friends going, Soshi and Chi?" "Chi's in the nurse's station and Soshi wasn't allowed to come up because Kiru said only one of us could come," Ginny replied. "I thought you said they could both come up," Red Riot asked Deku, who was still standing sadly off to the side. "Huh?" Deku asked, suddenly realizing he had been spoken to. "Oh, yes, I said they could both come up." "Ugh," Ginny groaned. "Don't worry, I'll go get him. Where did Kiru go?" she asked when she saw her friend had gone. I'm not sure. She took off in a hurry," Deku mumbled, scratching the back of his head nervously. "Okay, I'll be back," Ginny said as she set off to go and get Soshi and Kiru. Red Riot watched her run off and then looked across to Deku. "Hey," he asked softly as he walked over. "Everything okay?" "Oh, fine," Deku replied softly. "Jinsei really loves you," he added, looking down at the floor. "Yeah, she's my girl. I'm grateful for a daughter like her," he replied with a wistful smile. "What about Kiru?" We don't really seem to be seeing eye to eye at the moment, and I don't know what I've done wrong," Deku admitted honestly. "Why? What makes you say that?" Red Riot asked. "Well, she doesn't want to be around me anymore, and she hates me when I use her nickname. She used to love it. We were really close before, but now... maybe it's just a stage," Red Riot offered. "She'll come around." I don't know how to talk to her about it though," Deku sighed. "I want us to be close again, but I also don't want to make her feel awkward." That's hard, bro," Red Riot sympathized. "Let me know how it goes though. You do need to talk to her about it. It's manly to discuss feelings. Okay, Deku sighed softly. She did ask me to request for Jinsei to intern with me. Would that be okay with you if I did? Of course, Red Riot replied emphatically. My daughter interning at Deku's agency? That would be amazing. I'm going to request for her as well. She could learn a lot from my team. If it's not too much to ask, I'd like for Jinsei to intern at my agency, alongside my son. Hiro Shoto chimed in as he stepped forward and joined the conversation. I believe they'll work well together, and I would like to see them working as a team more. Oi! Dynamite, Chisuki's dad, growled as he stepped forward to join the conversation. You're just trying to get your son Ginny alone. Yes, do you have a problem with that? Shoto deadpanned as he looked at Dynamite with his mismatched eyes. Of course I do, because Jinsei and Chi are an item, Dynamite snapped. As far as I'm aware, they are not, Shoto replied blandly, still staring at the blonde hero coolly. Guys, Red Riot said with a sheepish chuckle, why are you fighting over our kids' future spouses? It's up to them to decide. Shoto nodded. You are right, Kirishima. Dynamite just clicked his tongue and looked away. Ceremony will be completed and then we can go out for drinks. Are you all free? Red Riot asked brightly. Oh, I have a work meeting, Deku said apologetically. Sorry, I'll come to the next one. You're always frickin' working, you damn Deku, Dynamite snapped. You better be the next one, or I'll blow your brains out. Deku sweat dropped. Is that supposed to be an invitation? Because it doesn't sound very... Just be there, Dynamite snapped. Okay, Deku replied stiffly. Soshi, Ginny called as she ran up to him. You can come up into the stands. Kiru was being silly. She said that only one of us could come up, but you can come up too. Deku said so. I knew she was being an ass, Soshi huffed. Why doesn't she like me? I've done nothing wrong to her, ever. Don't worry, Kiru doesn't like most people, Ginny replied apologetically. But you can come up now. As the pair turned to head up to the stands, the final fight concluded and the announcer's voice rang out through the speakers. All contestants, please head to the waiting rooms in preparation for the ceremony, he shouted. It's been another big year, and you all showed everything you had, plus ultra! Damn, okay. We'll go up to the stands after then, Ginny said as she changed course and headed towards the waiting room with Soshi in tow. The final conclusions went by without any hiccups, and the winners of the day stood on their allocated podiums, while Soshi and Ginny watched on, neither one of them up there like they had hoped for. I'll just have to wait and see if anyone asks for me, apart from Dad, I guess. Ginny sighed internally as she clapped along with the crowd to congratulate the winners for the day. It was the next day at school, and Ginny adjusted her skirt as she walked down the busy hall to her classroom. Chisuki was a little way behind her, his eyes glued to her swishing skirt as it showed off her gorgeously soft, smooth legs as he followed her down the hall. Ginny, Soshi said happily when he saw her approach him. Hey So, she said with a smile, reaching out to give him a good morning hug. Where's my hug? Ginny grunted from behind her. She let go of Soshi and spun around to throw herself at her other best friend. Hey, she said brightly as she squeezed him around the middle. How you feel? As Ginny looked up into his face to ask him the question, she saw he had band-aids across his cheek and nose, and it cut her question short. What happened to your face? She asked with concern. It always looks like that, Soshi quipped coyly from behind Ginny. Jealous, Neanderthal, she rebutted. You hurt your leg during the festival, so why is your face scratched? Ginny questioned, reaching up to touch the band-aids. Stop it, she grunted as he pushed her hand away, with an embarrassed blush on his cheeks. You were practicing dodging arrows, weren't you? Soshi asked with a smirk. Don't aim them at your face next time. One could have got you in the eye. Is that supposed to be a caring remark, or are you teasing? She asked with a scowl. Both, Soshi replied with a smirk. Okay, you two. God, why are you always like this? Ginny huffed as she stepped back and let go of Chi, and then pointed her nose in the air and stalked away to her locker. She's a little more touchy than usual, Chi thought as he watched her go. She's on edge about the intern thing today, Soshi offered. Shut up, I knew that, Chi grunted, scowling at Soshi once again. You think you got a place? Soshi asked the blonde boy softly, an honest question. Yeah, well, I don't know. I'd better have gotten in somewhere, Chi grunted, crossing his arms across his chest. I'll probably be working at Dad's, Soshi said with a shrug. I'll work with mine too then, Chi replied. Jen will probably be with Red Riot. Naturally, Soshi replied, turning to head down the hall to the classroom as Chi fell in step beside him. Hey, you good? The white-haired boy asked. Yeah, fine. Okay, Soshi replied, their conversation ending as they entered the room. Okay, everyone, sit down, Mr. Shinso called from the front of the class. We'll be revealing the intern placements today. Ginny was already in her seat when Soshi and Chisuki sat down, and they both noted how stiffly she was sitting. Shinso set up the smartboard and typed something in on his laptop to project the class names and allocated requests onto the board, so everyone could see who had been picked by whom. The board lit up as he clicked one last thing, and Ginny quickly scanned down to her name. Beside it was her father's name, Red Riot, Soshi's father's name, Shoto, Kiru's father's name, Deku, Uncle Denki's name, Chargebolt, and... She blinked in disbelief. No. What? What? She rubbed her eyes, trying to focus on the last name, reading it and rereading it over and over. Yo! Someone in the class shouted. Kirishima got picked by Condor! The class erupted in screams of surprise and congratulations as Ginny sat there in disbelief. Todoroki and Bakugou got picked by him too! Another called. Jinsei whipped her head back to stare at her two besties. Condor? Chisuki screeched in amazement. Whoa, Soshi whispered. We got picked? We got picked? We got picked by Condor! Ginny screamed as she jumped up and stumbled over to Chi, who was the closest to her. He jumped up and grabbed her as she broke down in tears of relief. I was so worried no one would pick me, she cried. Condor, Soshi whispered again from his seat, struck with massive case of fanboyitis. He picked all three of us, Ginny wailed, still overwhelmed that Condor had even considered putting in a request for her to intern there. This is going to be the best week ever! I'm just happy I'm with Jinsei, Chi thought as he held her still shaking and sobbing form. Mr. Shinso called the class to order and continued with the debriefing, but Jinsei, Soshi and Chisuki were still in so much shock about being accepted by Condor that they didn't hear much else. It was now close to home time, and Shinso pulled the three kids aside to call Condor from the school phone to accept his offer. I'll go first, Soshi said bravely as he stepped forwards towards Shinso in the staff room. Okay, Shinso replied with a yawn. Go ahead. He handed the phone to Soshi and let the young boy call Condor's agency. Hello, my name is Soshi Todoroki, and I would like to speak to Condor if it isn't too much trouble. It's in relation to the intern offer he extended to me. I mean us, he said stiffly, trying to be as polite as possible. There was a pause as the lady on the other end rang Soshi through to Condor's office, and Ginny and Chi watched on in suspense. Both Chi and Jin heard Condor pick up the other end of the line and say hello, and Soshi froze. Speak! Ginny whispered harshly with nervousness. Speak, Soshi! Hello, sir. This is Soshi Todoroki, Soshi said nervously. I'm calling to accept your intern offer. Thank you so much. Condor said something as Soshi nodded. Speak! Ginny squealed, flapping her hands nervously. Yes, loudspeaker, of course, Soshi said, looking at Shinso, who leaned over and pressed a button. Condor, you're on loudspeaker now, he said. Hi all, Condor said to the group present. Hi, Condor, Jinsei, Chisuki, and Mr. Shinso chorused. I'm assuming that you're all coming to intern with me then? Condor said into the phone, and Jinsei and Chisuki nodded. Say yes, Soshi hissed at them. Yes, they parroted in return. Awesome. Looking forward to meeting you next Monday and starting some training, Condor said. Seismic Kana is also looking forward to teaching you some things. He'll be looking after you as well, so you have a 2-for-1 deal. Jenny let out a hideously loud laugh and immediately slapped her hand to her mouth. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, she whispered with embarrassment. Thank you for choosing my students, Mr. Shinso then interjected. I trust that they will be well behaved during their time with you, he added as he stared intently at each one while he spoke. Ginny practically floated home that afternoon, ridiculously excited to tell her parents about being picked and then accepting Condor's invite to intern with him and Seismic Kana. Mum! Ginny screamed with excitement as she entered the house. Mum, where are you? I'm in the lounge room, her mum called back. What's up, sweetheart? Ginny's mum could tell immediately that her girl was excited about something and turned the TV off as Ginny bounded into the room. "Oh my gosh, Mum!" Ginny squealed, doing a little dance of happiness. "Okay, so I was so scared that no one would pick me to intern with them, but guess who asked for me?" "Who?" her mother asked. "Condor! The Hiyoko Takami!" she gushed, slapping her hands to her cheeks and squishing her smile. "I actually spoke to him on the phone and he said he can't wait to meet me." Her mother chuckled. "Oh, that's wonderful, honey. I'm glad you got picked," she said with a smile, opening her arms for a hug. "Oh," Ginny added, remembering more as she dived into her mum's arms. "Soshi and Chi got picked as well, so I'm interning with my two best friends." "What a coincidence that you're all together," her mother mused. "Uh-huh," Ginny said with a bright smile as she looked up at her mum. "I can't wait to tell Dad." "Did Dad ask for you as well?" her mother asked curiously. "Oh gosh," Ginny gasped. "Yes, he did, and I didn't pick him. Oh no, I don't want to make him sad." "Oh, I'm sure he'll be fine when you explain who picked you," her mum said with a gentle smile. Kirishima called out happily as he entered the house later that night, his fatherly voice echoing through the hall. "I'm home," he called brightly. "Where are my babies?" "Here I am, Daddy," Ginny called happily as she tore out of her room and raced for the front door. She threw herself into her dad's arms and buried her face into his shoulder as he picked her off the ground and gave her a big hug. "Did you get your results today?" he asked excitedly. Yeah," Ginny said softly, not sure if she should be excited or nervous to tell him about being picked by Condor. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" her father asked as he felt her hesitation. Well, Dad, I'm sorry," Ginny said softly as he pulled her back from the hug and looked at her. "Why are you sorry?" he asked in confusion. I didn't pick you to intern with, but I still love you very much, Daddy. It's not that I didn't want to intern with you, or that I'm ungrateful, or..." "Shh!" Kirishima hushed with a smile. "Who'd you pick?" "Condor." "Condor asked for you?" The red hero gasped with excitement. "Ginny, that's amazing!" "I was so excited, but I didn't want to be too excited, so that made you sad," she admitted. "Sad? I'm excited as you are," her father said happily. "Well done, that's fantastic. You'll learn lots with him." "He and Seismic Kana are going to be overseeing our internship," Ginny said with a smile. "And Soshi and Chi are coming too." "All three?" he asked with surprise. "That's wonderful. That's going to be an interesting week." "I know, right?" Ginny's mum called to him from the kitchen. Kirishima chuckled. "Hey Dad," Soshi called as he got home. "I got picked by Condor." "That's good," his dual-haired father replied as he walked out of the office. "You'll learn a lot from him." He has piercings," Soshi said, dropping hints that he also would like to get some. "I told you, no piercings," Shoto said sternly. "Dad!" Chi shouted as he entered the house. "Hey, Dad!" "Everyone needs to stop yelling!" Chi's mother shouted as she stormed out of one of the kids' rooms, her nostrils flaring as she stared him down angrily. "Sorry, Mum," he mumbled. "Where's Dad?" "He's out the back, practicing his quirk," she said, a faint boom sounding in the background. "Cool, bye," she said quickly, then made a dash for the door. His mother sighed and shook her head, and then went back to what she was doing. "Dad!" Chi called as he ran for the shed. "Dad, Condor picked me!" Suddenly an explosion shot through the open door and Chi ducked and then dodged to the side, dropping low in case this was another surprise training session with his father. "Did you turn him down? Tell him your dad's better?" Bakugo hollered through the door. Hoki? Bakugo asked again, using Chisuki's family nickname. "I said yes to him, Dad," Chi said, averting his eyes from his father's, as the well-built hero marched out of the shed. "Why?" Bakugo grunted, crossing his arms across his chest and scowling down at his son. Because I want to show you how I can improve," Chi mumbled, now staring at the ground. "I want you to be proud of me when I show you how much I've learned over the week with Condor." Bakugo smirked proudly. "He's just like me. Wants to do it on his own." I didn't mean for it to come between us, Dad," Chi mumbled angrily. I just wanted..." Bakugo clicked. "Don't apologise. Go and show them you're my son." Chi looked up sharply at his dad, his crimson red eyes staring into his father's identical ones. both of them sharing a smirk, before Chi put out his fist to bump his father's. "When do you start?" Bakugou asked. "Next week," Chi replied, "for 1 week." "Boys!" Chi's mother called. "Dinner time!" "Does Mum know yet?" Chi's dad asked as they fell in step and headed for the house. "No, I wanted to tell you first," Chi said with a smile. "That's my boy," Bakugou praised with a scowling smile as he pulled his son in for a knuckle scrub on the head. That following week, Ginny, Soshi and Chisuki all strolled down the street towards Condor's agency, brimming with nervous anticipation as they got closer to the front doors. "This is it, boys," Ginny squealed as she looked from her left to her right at the 2 boys who flanked her. "Yeah," Soshi grunted, trying to be cool. "I'm going to be better than both of you by the end of this week," Chi said with a smirk, knowing his comment would rile the other 2. "I'm going to make you eat those words," Ginny leered confidently. As the doors to the agency loomed ahead, all fell silent again. "I can't believe I'm here. I'm actually here," Ginny squealed internally. Just then a large bird-like shadow passed over the 3 below, and they looked up just in time to see Condor land on the roof of the agency. "He's here," Soshi whispered as he stared up at the silhouette figure. "Let's go and meet him," Ginny squealed excitedly, grabbing both Soshi and Chisuki's arms and running towards the door, yanking them along behind her. Once inside, the 3 were led up to Condor's office and told to wait outside for a moment while the receptionist went in to make sure he was ready for them. Ginny was quivering where she stood, the amount of adrenaline in her system keeping her on the verge of having a heart attack as she clutched at her skirt and wrung her hands into it. Chisuki looked calm on the surface, but internally he was packing it, all nerve endings on edge as he waited in anticipation of meeting such a well-known and respected hero, while Soshi was staring blankly at the door, still not quite in the present as he tried to convince himself that he wasn't dreaming. "Condor will see you now," the receptionist explained as she exited the room and pushed the door open for the 3 teens to enter. Condor was sitting at his desk, his very large white wings tucked in behind him but still towering over his head as he smiled politely at the young interns. "Come in, take a seat," he said happily. "Don't be shy." Ginny's cheeks were starting to hurt already from the constant smiling, but she kept her face in a permanent grin as she walked over and took a seat in the middle of the 3 chairs that were spaced out before the desk, while the boys sat either side of her. "Now," Condor said, his gorgeous hazel eyes glossing over the 3 students as he looked at each person individually. "Would you like to know why I picked you 3? "Yes," Ginny blurted out. "Please, I know I didn't do well in the sports fair." Condor raised his hand to politely stop her and smiled, his bar piercing shifting in his eyebrow as his eyes crinkled a little bit. "Jinsei Kirishima, you have guts," he stated plainly. "You held on and refused to give up. I chose you not because of your winning or losing, but because of your heart." Ginny's eyes welled with tears as she placed her hands over her mouth and nose to stop herself from crying, but the tears still came. "Thank you," she whispered into her hand, feeling all so much better about herself since he praised her like that. "You're welcome," he said softly. "Well, I'm not here to compliment though. I'm giving an honest reason as to why I chose you all." "It's because this here king wants to raise up a strong army of smaller kings and queens," a very flamboyant voice stated from the doorway behind. "Bri?" Condor startled with surprise, his head snapping up to look at the new arrival as his eyes locked with his uncle's. "Nuggy, honey," Bri replied brightly. "I couldn't help but drop by to say a big, special hello to the newest heroes," the man named Bri stated. He stepped across the threshold and into the room with his handbag tucked under his arm as he sashayed over to the 3 very confused-looking students, stopping next to Chisuki first. "And a kiss for you," he said as he walked around in front of the blonde student and leaned down to press his cheek to Chisuki's, making an audible kiss noise with his puckered lips. Then he snapped back to upright with one hand up and fingers delicately close to his palm, then moved across to Jinsei. "And a kiss for you," he exclaimed as he bent down and repeated the same to her cheek, and then moved to Soshi. "And one last special kissy for you too, Beanie," he exclaimed exuberantly, bending smartly from the hips and giving Soshi the final kiss, the poor amber-eyed boy looking at him with much confusion. "Uncle Brian, please," Condor begged softly in an embarrassed voice. "I'm trying to initiate these new work experience students." "Consider them initiated then," Brian said proudly as he threw his hand up and popped a hip out. immediately regretting this move. "Ah, Beyonce," he hissed. "One of these days, I'm gonna pull a damn hamstring trying to flaunt what my daddy gave me." Condor groaned softly as he covered his face with one hand. No sooner had he put his face in his hand than he looked up again, sensing that Kanaka had just arrived. "Can you please deal with Uncle Brian?" he asked Kana through his feather that he quickly plastered on him as the good-looking hero walked into the room. "Why?" Kanaka signed in confusion as he walked over to Brian, who had turned and squealed when he saw the hero, the pair greeting each other with a very elaborate-looking handshake, complete with moves from Single Ladies by Beyonce. "Oh, God." Condor groaned softly as the attention of the room shifted to Brian and Kana's flamboyant display of greeting. "Incredible," Brian signed to Kana, stroking down on an imaginary beard between thumb and finger, then pointing at Kana, the sign for incredible. "Thank you," Kana signed back with a bright smile, touching his fingertips to his chin and then pulling them out, the sign for thank you. "You call that dealing with Uncle Brian?" Condor deadpanned to Kana through the feather. "Jealous that I have a handshake with him?" Kana signed back cheekily. "Get out," Condor jokingly replied, smirking as he said it to his friend. Anyway, as I was saying," he said out loud, clearing his throat to get everyone's attention again, "I was letting you all know why I had chosen you." All three interns looked back around at Condor and settled in their seats again, while Brian and Kana watched on in the background. "Soshi," Condor said as he looked at the white-haired boy, "you had a bad match-up, but that didn't stop you from giving it your all. You're cunning, a quick thinker, and both qualities that I'd like to be able to nurture." "Oh, look at my baby being a supportive role model," Brian gushed, waving his hand around to emphasize his words. Condor glanced at him and then turned to Chi. "Now, Bakugou," he said, eyeing the young, upcoming hero. "You are definitely like your father." Chi smirked proudly. "You have his temper and desire to win with your quirk only." "That's not true," Chi grunted with a scowl. My case in point," Condor mused. "Anyhow, I want to show you that you can win without your quirk. Sometimes you won't be able to just blast your way through things or out of things." Chi crossed his arms across his chest defiantly, and his red eyes bore into Condor's, who remained calm in return. "Oh, Beyonce, the energy in this room is exactly the same as how Miranda's flower shop used to be. We need to pray," Brian exclaimed loudly, breaking the tension between Chi and Condor. "Bri, please," Condor begged. "The energy is fine, I promise. I just need to talk to these students, then we can catch up, okay?" "Ugh, fine, Nuggy Poos. I'ma take your mans here for a little second, have a chat, then we'll be back," Brian said as he took Kana by the arm and did a little finger wiggly wave to Condor, then dragged the confused hero out the door. Please excuse him," Condor said with embarrassment. "He only knows extra and doesn't have an inside voice." "He's amazing," Ginny said in awe. "Is he your blood uncle?" "No, he's married to my blood uncle," Condor replied. "What is his quirk?" Soshi asked curiously. "Who, Bri?" Condor asked. Soshi nodded. "In his own words, he's best genus but gayer," Condor said with a small chuckle. "He's a designer. Started a fashion label just after my mum and dad got married. He's been influencing ever since." "He makes clothes?" Ginny gushed excitedly. "I'd love to see his designs. I'm sure it would be amazing. I'd feel so confident wearing whatever he made." "Oh, he makes clothes for dogs," Condor said. "His label's called Normani, after the first dog he ever owned. I grew up with Norman. He was an amazing pup." "Aw," Ginny gushed quietly, loving this softer side of Condor that was coming out. "Anyways," the winged hero said, clearing his throat to continue with the introductions. "I wanted to thank you all for accepting my offer, and I'd like to give you the chance to ask any questions. But first, about what we'll be doing over this week." While Condor continued to talk with the students, Brian led Kana out into the hall and off down to an adjacent room to talk in private, his hips swinging wildly as he proudly catwalked down the hall. The flamboyant designer popped his head through the door of a spare office and then pulled Kana in, closing the door behind them both and pulling his phone out. "Hey!" he sent to Kana, pressing send and then holding the phone up to show Kana that he had sent him a message. The friendly hero caught on immediately and pulled his phone out to text Brian back. "Hey, Bri," he sent. "So, have you asked him out yet?" Brian texted, adding an array of sparkles and hearts on the end of the text. "Yoko?" Kana replied. Yes, Hiyoko, please tell me you've confessed to him. I am literally dying over here. Brian sent a line of whining faces after his text. I'm scared, Kana sent back, his face full of sorrow. Oh, baby boy, where's that confident hero I know? Nuggy definitely likes you. He's just as shy as you are to admit it, so you'd better make the move and show him you're the top, Brian sent, popping his hip out and puckering his lips as he gave Kana a sassy up-down look. Okay, I'll do it this week, Kana replied, adding a crossed fingers emoji on the end for good luck. I'm so excited, Gah! Brian texted. Another plethora of hearts, wedding bells, people getting married, stars, streamers, and all other celebratory items that he could find being added to the text. Bri, please breathe, Kana sent, smirking as he sent the message. No, honey, fanboy mode has been activated, Brian replied, flicking his hand up in the air after hitting send and winding around in a circle. Kana grinned and shook his head, signing to himself internally about how ridiculous Brian was. Okay, baby, you go play now, and I'll be hearing more from you later, okay? Mwah! Toodles! Brian texted, before flicking his leg up behind himself and shimmying away to the door before leaving in the most dramatic way possible. Kana smiled again and looked down at his phone. Closing the message app and looking at his home screen, there was a picture of him and Condor chilling on the roof of the agency building. Condor had his wings out behind both guys, and they were leaning in and pulling a face at the camera. I really want to make this a reality, Kana signed internally, seeing the signs gestured in his mind rather than hearing an inner voice, as he looked lovingly at the picture. Hiyoko is a good friend, and I love him. I want him to be my boyfriend. After initiating the students, Condor got them up to do a tour of the agency. I was hoping Seismic Kana would be here, but he seems to have disappeared, Condor remarked, opening the office door to the hall and stepping out. He looked up the hall and then down and saw Kana casually strolling towards the group. Condor's face lit up and his wings vibrated softly when he saw his friend. I was wondering where he'd gone, he queried through his feather to Kana as the latter approached the group. Dealing with Brian, Kana signed, using Brian's signed name as a crown with a hand flick. Where did he go? Condor asked. Home, Kanaka signed back. Condor nodded and turned to the three students who were watching the interesting way of communicating that Condor and Seismic Kana had. Okay, let's go, Condor said brightly to the students. Seismic Kana will join us. Ginny nodded excitedly, falling in behind Condor and his giant white wings, having to scrunch her hands up to stop herself from reaching out and patting him. I'm here. Oh my god, I'm here. This is real. Okay, let's breathe. No more making an idiot of myself. Walk normally. Don't pat the wings, Ginny monologued to herself. That Brian guy was really something. I liked his charisma. Time to learn from all these amazing heroes here, Soshi thought as he stepped up beside Ginny and smiled lightly at her as she beamed back at him. Not sure him. Rude ass, putting me down like that, especially in front of Ginny. I'm not stubborn. I don't need his help. Whatever. Ginny is here. I'm going to prove to her that I'm better than he is. Cheese scowled as he stalked along behind Ginny and Soshi, his eyes falling to Ginny's hips as she moved. Condor proudly walked around the agency with Kana beside him, explaining different things to the three students as they walked in and out of different rooms. As you probably know already, Seismic Kana and I deal more with organised crime, Condor said as he pushed open the forensics doorroom. Being a hero isn't always about taking down the bad guys in a big flashy way. Sometimes it pays to be sneaky. Ginny and Soshi nodded in agreement, while Chi scowled and crossed his arms even more. There's no way I'd ever want to be sneaky. My quirk is loud, flashy, gets the job done right, he thought. Looks like I've got a lot to show, Condor. All you need to do is just walk up to the bad guy, explode the crap out of him. Job done. Condor noticed Chi's expression from the corner of his eye, but didn't say anything, opting to keep quiet as he led the kids around the lab. Fingerprints are obviously the cleanest piece of evidence to put someone away. Sometimes getting a matching fingerprint needs coordination of teamwork and subtlety, he said knowingly. If the crime scene's littered with ash or debris as a byproduct of a quirk, then you run the risk of contamination and the target getting away. Brains over brawn, he added, tapping his temple and glancing at Chi. The explosive blonde scowl deepened, knowing he'd been called out, but not yet realising that his defiance was clearly showing non-verbally. There was a moment of tense silence before the lab door opened again and someone walked in. Oh, Condor, there you are, a guy in a clinical-looking lab coat said. was just looking for you in your office, but there's been another robbery. Another one? Condor asked, slightly surprised by this revelation as he turned his body towards the guy. Jewellery again? Yeah, came the reply. We have the staff member who is responsible for the crime in custody. He's down at the station. His story is just as strange as the others. Condor mused, rubbing his chin with his hand, his brow furrowing with concentration. Is this a case you've been working on? Ginny asked Condor excitedly, looking from the winged hero to the man who had entered and back again. Yes, and we're a little mystified by it, the winged hero admitted. There's just some things that aren't adding up. We can't quite work out what's going on. What's happened? Maybe we could help, Ginny asked with vested interest, while Soshi nodded in agreement beside her. Condor looked at Kana, telling him through his feather what the conversation had just been. I think it is okay, Kana signed to Condor. This could be an introduction for them. Condor nodded in agreement, and then looked at the three interns. Come back to the office, I'll debrief you on the case, as much as we know anyway. Ginny beamed from ear to ear, and tried to contain her excitement, but her soft squeal of delight was a dead giveaway. Condor thanked the guy in the lab coat, and then left the forensic room, and led everybody back up to his office, glancing at the very quiet Kana who was walking beside him, and seemed to be thinking deeply about something. Hey, Condor said to Kana through his feather, that he had sat on Seismic Hero's shoulder. You okay? Kana's eyes shot up and met Condor's, a slightly panicked look on his face. What's wrong? Condor asked. I'm fine, Kana signed quickly, touching his thumb to his chest with his fingers splayed out and then pulling his hand from his body. You're being very quiet. I am deaf, Kana signed, his face deadpanning. I am always quiet. No, dummy, I mean you seem distracted by something, Condor said with a smirk. You've been acting different since Bryce spoke to you. Kana blushed and looked away, scratching his cheek nervously. I am fine. His fingers faltered, and he waved them to dismiss his sign. I'm fine. I'm thinking about the case. Condor raised his pierced eyebrow at his friend, indicating that he didn't quite believe what Kana had just said, but nodded anyway. If anything's on your mind, you know you can talk to me, right? Condor telepathized. It's a new word. I don't think telepathize actually exists, but fight me. I'm going to make it a word. Kana then smiled gratefully and signed thank you as they rounded the corner to the office. Condor paused momentarily as they approached the door of his office, and he beamed from ear to ear as he grabbed a hold of the doorknob. Hey, Mum, he greeted as he pushed the door open, his large white wings vibrating with happiness when he saw the sweet-looking older lady. Oh, hi, honey. I thought I'd just drop by to... Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you had students today, she said when she saw Ginny, Soshi, and Chisuki walk in behind Condor. Students, meet my mum, Condor said proudly. She has an amazing quirk, of which I'm most grateful for. Thanks to her genetics, I can talk to Kana, he said, shooting Kanaka a soft look as he repeated the line telepathically to the deaf hero. Kana smiled bashfully and gave Mrs. Takami a wave, and she smiled and waved back, asking how he was in sign, to which he gave a thumbs up. Sorry, hun. I'll wait for you to finish with your interns, and I'll be back. Did Uncle Brian come in earlier? Mrs. Takami asked. Yeah, he did, Condor said with a chuckle. Is he still here? She asked. No, Kana said he went home. Mum, can we chat in a second? I'm almost done here, Condor said with a bit of an embarrassed look on his face. Oh, sure, sweet. Sorry, I'll wait outside, she said before giving Ginny, Soshi and Chisuki a polite smile each. You're in good hands, she added with a wink. Thank you, Condor is amazing, Ginny piped up. Mrs. Takami smiled again, then quickly slipped around the group and silently headed out the door. She looks like my mum, Ginny thought with amusement as she watched Mrs. Takami leave. There's something similar about them. I wonder if Mrs. Takami and my mum are related, Soshi thought as he watched the older lady close the door behind herself. They have the same cheekbone structure. Why the hell does she look like an older version of my mum? Chi thought as his confused gaze continued to stare at the closed office door. Please take a seat, and we'll start, Condor said as he walked to his desk and half sat on the corner of it, spreading his legs a little over the wooden edge, looking very hot indeed. Ginny got to the middle seat first and sat down, looking up at Condor expectantly with her hands in her lap, trying to look like the model student. Soshi was next to sit down, and Chi brought up the rear, slumping down in the chair and crossing his arms across his chest. Okay, so, a month or so ago, there was a jewellery heist at the large jeweller shop at the end of town. Not sure if that one made the news, but we got a call from the boss there that he had reviewed the footage and had seen one of his most trusted staff members putting the expensive items in a small bag, then leaving at the end of the day with them, Condor said. The boss told us he had been most upset by this revelation and that the staff member in question had vanished as well, refusing to answer calls and didn't show up at work for the next 2 days. He adjusted his seat and continued. The police got involved and found the staff member, who immediately confessed and said that he had done it, but that he didn't want to, and he had felt like he had been controlled to do it. Having no way of proving this, he decided to do a runner as soon as he had been forced to walk to the post box and drop the jewels in there. Brainwashing quirk, Chi grunted once Condor had finished. Simple. Staff member was brainwashed by a villain to do it. Not so fast, Condor replied, holding his hand up to Chi to stop him from continuing. Listen to more evidence first, before making up your mind. Chi scowled and looked away as Condor continued. The staff member was charged regardless and fired from his job. That's so harsh, Ginny said sympathetically. Poor guy, he didn't do it. He couldn't prove that there was any foul play. He could have just been making it up, Condor said, playing devil's advocate. That's true, Ginny mused, furrowing her brows in thought. Then, Condor continued, a few weeks later the same thing happened, at a different jewellery store this time, the Linsu jewellery store in town. Oh, I saw that one on TV, Ginny said excitedly. That was the same thing again, wasn't it? Yes, Condor nodded. 2 staff involved this time, both caught on tape stealing, but both saying they knew what was going on, but couldn't stop themselves. Do you believe there was foul play? Soshi asked Condor, his first time speaking during the debriefing. I wouldn't rule it out completely, Condor replied him. What are your thoughts, Todoroki? I don't have much to go on, but if there is foul play, it's not brainwashing, because the staff members can still remember what happened, he mused. Condor nodded. Well, apparently another robbery has happened and they're holding the staff member down at the police station. Would you like to come along to the interrogation? Oh, yes, please, Ginny said excitedly. That would be amazing. We'll go now, because it's almost time for you to go home. Then we can debrief again tomorrow, Condor said as the 3 students stood up. Kana, I'm going down to the cop shop with these interns to interrogate the staff member that robbed his own store. Wanna come? It'll be fun, Condor said internally with a smirk at Kana, his hazel eyes settling on his friend. I am busy, Kana signed. You go. I'll see you back here. You sure? Condor asked telepathically through his feathers, his smirk on his face fading. Yes, Kana signed, avoiding eye contact as he held his fist out to fist bump Condor and then bobbed his hand up and down, the sign for yes. Kana? Condor asked with a sad-sounding inner voice. Are you really okay? Something's wrong. I am fine. I'll see you later, Kana signed quickly, and then turned and walked away, leaving Condor watching with a dejected look on his face as his wings fell slack a little from between his shoulder blades. Is Seismic Kana not coming with us? Ginny asked, watching the sensing hero leave the room. No, he has other work. We'll go and be back soon, Condor said, eyes still glued to the closed door and pining for his friend. Okay, Ginny said brightly. Let's go, gang! Her enthusiasm covered Condor's sudden, lackluster mood, and he walked sullenly to the door with the 3 students following behind. Condor, your wings are dragging, Ginny gasped. Don't get your pretty wings dirty. Oh, yeah, sometimes they do that, Condor replied sheepishly back to her. They're heavy. I've had to train from a young age to hold them up. I can believe it, she said with wonder as she looked over them. What's your wingspan? 8 meters, he replied. Pretty big. I'll say, what's the wingspan of a condor bird? Is it the same? Is that why you chose the hero named Condor? No, actually, a condor doesn't have the largest wingspan. I think it's the albatross, he replied. Pelicans have massive wingspans too, Chi chimed in with a smirk, earning himself a sharp scowl from Ginny. You should have named yourself Pelican, he muttered under his breath, but Ginny still heard. Condor had already zoned out again by that time, his mind on Kana as the small group headed out and down to the local police station. Kanaka had gone to the roof. It was somewhere that he went if he wanted to be alone or to have a think. There was something about being up there that helped him calm down. He sighed and stared out across town as he thought about how he was going to make his feelings known to Hiyoko. What if he does not feel the same way that I feel? He signed to himself internally. Would it be strange working together? Would it be the end of our friendship? He hung his head with a worried expression and then pulled his phone out and sent a message to an Anthony in his contacts. Hi Anthony, he texted. I need your help. I've already texted Brian about this, but you know Brian, I need a second opinion. Kana, hello. How have you been? Anthony sent back. What can I help with? I promise I won't send a million sparkly emojis. Kana smirked at Anthony's message and sent one back. The phone providers need to limit Brian's emoji use. I'm going to tell Hiyoko that I love him. Please tell me how to do it. I do not want to do anything bad. Kana sent. Ah, the trials of love, Anthony replied. Honesty is the best policy, Kana. Just tell him how you feel. Hiyoko is a very understanding and loving man. I'm sure he'll respond kindly. I know Hiyoko is kind. That is one of the reasons why I'm in love with him. But what do I say to him? Do I just say, I love you? Kana texted, sending a sad face emoji on the end. No, you sweet thing. Talk from your heart, Anthony sent back. Tell him why you love him. Tell him how you fell in love with him. Give him all the reasons that you two should be together. That makes me very afraid, Kana sent back. Saying all of that is like opening my heart with no, how do you say it, second plan? No cover? I know it's scary, but that's the point, Anthony replied. You have one chance, make it worth it. Kana nodded at his phone and then replied, Thank you, I will think about what you have said. You're welcome, Kana. I wish you all the best. Are you coming tonight to dinner? Anthony asked. I didn't know there was a dinner tonight, Kana sent back. Oh, Mrs. Takami was supposed to drop by to invite you both for dinner. It's the anniversary of Rei and Hiyoko's grandmother's death. We wanted to celebrate their life that was. Bless them, may they rest in peace, he replied. Mrs. Takami did come into the room earlier, but I don't think she had a chance to invite us to dinner as Hiyoko was in the middle of teaching. Oh, Anthony sent back. Well, please accept my text as a formal invite for you and Hiyoko to attend tonight's dinner, 7:30 p.m. at the Takami residence. Hiro Shoto will be there also. Thank you. I look forward to seeing everyone again, Kana sent. He closed the messages app and looked out to the horizon again, sighing to himself before pushing his hands into his pockets and walking slowly back to the stairs. Good afternoon, Condor, the superintendent greeted as Hiyoko and the three students entered the police station. Good afternoon, sir. Me and my students are here regarding the jewel theft. I hear the staff member is being held for questioning, Condor asked professionally. Jinsei fangirled silently behind him as her hero crush spoke calmly to the police officer. Yes, right this way. Are your students interrogating as well? The officer asked, glancing behind the winged hero to the three hopefuls. They can watch from the viewing room, Condor said as the man then turned and talked to his interns. I'd like for you all to observe how I investigate the suspect, then we can discuss the interrogation techniques after, Condor said with a smile. Yes, of course. It'll be my pleasure to watch you. I won't take my eyes off you, even for 1 second, Jinsei blurted out. Soshi and Chi looked across at her with raised eyebrows, and she looked back at them. What? She asked innocently, unaware of just how creepy her comment had sounded. Good, Condor replied. Let's go. The group followed the superintendent down the hall to where the suspect was being held in the investigation room, and then they all filed into the viewing room next door that had a double-glazed window that overlooked the investigation room. One of these windows that would allow you to watch what was happening on the inside of the room, but that the people on the inside would just see a mirror in return. First thing you do, Condor mentioned as everyone looked through the window at the suspect inside, a young male, is to observe their behaviour when they think they're alone. Do they look uptight, relaxed, indifferent? This can help to determine if they're innocent or not. Soshi observed the male silently, noting that he had a very worried look on his face as he stared down at the table. He looks concerned, he commented. Looks guilty to me, Chi stated with a smirk. He's pretending he got brainwashed. Yeah, but if he got brainwashed, he wouldn't have remembered the events, Jinsei said to Chi. Yeah, That's why he's pretending, but we know he's pretending, so therefore he's guilty, Chi replied knowingly. I feel sorry for him, Jinsei said softly. I'd hate to be in his position right now. Condor glanced at Jinsei, observing her reaction to the detained staff member. Jinsei, Condor said calmly, come into the room with me. In there? Ginny gasped, her head whipping towards Condor. Inside? With you? Yes, Condor said with a smile. I'd like you to help with the investigation. But I don't know what to say or do. You'll be fine, Condor replied reassuringly. Come, let's go. Jinsei nodded and swallowed thickly, walking after Condor as he left the viewing room and walked to the investigation room next door. Condor opened the door and entered, watching the young guy in the chair at the table as he walked towards him with Jinsei behind him. The guy looked up and across as Condor entered, and his eyes widened with awe as the well-known hero made his way across the room to the opposite end. Condor made no greeting, and Jinsei stayed behind his wings, out of sight, until they had walked to the other side of the room. Then she popped out from behind the large winged hero. The staff member was surprised to see a girl behind the hero, and he looked rapidly from Condor to Jinsei to try and work out what was going on. So, you're in a bit of trouble? Condor asked calmly, but with an authoritative voice, and Jinsei nearly passed out at how hot he sounded. Oh my god, Condor, please arrest me. That was so hot. Yeah? The male staff member replied with a dejected sigh. You think I did it purposefully, don't you? He said to Condor. I don't think you did it, Jinsei cut in. The guy looked at her, and his facial expression changed to a more hopeful look. You don't? He asked as he gave her a grateful look. But I think you did, Condor stated, and Ginny looked at him with surprise. I got the feeling that Condor thought that there was something else going on as well. How come he's being mean all of a sudden? Oh, wait, is this good cop and bad cop routine? She thought as she looked back at the guy. The staff member's hopeful look faded, and Jinsei felt so bad for him. Can you prove that you didn't want to do it? Jinsei asked the suspect hopefully. Anything will do. When I was being made to take the jewels, I was whispering to myself to stop, but I didn't want to cause a scene. I didn't know what was going on, the guy replied sadly. Did you say it loud enough for it to be heard on the audio of the surveillance footage? Jinsei asked expectantly. The staff member shook his head sadly. No, unfortunately it didn't pick it up. Anyone could just say no, stop it, I don't want to do this, while taking something. Doesn't prove his innocence, Condor stated to Jinsei with his arms crossed. Please, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I love where I work and I'm proud of my job. The last thing I'd ever want to do is jeopardize that, the guy cried. Please, please help me. I need this job. I need a job. My baby sister. His eyes welled with tears and he choked up. Just the look on his face was enough to make Jinsei soft with sympathy, and she looked up at Condor with pleading eyes. Okay, let me review the footage again, Condor said with resignation. Jinsei, you stay here. I'll be back. Me? She gasped. Okay. She looked nervously at the staff member and fidgeted with her fingers. Condor pushed off from the wall and strolled to the door. We're back soon, he said as he headed out. The door clicked closed softly, and the guy immediately called Jinsei's attention. Hey, listen, he said softly with concerned eyes. You believe me, right? Jinsei nodded. Yeah, I do. Please put in a good word for me with Hero Condor. I'm telling you the truth when I said I didn't want to do it. I'm really worried because my baby sister's really sick, and I'm paying for her medical fees, and I'm really worried they're going to find out and think it's a motive for me to steal the jewels so I can pay for her treatment, he said, tears welling up in his eyes. I've no way to prove that I didn't mean to do it, but I'm hoping that you might be able to help. Jinsei's heart sank, a small seed of doubt springing to her mind. What if he is lying? What if he did do it and this is his motive? Would that be considered a compassionate motive, like what we learned in class? And would his sentence be lessened because of it? The worker could see the hesitation on Jinsei's face once he had revealed this information, and he grew more worried. Please, please, please believe me, he begged. I don't know what else that I can do. I'll do anything for help. Okay, Jinsei said calmly. Don't worry, I'm a hero in training. I'll do my best to find out what's happened, okay? The look of hope that bubbled up just under the surface of this staff member's face warmed Jinsei from the inside out, and she determined that she would do her best to follow through with her promise. Just then Condor returned and looked at the guy, who was sitting a little straighter in his chair. "I've watched the footage, and I can't say there's anything off about this video," Condor stated. "Do you know anyone who would want to see your demise, co-worker who would be willing to frame you?" "No," the guy replied. "No one I can think of." Jinsei thought hard, furrowing her brows as she pondered Condor's question. "Condor," she asked suddenly, "you said this is the same situation that happened twice before. At the other theft, the staff members involved, did they have a motive?" Condor looked at Jinsei, surprised by her question. "Yes, actually, both did have motives." "Can I talk to you in private for a second?" Jinsei asked quickly, glancing at the staff member in the room. He paled a little, wondering if Jinsei was truly on his side, or if she was about to rat him out and steal his doom. Condor nodded and followed Jinsei out into the hall. "Condor, I have a theory. What if the person behind this, the person somehow controlling them, is targeting people with motives, so that it looks like that they had a reason to steal?" Condor blinked at Jinsei, utterly speechless. "Why didn't I think of that?" he thought, looking down at the smart girl before him. "Does this staff member have a motive?" he asked. "I am disinclined to say," Jinsei said professionally, and Condor had to bite the inside of his cheek to stop himself from smiling with amusement. "Well, I appreciate you defending the accused," he mused, "but we need to gather all the evidence possible to work out this situation." "Oh," Jinsei said sadly, deflating a little. Regarding the other staff members from the previous theft, one was behind in his rent because he was paying off his mother's chemotherapy treatments, and the other had just bought a car and was desperately needing repairs done to it, Condor said. "Well, this staff member has a sick little sister and he's paying for her treatment," Jinsei said. "I just find it interesting that all of these staff members have had what most people would say perfect motives for wanting to steal is too concrete." "What makes you suspicious of that?" Condor asked curiously. "Well, if I were a villain, a smart villain, I would choose people to frame that had something happening in their lives that would help to incriminate them. For example, a solid motive, previous bad track records, stuff like that." She's perceptive, Condor thought, rubbing his chin with one hand. "Jinsei, you have a point. Let's look into this more." "Really?" she gasped with excitement. "You'll look into it and see if there's someone else behind it?" "Yes, of course. Do you believe he's innocent?" "Yes, I do." "Well, that's your gut instinct. Gut instincts are never wrong," Condor said, exactly like how I feel that something's not right with Kana. The winged hero's mind wandered to worrying about his friend for a moment, then snapped back to the present. "You go back to the other three in the viewing room. I have a talk to the staff member," he said, turning and heading back to the interview room. Jinsei nodded and went back to where the superintendent, Soshi and Chi were all standing, beaming as she stepped through the door. "That was really good how you got his motive," Chi said with a sneer as Jinsei walked over to him. "Now we have a solid reason for him doing it. We can lock him away." "I believe he's innocent," Soshi said to Jinsei. "If he were guilty, he wouldn't have wanted to admit to you about his baby sister being sick." "I agree," Jinsei said with a smile at Soshi. "No guilty person would just admit a motive like that." Chi scowled. "Just can't seem to win Jinsei over with anything. But I'll be the hero in this. I'll show her how awesome I am. Then she'll fall for me." "Okay." Condor's voice drew the attention of the students as they chatted amongst themselves, making them look towards him through the glass as he addressed the staff member in the interview room. "You need to come clean about everything." "But I have come clean," he cried. "Please, hook me up to a lie detector. Do background checks, truth serum, please. You need to believe me. I'm innocent. I've been set up, and I don't know why. I'm a scapegoat for someone else." He was getting really worked up by now, frustration bubbling in his voice as he tried to somehow make Condor believe him, vocal cords straining with emotion as one hot, angry tear of despair slid down his cheek. At seeing the guy's desperation, Condor conceded. "I spoke to my intern," the winged hero said in a more gentle tone. "I believe you're helping to pay for some medical bills." "But I'm doing it the right way. I'd never steal to try and get the money. I was raised better than that." Condor nodded. "For now, I'll let you go. You're free to head home tonight, but just know that if you try and run away, we'll find you." "I have no reason to run. My family needs me at home, so that's where I'm going to be, the guy replied, wiping the tear from his eye. Condor nodded and walked over to him, extending his hand to help the guy up from the chair. I'll get to the bottom of this, Condor said sternly. Don't you worry. Thank you so much, the guy said gratefully. I know you'll do your best. Condor nodded and then walked the guy out to the hall, to where the superintendent was already waiting for him. I'll leave him with you, Condor said, waving the attendant and the staff member off before walking into the viewing room where his students were waiting for him. So you're really going to help him? Jinsei asked hopefully as her hero crush entered the room, tucking his wings in a little more so that he could fit through the door. Yes, he replied. He's most probably innocent. Can you identify how to tell if he was lying? Well, he wouldn't have challenged you to do the lie detector or truth serum on him if he were lying, Jinsei said thoughtfully. No, sometimes villains do say stuff like that to try and call your bluff, Soshi interjected, looking at Jinsei before looking back at Condor. Was it because he kept to the same story? Condor nodded. People who are lying will keep changing the story, or try and throw it back onto you, accusing you of deliberately testing them for no reason, which also throws you off topic, he said, glancing along the line of students. Liars will tell the story from start to finish, and if you interject or ask about specific parts or the story out of order, it'll throw them off and they'll get agitated. Well, that makes sense, Jinsei said. Condor continued. The staff member started his story randomly in the middle. If he had started with, well, this morning I woke up and brushed my teeth and then got my bag ready, then I'd be more inclined to say that he's lying. Wow, so it's the little things like that, huh? Jinsei mused with an amazed look on her face. You're so smart, Condor. She scowled at hearing Ginny's praise of Condor. Well, this staff member never touched his face or made strong eye contact, nor looked away, which are all telltale signs of lying. Oh, wow, Jinsei said, whipping her head towards her blonde friend. That's really clever. How did you know that? That's correct, Bakugou. Well done, Condor said with a smile. Chi puffed his chest out and smirked at Jinsei. See, told ya, I'm going to be an amazing hero, he said confidently. Condor gave him an amused look and then addressed them all. Well, I think that's enough for today. It's starting to get late, so you all head home and I'll see you tomorrow. He turned quickly and made his way to the door. I gotta get back to the office quickly, so will you be okay to make your way back on your own? Yeah, we'll be fine, Jinsei said confidently. We're heroes in training. Condor nodded and then walked out and down the hall, itching to get back to the office. The minute he walked out of the police station, he spread his giant wings and shot off into the sky, heading back to the agency building. I hope Kana's there, he thought as he flew swiftly to the roof of the building. He alighted on the concrete, then ran for the door to the stairs and yanked it open, keen to see his friend again. Off he trotted, down the stairs, and as he rounded the corner he ran straight into his mum, who had ducked off to the shops nearby and was going to come back to chat to him. Mum, he said with surprise as he grabbed her to stop her from falling over. Sorry, I was in a hurry, I didn't see you. Oh God, you gave me a fright, Nugs. Is everything okay? Yeah, where's Kana? Is he here? Hiyoko asked quickly, looking past his mum and down the hall. I'm not sure, sweets, but before I forget, you and Kana are invited for dinner tonight at 7:30 p.m. at our place. Oh, what's the occasion? Hiyoko asked, finally looking at his mother. It's Grandma and Grandma Ray's anniversary, and we want to celebrate it. Well, it was Bri-Bri's idea because love stands the test of time and we need to celebrate it even when they have passed on and are singing the Hallelujah chorus with Beyonce, Mrs. Takami said with air quotation marks around Brian's comment. Yeah, that sounds like Uncle Bri, Hiyoko said with a laugh. Okay, Mum, I'll see you then. I gotta go. I gotta find Kana. Okay, sweetheart. See you tonight, she called, waving as he took off down the hall. Hiyoko got to his office door and threw it open, his face breaking into a giant smile, his wings vibrating a little when he saw Kana. He floated a feather over to his friend and plopped it down his shoulder before saying, Boo! Kana just held up a hand and waved, not even looking up, completely unfazed by Hiyoko's playful greeting. Aw, you were supposed to get a fright, the winged hero pouted playfully, walking over and punching Kana gently in the arm. I felt you coming, Kana signed, giving Hiyoko a cheeky side glance. Damn your quirk, Hiyoko teased. Hey, also, we've been invited to dinner tonight. You're coming, right? Yes, I am coming with you. I spoke with Anthony earlier. He invited me, Kana signed. Oh, okay, cool. Kind of missed you at the police station, but whatever, Hiyoko said with another playful punch to Kana's shoulder. Missed you too, Kana signed sloppily, being shy about his reply. Hiyoko beamed brightly when he saw the reply, and his wings vibrated minutely again. The day is done. The students will be back soon to get their bags and head home. I'm going to go home, have a quick shower, and then I'll meet you at Mum's, okay? Hiyoko said, lifting the feather from Kana and walking backwards to the door. Okay, Kana signed, watching Hiyoko go. The winged hero gave him a dashing smile and then turned and left, a little happier now that he had seen his friend again. Oh, what an incredible day! Ginny gushed as she strolled home between her two best friends. Condor is an amazing hero, Soshi said from beside her to her left. He's a pelican, remember? Got the same wingspan, Chi teased. Stop being mean, Chi. You've been in a crap mood all day and I don't like it, Ginny scowled. What's wrong with you? He's jealous because you obviously have a crush on Condor and not him. Soshi exposed his friend/rival. Shut up, stupid. What would you know? You don't even have a brain, Chi snapped back. Listen, Jinsei said, stopping and grabbing both boys by their shirts. Stop it, or I'll glue you both together. He started it, Chi grumbled. I don't care. I'll finish it, she threatened. Having had enough of their bickering, she stormed on ahead and then broke into a run to get away. The sprint home did Ginny good, and by the time she reached her front door, she was feeling a lot better. Mum, she called out as she entered the house. Hi, baby, her mum called. How was your first day at Condor's agency? Oh my gosh, Mum, it was so amazing. Like, seriously, so much fun, she squealed as she bounded down the hallway towards her mother's voice. What did you do today? Her mum asked, her voice floating from the bedroom. I'm working on a case with him, and he actually asked me to come into the interview room with him, she gushed, still elated at having the opportunity to work so closely with her hero crush. That's wonderful, sweetheart. Were the boys behaved? No, Ginny deadpanned. They never are. They're jealous over everything. I don't know why I'm friends with them sometimes, she grumbled. I'm home, the voice of Ginny's father rung out through the house. Dad! Ginny gasped, turning and fleeing back down the corridor to her father at the front door. Dad! Dad! Hey, Ginny, Red Riot greeted his girl, opening his arms and catching her in them as she hurled herself at him. How was the internship? It was so good, she squealed, dropping down from his arms. I got to work with Condor, and we interrogated this guy, but he's innocent. I know it. Oh, I'm not supposed to say this stuff, right? Sorry, Dad. Top secret. She made a zipping motion across her lips and then tossed an imaginary key away. Red Riot chuckled. You're going to be an amazing hero one day, he said, ruffling her hair. Not the hair, Dad, she grumbled, ducking out of his reach and scowling at him. Whoops. Sorry, baby. Just then, Ginny's phone rang in her pocket and she pulled it out. Oh, it's Kiki. Sorry, Dad. I gotta take this, she said, quickly answering her phone and walking into the adjacent lounge room. Hey, she greeted Kiru on the other end, flopping down on the lounge there. Hey, can I come over and chill? Kiru asked. Dad's home. I don't want to be here, she added sadly. Oh, Kiki. Yeah, come over. We can chat. Oh my god, your intern day, Kiru suddenly shouted. Yes, I'm coming over right now. I want to hear all about how hot Condor is. Bye! The phone beeped to signal the call had finished, and Ginny chuckled to herself as she pulled the phone from her ear and put it in her pocket. Hey, Mum! Kiru's coming over. Can she stay for dinner? Ginny hollered as she pulled herself off the lounge and skipped off down the hallway again. Hey, Dad, Soshi asked as he entered the study room at the Todoroki household. Can Ginny come over later? We're working on a case. A case for your internship, Shoto asked in his even tone, turning in his chair to look at his son. Yeah, Soshi replied with a head nod. You can research by yourself. You don't need Jinsei here. Yeah, I know, but she's really smart, and we both think the guy that we interrogated today is innocent, Soshi explained. Have you contacted her yet? Soshi asked. No, not yet, but I wanted to ask you first, Soshi said with a small smile. Shoto nodded. She can come, for 1 hour, later tonight. Soshi's face fell a little, but any time with Ginny was better than no time with Ginny, so he didn't want to try and argue with his dad, just in case he then changed his mind and said no. Okay, thanks, Dad, he said softly before leaving. What's a guy got to do to spend some time with the girl he likes? He thought as he headed off down the hallway to his room. Chi entered his house without saying a word and marched off to his room, still a little pissed over how the day had gone. Screw them all. I'll show them that I know what I'm talking about. I'll be the first to find the next place to be targeted. It's got to be a pattern. Chisuki Bakugou! Come here now! Chi's mum hollered from the kitchen. He winced when he heard her use his full name. Crap. What's happened now? He thought as he turned and started walking slowly back towards her. Yeah? He asked in a small voice as he stepped into the kitchen. If you're going to make yourself protein shakes with raw eggs in it and try and bulk up to impress the girls, then at least clean up after yourself, she said angrily, pointing to the absolute mess on the counter that he had left there that morning. He grunted, walking over and picking up broken eggshells and dropping them into the bin, then wiping up the spilled protein powder. I'm not doing it to impress the girls. I just want big muscles like Dad, because he's one of the top heroes and he's super strong, he thought, scowling to himself. I wonder if Jenny likes big muscles though. I should ask her what her type is. Bet she'll say frickin' condor. He angrily swiped the protein powder and it flew everywhere, dusting over the clean plates that his mum was just about to pack away. Chisuki! She snapped. Oh, fuck. Sorry, he mumbled. Language! What frickin' language? Chi's dad asked as he strolled into the kitchen in a tank top. Both of you, get out! Mrs. Bakugou growled. Go and sort your problems out in another room instead of creating more mess here. Trying to clean up, Chi grumbled. Well, you're not doing a very good job, are you? I'll fix it. Get out, please, she said in a very displeased tone. Chi frowned and put the cloth down, and then turned and shoved his hands in his pockets, just like what his dad used to do when he was moody over something. Oi, Bakugou snapped at his son as the smaller male went to pass him. Yeah, the intern won't stay. What did Bird have you doing? Stuff, Chi grunted. Come with me, Bakugou said lowly, jerking his head towards the door that led outside. Chi didn't ask where they were going, just followed his dad as he left the room and headed out the side door to the backyard. What happened? Bakugou asked. Nothing. Why? Chi grunted again, not wanting to open up about the things that had happened that day. Jinsei ignoring you? Bakugou probed, strolling over to the workout shed and pushing the door open for Chi to enter. No, Chi snapped. It's not about her. But it is hockey, Bakugou retorted. Don't even try to frickin' hide it. Why does she always have to side with Soshi? Chi exploded, lunging at the punching bag that was hanging from the roof. Stupid Condor! His big wings! So what? No one cares, he's not hot. Why doesn't she even give me a friggin' chance? What's your frickin' language, Hawk? Bakugou said sternly. But you swear? I'm your father, I can do what I like. That's not fair, nothing's fair! Chi yelled, slamming his elbow into the bag again. Pretend that bag's Condor. Blast the everlasting crap out of him, Bakugou said, pointing to the bag. With your quirk, it's not a good idea to let emotions build up. Maybe I should let them build up and go around with Condor, singe his wings off. Chi threatened, throwing his body at the bag, this time, and then raining punches on it. Bakugou smirked as he stood back and crossed his arms, watching his son go hard on the poor bag. This is good for him. He needs the outlet. He also needs to be more forward with his words, let people know what he's thinking. He's just like how I used to be. Dad? Chi said, puffing hard as he wiped a line of sweat from his forehead. Will I get strong like you one day? Why am I so weak? His face fell, a very rare vulnerable Chi standing there looking broken. Bakugou's heart clenched. He had been in this exact same situation before, and he knew what it felt like. Boy, he said lowly, trying not to let his emotions show. You're not weak. This is you realizing you can improve. It's a good thing. Now that you recognize it, you can grow. Chi hung his head, brows knitted in despair. Yeah, but where do I even start? You're gonna hate me for saying this, but if you want to beat someone, you've got to learn from them. Go and ask Condor for a training session. You can't be serious, Chi deadpanned, his intense red eyes snapping up and locking with his father's identical ones. Bakugou nodded. Why? You scared of Condor? He teased, a coy smirk pulling at his lips. No. Go and ask him, Bakugou said again. Chi let out a troubled sigh. Yeah, okay, fine. What about Jinsei? Bakugou asked. I don't know, maybe I'll just ask her to hang out more? Chi shrugged. I'm staying out of this, Bakugou grunted. You do what you want to do with that one. Not being held responsible for any stupid stuff that happens. Chi turned and punched the bag once more for good measure, before turning around again. Thanks, Dad, he said softly. Yeah, go inside and apologise to your mum, Bakugo said, walking over and ruffling his boy's sweaty hair. Okay, Chi said softly, before walking to the shed door and leaving. He's a bastard, but he's a good kid, Bakugo thought, smirking to himself before turning around and throwing a punch at the bag, sending it swinging back sharply. Jenny! Kiru sung as she skipped into the cute brunette's room. I'm home! You're here! Ginny squealed, opening her arms for Kiru to dive into. The two girls rolling over in each other's arms on the bed. Why are you running away from your dad so much? Ginny asked bluntly, straight up to the point. Because he doesn't care about me, so I don't want to be around him, Kiru pouted. I want to be with people who will sit and talk to me and actually care about what I have to say. Kiki, Ginny cooed. You know he loves you. I've seen how he wants to be friends with you again, but you keep pushing him away. He doesn't want to be friends. If he truly cared, he wouldn't be away so much, Kiru said sadly. Anyway, I don't want to talk about this. I want to know how hot Condor is. Oh my god, I can't believe you actually get to be with him every day. I'm so jealous. Are you being serious or sarcastic? Because it was kind of on the line there, Ginny asked suspiciously. Kiru laughed as she lay half across Ginny. No, seriously, tell me. I want to know. Okay, well, you won't believe it, but Condor picked me to go with him into the interview room and interrogate this guy. See? Kiru squealed. I totally knew you were badass. That's why he picked you. He's so hot, Jinsei moaned. Everything about him's just... She kissed her fingertips and then flung them from her lips. Too bad he's like, I don't know, old. He's not old. He's in the prime of his life, and I wish I were older, Jinsei said earnestly. So what's this interrogation thing? Kiru asked curiously. Ooh, it's top secret. I can't tell. Just then Ginny's phone rang and she looked at it. Oh, Soshi's calling me. Don't answer. Why? Because I don't like him. You're so mean. Soshi is sweet, Jinsei berated, reaching for her phone and putting it on loudspeaker. Hey, so, what's up? You want to come over later to work on the case? Soshi asked hopefully from the other end of the line. She can't. She's with me, Kiru cut in. Oh, hi Kiru, Soshi said in a stiff, unimpressed voice. I'm sorry, so I was going to spend time with Kiki tonight. What about tomorrow night? Ginny asked apologetically to Soshi, scowling when Kiru pumped her fist with victory. Oh, yeah, that should be okay. I'll check with Dad and I'll text you, he replied down the phone, biting back the disappointment in his voice. Okay, cool, Jenny said. I'm gonna go now, but text me, yeah? Okay, bye, Soshi replied softly, hanging up before Ginny could say anything else. He's really sweet, Ginny said. He's such a soft boy. I don't know how you deal with those two. They're polar opposites, Kiru said sassily. You need someone level-headed and strong. Like Condor? Ginny replied with a dreamy sigh. I was thinking me, but okay, Kiru thought, gazing longingly at her friend for a second. Back at home, Deku had just arrived and had had his shower. I might see if Kiru wants to go to the store and get some food with me. Maybe we could cook in the kitchen like we used to when she was little, he thought, scrubbing the water from his hair with the towel as he walked down the hall to her room. Pausing at her door, he listened to hear if she was there, but all was silent on the other side, so he knocked gently. Kiru? He asked. Are you there? There was no reply. Gingerly he tried the doorknob, and it turned, so he cracked the door open and looked in. The room was dark, and his heart sank as he walked in and flicked the lights on. No Kiru. Dejectedly he turned and switched the lights off, and then closed the door again and walked down to the kitchen to where his wife was doing something. Hey honey, he greeted softly, wrapping his strong arms around her from behind and kissing her just behind the ear. What are you making? Oh, Kiru has a festival thing coming up and they have to make a hat for some kind of event, she said, gluing some bright flowers onto the side of a red hat. Kiru asked me if I could do it because she said she didn't know how to make it. Festival? Deku asked. I didn't know anything about a festival. Are parents allowed to come? Yeah, I'm going, Mrs. Midoriya replied. Kiru mentioned it before, but you said you might be away then. Oh, the gentle hero said sadly. I I get the feeling that Kiru is avoiding me. I went to her room just now and she's not there, but I could have sworn I heard her when I came home. She left to go to Ginny's, Mrs. Midoriya replied, still detailing the hat. I don't know why, but I feel like Kiru hates me now, Deku whispered, his hand slipping from his wife's waist as he hung his head and pressed it to the back of her neck. I really want to mend the relationship, but I don't know how. I think, Mrs. Midoriya started, turning to face her husband and cupping his cheeks in her hand so she could lift his head and look at him, that you need to be around for Kiru a little bit more. I know, Deku said with a sigh, but will she give me a chance to show her? You know what they say, actions speak louder than words, she said sweetly, stroking her despondent husband's freckled cheek. He nodded gently and leaned in to give her a little peck on the lips. Thank you. You're right. I'll be a better dad, a more present dad, he said, feeling more confident as his words spilled out. I know you can do it. You always go plus ultra on everything, she said encouragingly with a warm smile. He nodded and beamed. Go beyond, he said with a smile, his eyes shifting from his wife across to the hat sitting on the bench. It was now 5 hours later, and Kiru had just left Ginny's house and was heading home, feeling much better about spending some quality time with her friend. I wonder if Mum finished the hat, she thought as she reached her front door and unlocked it with her key. Oh, everyone's asleep. Gingerly she crept in and shut the door behind her. I'll check the kitchen, see if the hat's there. Tiptoeing down the hall, she entered the kitchen and looked around in the dark. Unable to see anything on the benches there, she thought maybe her mum had put it in her room. She spun to leave and smacked straight into a very large figure in the doorway, gasping with surprise as she stumbled backwards. Kiru, I'm sorry, her dad said hurriedly. I thought you heard me coming up behind you. No, she snapped, clutching her chest where her heart was beating frantically. Oh, he said softly. I'm sorry again. It's fine, whatever, she mumbled, stepping to the side to go past him. Oh, here, he said softly, holding out the hat to Kiru. I helped. Thanks, she muttered, grabbing the hat from his outstretched hand and pushing past him to go to her room. Deku went to say something else, but instead just closed his mouth and just watched her shadowy figure disappear down the blackened hall. I was hoping to make her happy by telling her that I helped with her hat, but I guess I need to do more than that, he thought as he turned slowly and followed behind her, heading to his shared room with his wife. Kiru sped down the hallway and quickly got into her room, and then placed the hat on her desk and fell face first into bed. Her poor heart was aching. She had felt her dad's sadness when she pushed past him, and felt guilty that she hadn't acknowledged how he had helped with the hat, but the anger in her screamed something different. He can't just stick a frickin' flower on a hat and expect me to fall at his feet and accept him back like that. That's a poor effort. He's going to have to work harder than that to make up for abandoning me, she thought as she rolled over and scowled up at the ceiling. If he really wants to mend things between us, he's going to have to go plus ultra like he does for everyone else except me. Tears welled in her eyes, and she rolled her head to the side to look at the hat in the dark. It looked awesome, and her heart twinged in her chest. Thanks, Dad, she whispered in a soft, broken voice, a single tear sliding down her cheek and smearing the small eyeliner-drawn cross under her eye. Hiyoko was the first to arrive at his parents' place that evening. He swooped down onto the doorstep and tucked his wings in, dropping that last little bit to the ground and doing a few jogging steps to come to a stop at the door. Mum, he called out as he turned the handle and entered. Hi, baby, Mrs. Takami called out. Come on in. Hiyoko's wings vibrated with delight, and he closed the door behind himself and trotted into the house with a big grin on his face. Following his nose, he made his way to the kitchen and inhaled noisily as he walked through the door. Something smells good, he remarked with a smile, walking over and engulfing his mother in a hug. It's the chicken, his mum chuckled. Your father insisted we have chicken. It's not a meal without chicken, Hawk said as he walked in from the other door. Hey, Nugs. Hey, Dad, Hiyoko greeted, letting go of his mum so he could hug his dad. Where's Kana? Hawks asked. He's coming, I think. I thought he might have beat me here, but I guess these wings have speed. Wings will always win, Hawks replied with a smirk. Did you see Bri and Anthony on your way over? No. They're probably out still buying cake, Hawks mused. Bri was going on about how the cake had to be blessed first before it came here. Will Uncle Bri ever calm down? Hiyoko asked with a laugh. He still has so much energy. If I could bottle his energy, I'd make millions selling it, Hawk said with an amused glint in his eye. It's good to see you again, bud. You're looking well. Thanks, Dad, Hiyoko said with a smile. I've been hitting the gym a bit more. Yeah, your arms look very defined, Hawks mused. Back muscles are pumping as well, Hiyoko added. Having a dig, are we? Hawks mused with a chuckle. You know my back muscles are lacking. Oh, no, I wasn't having a go. I was just making... Hi! A flamboyant voice called from the front door, and everyone in the kitchen had their immediate attention drawn there. Hey, Bri, Hawks called out. Come on in. Did you get the cake? Did I get the cake? Brian asked with an offended sassiness as he walked in and held up the beautifully decorated box. Honey, this cake is hallowed. Did I get the cake? He asked. What's this man doing asking such questions? Anthony, tell him, baby. He pointed to his man with lips pursed, doing a small click of his fingers before pouting sassily and waiting for Anthony's reply. He got the cake, Anthony said in a deep voice, standing beside Brian. Lord, doesn't anyone appreciate in this house? This is not just a cake, he said, doing sassy finger quotation marks around the word cake. This is the embodiment of love and light. This is a masterpiece made by Sherry Oshane. Beyonce bless. He flicked his hands around and rolled his eyes to the ceiling. Her pieces of art influence. Timeless, absolutely timeless. And this man says cake. Lord. Anthony just gave everyone in the kitchen a very apologetic look as Brian touched his fingers to his forehead in dramatic defeat. Before anyone could apologise to Brian for using such basic terms for the masterpiece, Hiyoko sensed Kana arriving and his eyes lit up. Kana's here, he said with a smile, wings vibrating a little as he deployed a feather and floated it off around the corner, trying to locate his friend as he followed after it. Brian smirked as Hiyoko left and then nudged Anthony. There's gonna be some love tonight. I can feel it in my bones, he whispered with sassy excitement. I hope Kana confesses, Anthony whispered back. Confess? Hawks asked with surprise, overhearing the quiet conversation with his sensitive hearing. Kana has his eyes on Hiyoko? Oh, baby, yes he do. And he's going to tell him his feelings tonight, Ryan squealed softly. Oh, Mrs. Takami purred. How sweet. Oh, I hope everything works out. Oh, don't you worry, honey bunny. I've got my glitter ready, Brian replied. Oh, Lord, no, Anthony groaned. Hey, Hiyoko greeted Kana as the sensing hero walked into the house. Hi, Kana signed with a smile. Hiyoko didn't want to make it too obvious, but his eyes naturally detailed what Kana was wearing, the black ripped jeans doing wonders for the shapes of Kana's thighs. Come in, Hiyoko said, pulling his gaze back to Kana's face. Everyone's in the kitchen. Kana nodded and followed his friend, his eyes being drawn to Hiyoko's muscular back, which was on display, with the tight white shirt he was wearing. He looks good, Kana thirsted internally. Hi, Kana! Everyone in the kitchen signed as Kana and Hiyoko entered. Hi, Kana signed back, smiling at everyone. He looked around the room and then spotted the cake on the bench. Is that a Sherry Oshane piece? He signed. Hiyoko laughed out loud, then translated for everyone. Kana just asked if that's a Sherry Oshane. Hiyoko didn't get to finish his sentence as Brian screamed with delight, cutting him short. Brilliant! Brilliant! Brian signed ecstatically. God, tell him I love him, Hiyoko. Brian says he loves you. I'm assuming it's because you know about the cake maker, Hiyoko said to Kana. I buy her art all the time, Kana signed back. He called them art, Hiyoko said with a chuckle back to Brian. He says he buys them all the time. This is my son, Brian said as he sashayed for Kana's side and slung his arm around his shoulders. You are now adopted. Chuckles rose around the happy little gathering as Hiyoko told Kana through the feather what Brian had said. As more light chatter happened, Mrs. Takami and Hawks got dinner ready, laying the food out for the others to see, and while everyone was eyeing off the delicious spread as it was placed out and then carried into the dining lounge, Kana and Hiyoko were taking peeks at each other. Come and sit, Mrs. Takami invited, smiling as everyone sat down around the table. Please eat, there's plenty of food. "We must pray!" Brian said loudly, holding his hands up to stop everyone from digging into the food. "Hold hands, please. We need to make a positivity chain around this table." Obediently, everyone held hands, Hiyoko reaching for Kana's before the sensing hero had a chance to prepare himself for Yoko's soft hand in his. "Hallowed Beyonce," Brian began, fluttering his eyelashes as he closed his eyes in reverence. "We are gathered today in memory of 2 queens who slayed when they were here with us on Earth." Neither Hiyoko nor Kana heard the rest of Brian's very detailed prayer as they focused on not holding each other's hands too firmly. "Don't squeeze his hand," Kana berated internally in sign. "I hope my hand is not sweaty." "I actually really enjoy holding his hand in mine," Hiyoko thought, making sure to lift the feather from Kana's shoulder so that the sensing hero couldn't hear his inner thoughts. Once Brian had finished, the pair let go of each other's hands and everyone started eating, Hiyoko's attention still focused on the hand that Kana had been holding. "On any missions at the moment?" Hawks asked his son. Yeah, actually," he said, resetting the feather onto Kana's shoulder so that he could relay the conversation to his friend. "What's it about?" Hawks asked. "Well, we're just investigating cases at the moment," Hiyoko said, "but it appears that a jewellery shop is being targeted." 3, Kana signed, holding up 3 fingers. "Yeah," Hoko said with a chuckle. 3 cases. "Can you share details?" Hawks asked, his detective instinct being activated now. "You retired honey," Mrs. Takami chided. "Don't get interested, otherwise you'll be wanting to be involved and I'll have to chase you all over town and drag you back from doing secret hero work." "Honey, where's my super suit?" Anthony chimed in, quoting the only line from The Incredibles that matters. "Exactly," Mrs. Takami chuckled. "Edna Mode is a damn icon," Brian added after finishing his mouthful. "Bless her work," he added, flicking his hand back, raising palm to the ceiling. "Come on, just a little bit of detail?" Hawks begged Hiyoko. "It wouldn't interest you, Dad," Hiyoko replied with a smirk. "It'll be a sneak job." "I'd love to see you and Kana in action together," Hawks said brightly. "So would I," Brian leered, wiggling his eyebrows at Hiyoko, who initially looked confused, but then suddenly caught the lurid undertone and blushed furiously. "Stop it," Anthony hissed, jabbing Brian in the side. "What?" Brian whined. "Boo-boo, you've ruptured my epiglottis." He tenderly rubbed his side, nursing his arm like it was well and truly broken. "I hardly touched you," Anthony replied defensively, reaching across to rub Brian's side. "And your epiglottis is in your throat, baby." "What is Anthony saying?" Kana suddenly signed to Hiyoko, who had lifted the feather from Kana's shoulder and was hovering it there with a very flustered look on his face. Hiyoko looked at his friend, still trying to understand why Brian had suddenly said something like that, and his shy look made Kana's heart race. "What?" Kana signed. Hiyoko quickly dropped the feather back to Kana's shoulder and lied. Brian said something about a neighbour and Anthony told him to stop being mean and now they're..." He glanced at the pair. "Kissing?" Kana looked up and saw Brian peck Anthony on the lips as the taller male blushed and then quickly looked away. "Oh, there's so much love here tonight. I'm thriving," Brian sung, flicking his hands around before getting back to eating. Kana and Hiyoko were now awkwardly blushing, and Mrs. Takami and Hawks had already continued their conversation about Hawks doing secret hero work, with Mrs. Takami telling him that she knew about Need More Milk, which was supposed to be a secret organisation of older heroes who occasionally did late-night vigilante-type work under the cover of darkness, using that code when they called each other to a mission. Anyway, Hiyoko commented to Kana, "While I think about it, we should maybe go over the case tonight, without the students. Would tonight be too late?" "That is fine," Kana signed with a smile. "Okay, cool," Hiyoko replied with a smile, gazing into Kana's eyes for just a little too long before clearing his throat and looking away. "Oh, what's wrong with me?" he screamed internally, lifting the feather again so that Kana couldn't hear him. "Are you okay?" Kana signed to Hiyoko, tapping his shoulder to get his attention. Hiyoko quickly dropped the feather back down again. "Yeah, I'm fine. Why?" "You keep lifting the feather, then putting it down, then lifting it up. Is there something you don't want me to hear?" Kana asked, half teasing, half asking curiously. "Sorry, no, I'm fine. I don't know why I keep doing that," Hiyoko lied with a nervous chuckle. Kana gave him a suspicious look, but didn't question any more and went back to eating. The rest of the dinner was a little awkward as Hiyoko tried not to pay too much attention to how he was feeling towards Kana, suddenly realizing that he was really into his friend. And then the end of dinner came, the cake was cut and eaten, and things started to wrap up for the night. Well, Hiyoko said as he stood up to leave, Kana and I need to work on this mission. Thank you so much for coming, Mrs. Takami said as she stood and walked around the table to hug her son, then Kana. Nuggy-boo, come here, Brian said as he sashayed over to hug his nephew, giving him a kiss on each cheek. Thanks, Bri, Hiyoko chuckled, wiping his cheeks of the wet kiss. Anthony stretched his hand out to shake Kana's, and the pair shared a knowing glance before Brian stepped over to kiss Kana on the cheek. Take care of my baby, he said to Kana, signing the word baby. Kana looked at Hiyoko with confusion, and the winged hero chuckled with embarrassment. He said to look after me, he said sheepishly. He signed baby? Kana signed with a confused look on his face. Yeah, Hiyoko replied with a laugh, patting Kana's shoulder, then jerking his head towards the door. Come on, let's go. The pair made their retreat and headed for the door, exiting quickly while calling their goodbyes. Man, that was crazy, Hiyoko commented with a laugh to Kana, who seemed to be a little nervous as the pair walked down the path together. Wait, Kana signed, grabbing a hold of Hiyoko's shoulder to stop the hero. What is it? Hiyoko asked, stopping and looking at the sensing hero. I need to tell you something, he signed nervously. Hiyoko waited, perturbed by Kana's sudden odd behaviour as of late. Slowly Kana held his hand up, thumb, index finger and pinky finger up, with middle and ring finger to his palm. The sign for I love you. I love you too, man, Hiyoko chuckled. I don't know why you're being so nervous. No, Kana signed. I love you. I love you, Hiyoko, not as a friend. It took a second for Hiyoko to catch on, then his heartbeat went crazy, face flushing as he stared at Kana. Please say something, Kana signed nervously. Kana, I have to go, Hiyoko said quickly, throwing his wings out wide and shooting up into the sky. Kana's eyes brimmed with tears as he watched Hiyoko disappear at the speed of light, wondering if he had completely ruined their friendship. He loves me? He loves me? Hiyoko screamed to himself as he shot back through the skies to the agency building. How long has he felt this way? What do I say back? All the memories of Kana came flooding back to him as he flew. The first day that they'd met in kindergarten, to the fun that they'd had in high school, right through to their graduation and decision to open an agency together. There wasn't a moment in their lives that they hadn't shared together. I can't imagine my life without Kana in it, Hiyoko thought as he alighted on the roof of the agency. When I think about it, we've been close for ages. Really close. His mind cast over all the times he'd thought Kana was hot, not quite understanding that his feelings were romantic. Do I love Kana back? Why have I never thought of this before? I mean, I just want to be with him all the time, and I feel lost without him by my side. Hiyoko's mind was in turmoil, ruminating over all these submerged feelings that were now bubbling to the surface as he suddenly was forced to recognise them and label them. His steps faltered and he stopped. Kana! He suddenly remembered that he had left Kana hanging with no reply to his confession, standing alone outside his childhood home. Oh, crap! Spinning on the balls of his feet, he took off running towards the edge of the building and threw himself off, flicking his wings open and banking hard to the right, back the way he'd come. Oh, crap, I hope he's still there. He's either there or heading home, he thought, wind whipping through his hair as he sped through the skies. As he got closer to his parents' house, his eyes focused into the distance, trying to locate his friend. Kana wasn't outside the house anymore. Oh, crap, his car's gone too, Hiyoko grunted with frustration, tilting his wings hard to hold himself midair. His keen eyes flicked across the scenery below, trying to see if he could spot Kana's car. In the distance, he caught sight of the tail lights as Kana turned left out onto a main road, heading for his apartment. Hiyoko tucked his wings back and plummeted to the ground, deploying them at the last minute to stop his fall and chase Kana. Wanting to shout his friend's name to get him to stop, Hiyoko opened his mouth, but then immediately swallowed his words when he remembered that all the shouting in the world would get him nowhere. Approaching the car rapidly from behind, the winged hero tipped his feathers ever so slightly and just grazed the roof of the car, landing swiftly on top before grabbing onto the roof racks. Kana, at feeling something move his car, swerved a little on the road, looking around to see if he could see what was going on. "Kana!" Hiyoko finally shouted, all of his pent-up emotions causing him to let his voice out, despite knowing that his friend wouldn't be able to hear him. The sensing hero looked up at the roof of his car. He had felt the vibrations of a voice above him, and so activated his quirk, gathering information of the topography immediately around him. At seeing, in his mind's eye, the topography of a winged being on the roof of his car, he slowed and pulled over, certain it was Hiyoko. "What are you doing?" Kana signed emphatically, once he'd gotten out of his car and looked back up onto the roof at Hiyoko. Choosing not to put a feather on Kana's shoulder, Hiyoko held his hand up, panting harshly as he showed the same sign, "I love you," signed back to his friend. Kana burst into tears of relief, covering his face with embarrassment as he sobbed into his hands. "Hey, don't cry," Hiyoko cajoled, jumping down onto the ground beside Kana and placing a hand on his shoulder. "Why are you crying?" "Happy," Kana signed, pulling his hands down from his face so he could gently bump his palms together, a quivering smile on his face. The pair embraced, hugging each other tightly before pulling back. "Condor!" someone called from nearby. "Smile!" Hiyoko quickly looked over and saw bystanders there with their phones out, recording the interaction between the partnered heroes. "Oh crap!" Hiyoko screamed into the feather on Kana's shoulder, making Kana jump and look in the direction that Hiyoko was looking. "I didn't really want an audience. Go, Kana, I'll deal with these people. I'll meet you at your place." "Did you want to meet at agency?" Kana signed quickly. "Actually, yeah, good thinking," Hiyoko replied through the feather before stepping in front of the sensing hero. "You go, I'll hold them off for a bit." Hiyoko didn't look back to see if Kana had replied him, but instead pasted a brilliant smile on his pretty face as he approached the filming group of onlookers. "It's late," he said in a happy tone as he walked over. "Time for you all to be heading home." "What was that all about, Condor?" one asked. "Did you and Kana have a fight and then make up just then?" "No," Hiyoko said with a smile. "We're just mucking around. Sorry to have alarmed any of you. If I could respectfully ask for that footage to be deleted, that would be wonderful," he added, trying not to act too desperate. "Why do you want it deleted, though?" another asked suspiciously. "Paparazzi make a lot of money off random footage like this, and sometimes it can get misconstrued," he stated calmly, putting on airs of matter-of-factness. "I wouldn't want anyone getting the wrong ideas about it, like you thought we had a fight. Anyone could come up with anything from that video." "That's true," someone else agreed. "I'll delete mine now," they added with a smile. "Much appreciated," Condor said with another pleasant grin. "Please excuse me, I've work to do." He stepped back and opened his wings, shooting up into the sky and away back to the agency. "Man, I really hope that footage doesn't make it to the news. Kana and I have only just admitted our love for each other. I'm not ready for the paparazzi to be hounding us for relationship details. I haven't even told Mum and Dad yet. Oh god, Brian and Anthony are going to be so happy. Wait, did they already know about Kana and that he was going to tell me that he liked me?" His mind was once again flipping over itself, but his heart was full, content with the decision that he had made. Finally back inside the agency building, Kana and Hiyoko had a chance to talk. "I'm so sorry, Kana," Hiyoko said as he entered his office, the soft light from his desk lamp the only sign that people were there. "Why are you apologising?" Kana signed. "Just everything about tonight. I hadn't even thought about my feelings for you, so it took me by surprise when you told me you liked me, and then the people filmed us. I am just happy that you and I are together now," Kana signed with a bashful smile. "My heart is happy." "Mine too. I feel like a weight has been lifted," Hiyoko replied with an internal chuckle. "I asked the people filming that if they would delete the footage, but I don't know if all of them did. I'm just warning you that if it makes the news..." "I understand," Kana signed with an apologetic look on his face. "We will work it out together." "We always do," Hiyoko replied with a smile, the pair standing there smiling at each other for a bit before Hiyoko cleared his throat and scratched the back of his head shyly. So anyway, about the mission?" "I forgot about the mission," Kana signed with a cheeky tongue poking out. "Cheeky," Hiyoko teased, walking to his desk to pull some papers out. "I've been wondering if maybe these instances have a connection." "How?" Kana signed questioningly. "Well, I haven't looked into it yet, obviously, but the 3 stores that have been targeted so far, is there some kind of thing that links them? Are they all owned by the same person? Is this a personal vendetta? Are they all in a similar area? I don't know. Just questions I have swirling around in my mind. Give me the names of the stores, Kana signed, walking around to sit in Hiyoko's seat and pulling the laptop closer. Are you allowed to be sitting in my chair? Hiyoko teased Kana. You want to sit in my lap? Kana signed back with a flirtatious wink. Hiyoko blushed furiously at the sudden flirting and let out a flustered cough while Kana smirked proudly. Who taught you these lines? Hiyoko asked, avoiding eye contact as he hung his head. Brian, Kana signed as Hiyoko lifted his head to look at him. Should have known, Hiyoko replied with amusement. Anyway, Mr. Flirt, here are the names of the stores. He quickly flicked through the papers in hand and found the names, reading each in his mind so that Kana could look them up online. Okay, first is Destiny Diamonds. Second is Lin Su Store. Then the most recent was at Timeless and Flawless. Kana typed all the names in separate tabs on the computer and then scanned each one briefly, smacking his fist down onto his palm with delight. I know, he signed. Is there a connection? Hiyoko asked as he rounded the desk to look over Kana's shoulder at the screen. All owned by same person, Kana signed. How convenient for us, Hiyoko mused, his head close to Kana's. While Hiyoko was momentarily distracted by their proximity, Kana clicked on the name of the person who owned the stores. Interesting, Kana signed. Look, Hiyoko. What is it? Hiyoko asked, refocusing on the screen. He, Kana signed, pointing to the man on screen, has one more store. Really? Where? What's the name? Hiyoko asked. Rare find, Kana signed. Guess it's obvious where the next robbery is going to take place then. But when, that's the question. Tomorrow we will talk to the owner, Kana signed, looking at the screen. His name, Hima Dofu. Sounds good to me, we can work on it tomorrow. It's late now, we should head home, Hiyoko said, pulling his head back and standing straight as Kana stood up beside him and looked at him. The pair smiled at each other, and Kana went to walk past Hiyoko and around the desk to leave, but Hiyoko put his hand out and stopped his partner from passing, his hand landing on Kana's prominent hip bone. Kana looked down at Hyoko's hand, and then up into the handsome winged hero's face, wondering why he'd been stopped. Would it be too presumptuous to ask for a kiss? Hiyoko asked bashfully, looking away as he scratched his cheeks shyly. Kana smirked, and then turned quickly, placing both hands on Hyoko's chest and pushing him firmly back until his back and wings hit the wall at the back of the room. What's this? Hiyoko asked as he allowed himself to be cabined against the wall. Cute, Kana signed with one hand, placing his index finger and middle finger to his chin, with thumb out, then pulling his hand down and pulling his fingers to his palm. Hiyoko blushed. There was a moment's pause before Kana slowly leaned forwards and pressed his lips to Hyoko's, the pair enjoying the feeling of their lips touching briefly before Kana pulled back. Well, that was nice, Hiyoko said with a small embarrassed chuckle. I don't really know what to say. In response to his comment, Kana leaned back in again, and the pair kissed again, a little more confidently this time. As they parted, then kissed once more, Hiyoko placed his hands on Kana's hips, pulling the shorter male closer, then wrapping his wings forwards and around them both, caging their bodies while they enjoyed the intimacy. Unintentionally, Hiyoko hummed softly with approval through his feather, and Kana took his hand from Hyoko's chest and then wrapped both arms up around the winged hero's neck, parting his lips a little more so they could kiss a little deeper. We should, probably not, Hyoko's words were lost in the kiss, trying not to let himself get too involved, just in case things escalated, but Kana's kiss was intoxicating. Bolder they got, Kana's tongue touching Hyoko's at one point, and a surge of excitement shot through the winged hero's veins, making him pull back with a blush. Sorry, Kana. I don't want to get too excited. Hiyoko apologized as he looked away a bit. It's fine, Kana replied in sign once he let go of Hyoko's neck. The winged one smiled and unwrapped his wings from behind Kana as the sensing hero stepped back. I will go home now. I'll see you tomorrow, Kana signed with a wink. Yeah, Hiyoko replied. See you. The sensing hero left, leaving Hiyoko back first against his office wall, still blushing and dazed by his first kiss. Well, this has been an eventful start to the week, he thought, pulling his phone from his pocket and hitting the home screen. I know it's late, but I guess I should ring Mum and tell her about Kana and I. Dialing his mum quickly, he pulled his phone to his ear. Hi, Mum, he greeted when she picked up. I have some news. News? She asked from the other end, a little bit confused. What news, sweetheart? We only just saw you a few hours ago. This is sudden, and I hope it doesn't shock you, but Kana and I... Yes? She asked, still a little confused. Well, we're dating. There was a pause on the other end of the line before Mrs. Takami let out a loud gasp of elated surprise. Oh my god, honey, that's beautiful. Hawks! She shouted, covering the receiver with her hand as she yelled for her husband. Come here! Yeah, Hiyoko said with a little chuckle. He told me he loved me when we left your place, and it took me by surprise. I just wanted to let you know before it ended up on the news. Please keep it to yourself for now. Unfortunately, some people filmed us, so I'm not sure when the footage will somehow end up in the hands of journalists. Nugs! Hawks' voice rang out as he was put on speaker. What's happened? Something about ending up in the news? Oh, hey Dad. Kana and I are dating, Hiyoko said with another sheepish smile, waiting for his father's reaction. Oh, congratulations, bud, Hawks said with a genuine smile on his face as the happiness radiated down the line. Can't say I didn't see it coming. You see everything coming, Mrs. Takami said with a chuckle. Have you told Brian and Anthony yet? Hawks asked. If you haven't, I suggest you ring them now, otherwise Brian's going to be highly offended if he hears it on the news and not from you. Oh, Hiyoko said sharply. Yes, I better go do that. Sorry, we'll talk tomorrow, okay? That's fine, Mrs. Takami said happily. Ring them now. Love you, Yoko. That's wonderful news. Thanks, Mum. Bye, Dad. Chat later, Yoko. Hiyoko smiled as he hung up, then dialed Brian's number. He pressed the phone to his ear and waited for the flamboyant blonde to pick up. Hey! Brian sung into the receiver once he'd picked it up. Hi, my little nuggy baby. To what do I owe the pleasure of this late night call? It had better be the news I'm hoping for. Beyonce, I have a parade. Bri, I think you might want to sit down for this one. Hiyoko chuckled in warning. Oh Lord. Beyonce, I swear it on your perfection. Yoko, baby, if you are playing me right now, I swear on her holiness, I will never... We're dating, Hiyoko interjected. Brian screamed so loud that Hiyoko had to yank the phone from his ear to prevent auditory damage. Then a barrage of words followed as Brian had a breakdown on the other end of the line. Suddenly Anthony's voice could be heard. Hello? Hiyoko, it's Anthony. Oh, hi, Uncle Anthony. I'm so sorry to call so late. I just wanted to let you know that Kana and I are dating. We made it official just a few hours ago. Oh, Hiyoko, Anthony said proudly. I'm so happy for you and Kana. Congratulations. I can understand why Brian's having a moment now. Sorry, I didn't mean for it to cause such a stir, Hiyoko apologised, still hearing Brian wailing with delight in the background. Is he going to be okay? Hiyoko added with concern. He'll be fine, Anthony replied kindly. Please send our love and support to Kana as well. You're both so special to us. Thank you so much, Uncle Anthony, Hiyoko replied, his heart full of happiness at the love his family had for him and his now boyfriend, Kana. I'll pass the message on. After finishing up the call, Hiyoko closed up the office and headed home, ready to sleep after such a big night. Brian, I did it, Kana sent in text to his confidant. Honey baby, you brave man, Hiyoko just called us earlier to tell us the fabulous news, Brian sent back. I will definitely be the designer for your wedding outfits, and I have just received my celebrant certificate, so baby, I am now a qualified marriage officiant. That is good news. Thank you for your offer, Kana replied. I am so happy for the two of you. Kisses upon kisses for my favourite boys. Mwah! Brian replied with no less than 50 red hearts following the message. Kana smiled and closed his phone. What a day, he thought internally in sign before falling into bed. The next morning, Hiyoko flicked the TV on as he walked around barefoot in his black sweatpants getting ready for work. The flat-screen TV jumped to life and Channel 6 News came on with a supposed breaking news special. We have Chanji Shi, a sign language expert, with us this morning to give us the translation, the news reporter announced. Miss Shi, thank you for joining us this morning. Hiyoko paused his breakfast making and looked up at the TV just in time to see the snippet of footage of him landing on Kana's car the night before and signing the words, "I love you." Oh no. "Yes, good morning, Hirosho Doshin," the lady greeted respectfully, signing as she spoke. "Miss Shi, I believe you are fluent in many of the sign languages, correct?" Mr. Dojin said. "Yes," she said and signed. "Could you please tell us what the conversation is between these two well-known pro-heroes, Condor and Seismic Kana?" "Yes, of course," she said and signed. "It appears that Seismic Kana, the pro-hero in the car, is initially confused by the presence of someone on the roof of his vehicle, but then, as you can see, after using his quirk, quickly realizes who it is on his roof and pulls over. Oslin signing the words, 'What are you doing?' to his friend. Hero Condor, after a pause, replies with the Oslin sign for 'I love you.' Miss Shi, what do you think this means? Is this a romantic gesture between the two heroes, or is it a friendly exchange between two close friends?" Mr. Dojin, "Judging by this reaction of Seismic Kana, I would say, in my professional opinion, that it is a romantic gesture." "You heard it here first, folks," Mr. Dojin said directly to the TV camera. "Sign language expert Miss Shi has confirmed that heroes Condor and Seismic Kana are in a romantic relationship." Oh man, Hiyoko groaned internally, watching as he and Kana hugged on screen. This is blown up real quick. He looked around for his phone and picked it up to text Kana, but his boyfriend had already contacted him. "Hiyoko, have you seen the news?" Kana texted. "I just saw it," Hiyoko replied. "What do you want to do, Kana? We're going to get bombarded at work today." "There is no other way to explain it," Kana sent back. "We will just have to tell them that we're dating." "If you're okay with it, then I am too," Hiyoko replied. "I am proud to be your boyfriend," Kana texted, adding the begging eyes emoji on the end. "You're the cutest boyfriend. You know that?" Hiyoko typed back, finally finishing making his breakfast during the back and forth messages to Kana. "No, you are," Kana replied. "I cannot wait to kiss you again today." Hiyoko blushed and smiled down at his phone, scratching his head before sending a message back. Not in front of the kids, though. "Oh, intern students. Are they coming again today?" "Yes, Kana, all week," Hiyoko replied, adding the crying laughing emoji on the end. "Okay, good thing I am a stealth hero. I will kiss you stealthily." Hiyoko let out a huff of amusement from his nose, then sent the last message back. "You're funny. I'll see you at work soon." "Bye, Yoko," Kana sent back. Now, to navigate this with the students there as well, the winged hero thought, taking a mouthful of toast. Jinsei had been texting Kiru all morning in absolute disbelief over the news special that she had seen on the TV. "But what about me?" she sent to Kiru. "Why can't he be in love with me?" "Because you're 15 and he doesn't want to catch a case," Kiru sent back bluntly. "I'm not being serious, you know that, right?" Jinsei replied with a dead emoji. "I just can't believe they're dating now. So many hearts have been broken this day. R.I.P. Is it true though? You know how the news is, it's all fake. Everything's so freaking fake. "I'm sure we'll find out the goss very soon," Jinsei replied. "I gotta go. Soshi and Chi have caught up to me. They say hi." "I don't say hi back," Kiru replied. "Bye, chat after school." Jinsei shook her head with a smile and tucked her phone away, then aimed her smiles at each of the boys as they flanked her. "Was that Kiru?" Soshi asked, referring to who Jinsei was texting. "Yeah," Jinsei replied. "Did you see the news this morning about Condor and Seismic Kana?" "Yeah," Chi said. "My dad says it's true." "How would he know?" Soshi scoffed. "No one's spoken to Condor or Kana yet." "You're gonna have to eat your words, cold freak. My dad's never wrong," Chi said proudly. Before any of them could speak again, they looked up to see a huge crowd of people gathering en masse out front of the agency building. "Oh wow," Jinsei said in awe. "Reporters wanting to get the scoop?" Soshi mused. "Is there a back door we can get in?" Chi asked. "That's what she said," Soshi whispered, and Jinsei burst out laughing. "What?" Chi snapped, having not heard Soshi's retort. Just then a large shadow flew swiftly overhead, and all three students looked up. "Looks like Condor's here," Soshi commented, watching as the winged hero alighted on the edge of the agency roof and looked down at the people gathered below. The crowd below began screaming when they saw him, begging him to come down and talk, and he floated down and then hovered just above them. Suddenly, Jinsei, Chi and Soshi all heard his voice in their minds. "Good morning, students," he greeted telepathically. "Please turn to your left and use the side street to head around to the back of the agency. Kana will let you in while I deal with the crowd." Jinsei looked around in confusion and saw a white feather pressed up against her arm. "Oh," she gasped. "He's talking through his feathers." "Yeah," Chi said grumpily. A white feather stuck to his face. Jinsei burst out laughing. "When did that get there?" "Second ago." "Where's my feather?" Soshi asked, checking himself over looking for it. "Turn around so it's on your ass." "Condor is speaking to your ass," Chi snickered. "Shut up," Soshi snapped with embarrassment. "Okay, come on, let's go," Jinsei said, holding up her hand to Condor to let him know that they had received his messages before leading the way down the side street to the left. Quickly they made their escape around to the back of the building, and Kana was there waiting, giving them all a warm smile before ushering them in through the back door of the agency. "Condor, is it true you and Seismic Kana are dating?" a reporter in the crowd shouted up to the smiling hero. "Yes, it's true," Condor replied, a mass of gasping and cheering following his confirmation. "How long have you had feelings for your friend and co-worker Chikei Kanaka, the sensing hero?" "I'm not exactly sure myself," Hiyoko replied with a sheepish chuckle. "That's all I'll be explaining for now. I've got work to do, so please excuse me." He flicked his wings and rose quickly back to the roof, much to the displeased yells of the people gathered below. Hiyoko shook his head with a smile as he turned away from the crowd and headed for the door to the building and then trotted off down to his office. "Good morning," Hiyoko greeted the three students as he entered his office, immediately floating a feather over to Kana and greeting him as well. "Hey, cutie." Kana blushed and gave a fumbled sign back. "Flustered, Kana?" Hiyoko teased lightly. "You weren't this shy when you pinned me to the wall and kissed me yesterday." Good morning, Condor. We saw the news," Jinsei suddenly blurted out. "Oh," Condor said with a sheepish laugh as he glanced at Kana. "Kirishima says she saw the news this morning." "I am certain everyone knows by now," Kana signed. "Well, it's true," Hiyoko replied to Jinsei with a smile. She tried to smile in return, but her little fangirl heart had been crushed, and her smile came out more like a sad grimace. "Told ya," Chi said smugly from his seat. "Congratulations," Soshi said with a smile. "Thank you, all of you, but we have a mission today, so let's focus on that," Hiyoko said. "Last night, Kana and I discovered that the jewellery shops that are being attacked are all owned by the same person, and he has a fourth shop that so far hasn't been targeted, so we need to go and have a talk to him today." Jinsei brightened up. "I'll just make the call to the owner now, and then we'll be on our way," Hiyoko said, walking over to his desk. 2 hours later, the small team of heroes and students arrived at the headquarters of Mr. Himadofu. "Good morning," Condor greeted the receptionist. "We have an appointment with Mr. Dofu this morning." "Oh gosh, Condor!" the receptionist gushed in awe. "I'm a huge fan. I'm so happy for you and Seismic Kana. I've been rooting for you to get together ever since day one. I'm even part of the Hiyokana fan club." "What is she saying? You removed your feather," Kana signed to Hiyoko, tapping him on the shoulder to get his attention before doing the hand actions. She says congratulations to us," Hiyoko replied sheepishly with a blush. "That is not all she said," Kana signed back cheekily. "I was able to lip read a small portion." "Oh, were you?" Hiyoko chuckled shyly. "Oh, we can talk about it later." He then turned back to the receptionist. "Thank you for your support," he smiled, giving the lady a small bow. "Oh, but of course," she replied joyously. "Allow me to lead you to Mr. Dofu's office." She happily led the way up to the owner's office and then knocked on the door. "Mr. Dofu, your appointment is here." "Show them in, please," an elderly voice called. The door was pushed open and the team stepped inside. "Oh," she said with surprise. Mr. Dofu looked like he was about 200 years old. His very wrinkly skin made him look a little disturbing, while a light glow surrounded him. "Good morning, Mr. Dofu," Hiyoko greeted candidly, leading the way in front of the students. "To excuse the intrusion?" Not at all," Mr. Dofu replied as he walked back over to his desk and sat down. Hiyoko watched the elderly man closely, then smiled. "And amid a quirk," the winged hero commented. Mr. Dofu nodded. It is a quirk-cancelling dome. It's a force field that prevents quirks from affecting me. Smart, Hiyoko replied. I'm assuming for protective purposes. Yes, Mr. Dofu replied. The only drawback is when I activate it, it ages me. So although I'm only in my 40s, my body age is 305. Jinsei pulled a face as something weeped from Mr. Dofu's drooping eyelid. I see, Hiyoko said, clearing his throat. We have some questions regarding the theft from your shops as of late. Ah, Mr. Dofu sighed. Yes? Do you have any suspects? Hiyoko asked. Well, a few. There have been a few ex-employees who would love to see my demise. Hiyoko looked at Soshi. Todoroki, would you like to ask some questions? He asked, smiling encouragingly to the white-haired student. Yes, Soshi nodded at Hiyoko and then directed his question at Mr. Dofu. Could you please tell us about the employees? Certainly, young man, Mr. Dofu replied. The one who I suspect the most was one of my managers. Very nice man, helped me a lot when I was starting out. We were very close, and then he asked if we could partner with the businesses, but I said no. He was asking for 60% of the shares. Soshi nodded and waited for Mr. Dofu to continue. We had a big fight, and before he left he told me he would get even. He would see me go broke. Mr. Dofu, did your manager have a quirk? Jinsei asked. I'm pretty sure he did, but we never really discussed quirks. I'm sure you'd be able to find it on his employee sheet. Do you still have the sheet here? Jinsei asked excitedly. Mr. Dofu nodded and got up, walking over to the filing cabinet. He opened it and spent a little time going through all the tabs, but he couldn't find the employee he was looking for. I'm sorry, it's not here. I could have sworn it was still here, he said with confusion lacing his elderly voice. Guy probably stole it, Chi commented, more to his classmates than anyone else. It's not suspicious at all, he added sarcastically. Then he spoke up to Mr. Dofu. What's the ex-manager's name? Kujin Akuto, Mr. Dofu said. You got a pen and paper? She asked Jinsei, who was beside him, leaning his head towards hers so he could whisper in her ear. Who uses a pen and paper? Soshi snorted from the other side of Jinsei. Here in the future, we use notes on our phones. Chi moved his head forwards and scowled at his friend as Soshi pulled out his phone and made a note of the ex-manager's name and a few other pieces of information about the guy that might come in handy later on. Mr. Dofu, would you please tell us about the other people who threatened you, or that you otherwise might be suspicious of? Hiyoko asked, gesturing for Soshi to take notes. All up, the team spent about 2 hours there, asking as many questions as they could, and Jinsei was elated that she felt like she was on a real mission. Can you text me your notes? The brown-haired girl asked Soshi as they were leaving Mr. Dofu's office a little later. Sure, he said with a smile, copying the notes and texting them through to her. Oi, she grunted. Me too. I'm sorry, what was that? Soshi asked knowingly with a small cheeky smirk playing on his lips. Send me the notes. Chi mumbled unhappily. Where are your manners, Hockey? Soshi berated, using Chisuki's childhood nickname. Don't call me Hockey. Chi growled. Fine, I'll make my own notes. I've already memorized the names. You have? Jinsei asked with surprise. Yeah. Chi started rattling them off one by one. Whoa, that's pretty cool, Chi, Jinsei gushed. I wish I had a good memory like that. Chi smirked proudly as he walked beside her. I can teach you. There's a special technique to it. Yeah, please do. I'll text you the notes anyway, but you gotta teach me how to remember stuff, okay? Done deal, Chi replied proudly. It's not even that cool, Soshi mumbled to himself, pushing his phone back in his pocket. While the students bantered in front, Hiyoko and Kana were following behind, having their own conversation about what they should do next in regards to the mission. We need to cross-check the backgrounds of all the workers to see if any could be involved, Hiyoko said to Kana telepathically. Either that or find out who could be targeted next, but we can get the workers' information from the stores itself. Might do that after sending the students home earlier with homework. This is a good idea, Kana signed, but the only thing I'm thinking about now is how much I want to kiss you. Hiyoko blushed and looked away, hiding a smirk. Yeah, well, maybe it's my turn to pin you up against a wall and kiss you, hey? We have to make sure we're even, he replied deviously. Kana smiled bashfully as Hiyoko gave him a cheeky side glance, the pair sharing looks all the way back to the agency. Back at the agency building, Hiyoko sat the students down in the debrief room to have a talk about the information that they had gleaned from Mr. Dofu, as well as what their preferred next move would be. Well, Soshi said, I personally would research all the quirks of the ex-employee suspects, especially that manager guy, and see if I could find out their addresses so that I can pay them a visit. Okay, Hiyoko said. Good. Kirishima, would you do the same? Oh, me? Jinsei asked excitedly. Yes, I would, but I would also find out if friends and families of these people would say they're a good person or not. Sometimes people notice things that could help identify which one could have been involved. Do you have any examples? Hiyoko asked her, feeling like she was talking with a particular person in mind. Well, I just remember the story about that one criminal who got caught because his wife said that he kept sneaking out at night. She was mad because she thought he was cheating on her, but he was just really out being a burglar. Oh, I do remember that case, Soshi said with a chuckle. Never get your wife mad or she'll dob you in with the police. And Bakugou? Hiyoko asked the quiet blonde. You're all forgetting one major thing, he said snidely, slinging his arm over the back of Jinsei's chair and resting back. I'd do a background check on each of them, see if they have any criminal records. Oh, true, Jinsei gasped. Yeah, I'd do the same as Chi. He grinned proudly, a small screw you look being shot towards Soshi, who rolled his eyes. Well, homework for tonight is to find out as much as possible about the ex-employee suspects of Mr. Dofu. I will give you my login details for the criminal registry so you can gather information. After tomorrow, I will change my details so you won't be able to get in again, as this is solely for the purpose of the mission, Hiyoko said sternly. All details of this are to remain secret as well. No divulging information to friends, family or other. Understood? Yes, sir, all three students chorused. Good, he said with a head nod. I'm giving you all an early mark today, so go and do your research. See you all tomorrow. Thank you, all three chorused again, as they stood up and made their way from the room. Hiyoko was about to start a conversation with Kana when Chisuki suddenly appeared back in the doorway, looking mildly nervous. Condor? He asked, slightly gruffly with eyes averted. Can you train me? Train you? Hiyoko asked with low-key surprise, looking at the spiky-haired blonde. Yeah, like combat. I want to improve. Hiyoko smiled. Of course, Bakugou. We'll start training tomorrow night, after your intern day is over. Really? She asked with excitement, then tried to play it cool. Cool. Thanks. And with that he disappeared from sight again, grabbing his bag and running to catch up with the other two. Well, that's then done for the day, Hiyoko said to Kana, turning to look at him as he sat on the side of the desk. The sensing hero smirked, raising his hands to sign. Alone, he signed to Hiyoko. Glancing around, Kana stepped over to his boyfriend, and their lips pressed together eagerly. Been waiting to feel your lips on mine, Hiyoko said to his boyfriend, standing up while still kissing, and walking him back towards the wall until Kana was sandwiched there. They made out for a little bit, tongues and mouths playing lightly, until Hiyoko pulled back for a breath. I could do this all day, he said to Kana. Do it, Kana signed cheekily. I would, but we need to get to Rarefind to ask questions. That's the final store that Mr. Dofu owns. We need to see which employee could be targeted, Hiyoko said. You coming, right? Yes, I'm coming. I want to be with you, Kana signed emphatically. Okay, good, let's go to the roof then. The roof? Why are we going to the roof? Kana signed, following Hiyoko out and down the hall. You'll see, Hiyoko replied cheekily. Up they walked, out the roof door and onto the landing, and before Kana could say anything, Hiyoko ran for the edge and threw himself off, quickly spreading his wings, then turning back and hovering just off the edge. Jump to me, Kana. We need to fly to Rarefind, or we won't make it in time before they close. Jump! Kana signed with a mortified look on his face. Yeah, Hiyoko said back with an internal laugh. Come on, we've done this before. That time, when the tree was about to break, and you were on the top, you jumped to me then. I was 8, and I did not weigh the same. I was much lighter that time, Kana signed back. I've been working out for this, Hiyoko replied. Come on, jump! Kana walked to the edge and looked down. Don't look down, just trust me. Catch me, please, Kana signed nervously. I'd never let you fall, Hiyoko replied, opening his arms out to his boyfriend. Ready, Kana signed, steadying himself before crouching a little and throwing himself from the side of the building. Hiyoko laughed as he caught Kana, flying backwards a little as he let the momentum guide him. Okay, trust me on this one. I'm going to fly up a little bit and then roll in the air so that you're on my back. You can hang on to where my wing bones are, Hiyoko said as he flew straight up and then started heading across town. Ready? As he flew, he dove a little bit, feeling Kana's weight lessen as he headed towards the ground while rolling under Kana. The sensing hero pushed off Hiyoko and then grabbed for the wing bones as the winged one rolled underneath, getting himself into a seated position just behind Hyoko's wings. Well done, Hiyoko praised once the maneuver had been accomplished. Off to Rarefind we go! The pair made it to Rarefind within 20 minutes to spare and got the employee sheet and then left, walking together instead of flying. Meanwhile, all three students were busily researching their respective people, using Hiyoko's hero login so they could look up the criminal history on the computer. Jinsei was laying on her bed when her phone rang, and upon seeing Kiru's name she picked it up excitedly. Hey, oh my god, today was so awesome, she sung into the phone. Oh, hey, but wait, are Seismic Kana and Condor dating now? Yes, Ginny wailed sadly. Hiro Kana has sailed. Damn, Kiru replied. Oh well, there's always girls if you get bored of the guys. Jinsei chuckled. Yeah, thanks, I'll keep that in mind. So how was your day? What's on for you this week? I've got this fancy hat thing tomorrow, that's about it. Oh, I'm so sorry I'm not going to be there, Ginny apologised. If I wasn't on internship, I'd be front and centre. I know you would, Kiru replied happily. I think Mum is coming, that's about it. Oh, I see. Well, good luck, okay? Ginny said, smiling into the phone. I need to get back to my top secret homework. Ooh, excites. Okay, cool. Laters, Kiru said, hanging up to let Jinsei get back to work. That night, Hiyoko was lounging back on the couch, pen sitting idly between his teeth as his keen eyes scanned each Rarefind employee card, looking for anyone that either could be involved in the case or could be the next victim. Most of the workers had a clean record. If they did have any mark against their name, it was because of running late to work or some other work politics that had no connection to theft. I think I might need to look into which ones are vulnerable to being targeted, he thought, opening up different social media apps on his laptop that was beside him on the table. A lot of the employees' accounts were set to private, but from his limited search he did find 3 employees that could be targeted. 2 were females who appeared to like living the high life, constantly showing off new expensive items that they had just bought, and the 3rd was a male, who had lots of pictures of himself outside of a hospital, presumably visiting someone there. I guess I'll run these by the students tomorrow, the winged hero thought as he stretched a little more and looked at the clock. It's not too late, I'll see if I can find out the quirks of the ex-employee that are possible suspects, especially that ex-manager. The next day, everyone was up bright and early, ready for their respective duties, especially Kiru, who had left early to go to school so she could help set up for the hat parade. Good morning, honey. Deku's raspy morning voice greeted his wife as he sleepily wandered into the kitchen, his messy hair looking even more messier than usual as he rubbed the heel of his palm across his freckled cheek and eye. Good morning, sleepy baby, Mrs. Midoriya purred, walking over and wrapping her arms around his middle, smiling up at him adoringly. He returned her smile groggily and bent his head down, kissing her on the top of the head. Where's Kiru? He asked, looking around. She's already gone to school. It's the Hat Parade Festival thing today, and she's on setup, Mrs. Midoriya replied. Oh no, Deku gasped, suddenly wide awake. I need to get there. No, wait. I need to cancel all my appointments first. Sorry, love. I need to go. He stumbled out of his wife's arms and ran back to the bedroom to get changed and then charged towards the front door and off to work. Mrs. Midoriya shook her head as she watched him leave in a flurry and chuckled. Good luck, Izuku, she thought as she went back to tidying up. Kana was the first to arrive in Hiyoko's office that morning, and they shared a greeting kiss before the students arrived. Did you find out much? Hiyoko asked Kana once they had had their little intimate greeting. I cannot find the quirk for Kujin, the previous manager, Kana signed with confusion. I looked in every registry. Well, that alone is hella suspicious. He obviously has ties with the black market if he's able to have his quirk hidden from public knowledge, Hiyoko mused. I agree, Kana signed. Hey, also the receptionist stopped me this morning when I came in. Every newspaper and magazine's been calling to get an interview with us about our relationship. What do you want to do? The winged hero asked. We should go with Heroes Daily. They are supportive of LGBTQIA community, Kana signed. True. Hiyoko signed back. You signed! Kana signed excitedly. I can sign, but I am not good, Hiyoko signed back with a smirk. You are very cute, especially when you sign, Kana flirted. Just then a knock on the door interrupted them, and in popped the head of Jinsei Kirishima. Hi Condor and Seismic Kana, we're here, she greeted brightly. Come on in, Hiyoko invited. Come and sit down. We'll go over what we found. Eagerly the three students entered and sat down to discuss what they had found in their research last night. Kiru, her classmate called. Are you ready? We're doing rehearsals now. Yeah, coming, she called in a bored tone. Can we get this over and done with? Like, okay, my hat rocks, but I could totally be doing other better things right now. Come on, the student cajoled. This is better than weird Mr. Mirio's lessons, right? Just fake it till you make it. Ugh. Kiru groaned playfully. I guess. She climbed up onto the makeshift runway that the class had set up and the music started. Almost as if her whole personality shifted one step to the right, she came alive, strutting, making eyes, posing flamboyantly, then spinning, blowing a kiss over her shoulder, and finally sauntering off down to the back of the stage and jumping off. There was dead silence as everyone who had witnessed her display stood with jaw on the floor. What? Kiru deadpanned to her classmates who were just staring at her dumbfound. Okay, so like you definitely need to do that in the real thing, one of the classmates implored. Duh. What did you think I was going to do, stand there like an idiot? Kiru replied with a playful eye roll. No, seriously, that was amazing, the classmate replied in awe. You looked so hot. Please, Kiru chuckled. I'm a potato. I love potatoes though, the classmate replied, half joking, half seriously trying to drop hints. Kiru, another person called out. Is your dad coming today? Nah, Kiru replied coldly. Why would he come to this dumb thing to see his dumb daughter wear a dumb hat? No, don't say that. He'll be here. I can feel it, another said. Kiru looked at her. The daughter of the #1 hero would have brushed the comment off if it were anyone else, only that this student had a sixth sense quirk and could feel future events. Is he really coming? Kiru asked, her heart rate starting to increase. Deku! A fellow worker shouted as the hero was trying to make his way out of the agency building that morning after cancelling his appointments for the day. Yes? Deku replied nervously, his lingering eye contact on the door, straying back to the worker who had called for him. Could I have a moment? The worker asked. The #1 hero hesitated, looking at the front door again, then looking at the time. Okay, what do you need? The hat parade and festival was well underway, and Kiru was on edge. Ever since her classmate had said that her dad would be there, she was all mixed up with emotions. Kiru? Kiru! A classmate called, trying to get her attention as she spaced out a little, looking through the crowd of people from behind the curtains on stage. Oh, what? Sorry? You ready? You're announcing. Damn. Now? Yes! Get out there! Kiru quickly stepped out onto stage, and all of a sudden she was a different person, grinning brightly from ear to ear as she walked up to the mic. Greetings, one and all! She sung loudly into it, flinging her hand up in the air to create some hype. The crowd cheered wildly and she popped a hip out and sauntered over to the other side of the stage after she had pulled the mic from the stand. Let's hype it up in here! Everyone put your hands together for our motto! She called wildly, her line cueing the catwalk song to begin. After completing her routine, she then turned and catwalked off stage, handing the mic over to a stagehand before running further back to the dress-up area to get ready for her turn to parade. Was Dad there? Did he see me? I didn't even see him. Her thoughts were in a tizzy as she reached for her outfit and pulled it on and then sat the hat on her head. Yo, Kiru, you're shaking, a classmate said as she looked at Kiru's hands. What? The young Midoriya replied numbly, hands quivering like crazy. No, I'm fine. No, you're not. Look at you. You're nervous. Yeah, but it's not about the stupid hat parade. It's about if my dad is really coming today, or if he's here already. She didn't reply the classmate, but just adjusted her hat and then looked around for the Sixth Sense quirk wielder in her class. Hey, she whispered to her. Is he? The classmate shook her head sadly, but then held her fingers up in a wait sign. He's coming though. I still have the feeling. Kiru nodded and then turned her attention back to the curtain and took a deep breath before taking her spot in the line to parade. Deku's feet were pounding the pavement as he ran, his green curls bouncing like mad as he ran as fast as he could to Kiru's school. Please don't have finished. Please don't have finished, he wailed internally as he rounded the last corner and made a beeline for the school gates. As expected, there were heaps of people milling around and buying things from the stalls, and he slowed as he got closer. Excuse me, please, Deku! A small girl squealed when she saw the hero. Deku! I'm so sorry, forgive me, I must go. Deku apologised profusely, squeezing past the little girl and her mum and running down the line of stalls. He paused as he got to the end of the line, and his head swung back and forth wildly, looking for the hat parade place. Sorry, excuse me, he said as he stepped over to the stall on the very end of the line. Please, sir, could you tell me where the hat parade is being held? In that building, the man from the stall said, pointing to the hall nearby. Thank you, Deku cried as he took off running again towards the building. As he got to the doors, he grabbed a hold of each of them and yanked them open. But the hall was being packed away, and that was the sight that met his eyes, and his heart sank into the pit of his stomach. Dejectedly, he stepped in and let the heavy doors close behind him, his green eyes scanning the students there to see if he could spot his girl. As he looked up on stage, he saw Kiru standing there with a hurt expression on her face, and his eyes started to brim with tears. Kiru, She threw her broom down and ran, embarrassed and upset that he had missed her parade. I thought maybe he would have tried harder to be here on time, she sobbed internally, taking a flying leap off the back of the makeshift stage and tearing off towards the back door. Kiru! Deku called out desperately. Kiru, wait, please! Her heart was telling her to stop and go back to him. Oh, how she just wanted to make this all right again. But her head was strong and she refused to stop, choosing instead to run harder and faster to get away. Deku lost sight of her, but then saw the back doors of the hall close and made a dash for it. It's my fault again that I've hurt her. I should have left work earlier. I should have been more considerate of her feelings. I really am a useless father, he berated himself as he ran after Kiru. Well ahead of him now, she ran for the school building nearby and threw the doors open, and then ran down the hall before taking a flying leap down the stairs at the end and taking a sharp left into one of the empty classrooms. There she crouched, heart pounding in her chest as tears spilled down her cheeks and her hands clamped to her ears. Kiru! She could hear her dad calling her. He sounded so sad. Kiru! He called again. Kiru, I'm so sorry, Just then another voice broke the silence. Deku! The voice called. Please, help! There's a villain on the loose, and we need a hero! Kiru's pounding heart fell to her stomach, and more tears flooded down her cheeks. Oh, there he goes again. He's gonna go and run off again to save everybody else, like he always does. I'm just nothing to him. Silence fell, and Kiru believed that Deku had already left, when suddenly she heard his voice. I'm sorry, she heard him say. I'm already in the middle of a very important mission. My girl needs me, and I know I messed up, but if I don't fix this now, I might never get another chance. She means the world to me, and I want to prove it to her. Kiru's tears of sadness suddenly turned to tears of awe and love, and she jumped up from where she was hiding and ran out into the hall again so she could see her dad. Dad! She shouted, seeing him standing at the top of the stairs with his back turned to her as he addressed the man who had called for his help. Deku spun around so fast he nearly fell down the stairs, and a tear slipped from his cheek as he saw Kiru standing there. Kiru! He called out. I'm sorry, She started running towards him, bounding up the stairs two at a time before throwing herself into his outstretched arms. Her hard sobs of love racked her body as she clung to him, and he held her close and prayed the hug would never end. Kiru, I love you, he whispered with fatherly affection. I'm sorry, Dad, Kiru sobbed into his chest. I just feel like I've always been second best to your work and... I know, Kiru, I know, he whispered, still holding her in his arms. I'll be better. I'll do better. I'm going to make sure that I put you first from now on. You're the most important thing to me. Kiru let out a loud wail of tearful delight, and Deku let out a sympathetic chuckle, patting the back of her head gently. You've been through a lot, he said gently. You don't have to worry anymore. I'm here now. She pulled back so that she could look at him, her eyes puffy and red, and the little crosses under her eyes all smeared across her cheeks. Thanks, Dad. You really are my number one hero, she said with a hiccup inhale and a shaky smile. Cutscene back to Hiyoko and the interns. Did anyone happen to find out what Kujin's quirk is, or was? Hiyoko asked the students as he turned back to the whiteboard to write a few more things down. No, unfortunately, Soshi said. I looked in every available resource, but no luck. Bakugou? Hiyoko asked, looking from Soshi to the spiky blonde. No, but if this ex-manager is a quirk that can control people, then he wouldn't be stupid enough to let anyone write a criminal record down for him, would he? Chi snorted. Good point, Jinsei mused. Hiyoko looked at Kana, talking to him through his feathers. Maybe instead of looking up Kujin's name, we should just look up his quirk and search up the names that come under it. He could be going by an alias. Kana nodded. Also, side note, do you want to go and organise the interview with the receptionist? We'll go with Heroes Daily like you suggested, Hiyoko asked telepathically with a smile. Kana nodded again. When? He signed. Tomorrow? I'm thinking of sending these kids in undercover to Rarefind to gather some more information about the workers there that could be a target, because we weren't able to find out enough information on each. We'll send them in Friday. Kana gave him the thumbs up and turned to go to the door, all of this being spoken between the two while the students chatted amongst themselves about the case. Man, being a hero's hard, Jinsei said softly to Soshi. Like an undercover stealth one? There's so much background work that needs to be done before you can do anything else. It would be so much easier to just fight the bad guys head on. Same. I have a lot more respect for the process now, Soshi added. This has been a good experience. I just want to take this Kujin bastard out. Wait till I get my hands on him, Chi growled. He's making a fool out of me. It's not a personal vendetta against you, Chi. The world doesn't revolve around you, Soshi snarled in reply to Chi's comment. Before Chi could snap back, Hiyoko called their attention back to himself. Okay, he said. While Kana is off doing some things, I have the next part of the mission to discuss with you. Jinsei's eyes lit up and she straightened in her seat, looking at Hiyoko with anticipation. I'm going to be sending you all in undercover to Rarefind to gather some more information about the workers there, seeing as we didn't glean much from the internet. Do we get disguises? Soshi asked. Of course we get disguises, dumbass, Chi whispered under his breath, but just loud enough for Soshi to hear. Yes, you do, and I'm going to call my personal disguise specialist right now, Hiyoko said with a smile as he pulled his phone from his pocket and held it out, dialing a number and then putting it on speaker. There were a few rings, then a very bright and flamboyant voice answered the other end. Nuggy Nugs, my baby, the voice sung. What can I do for my favourite boy? Mercy, don't tell Kana. Beyonce, he'll be so upset if he hears me say that you're my favourite. Bri, Hiyoko said with a chuckle. Can we focus for a second? Oh, I'm focused, baby cakes. What can I do for you? His voice was so expressive, Jinsei could almost see his hand movements from his tone. Would you and Jasmine be free tomorrow for a mission? Hiyoko asked with a smile. Ah, Beyonce, of course, honey bunch. Is this for a mission? Mission? Yes, Hiyoko said with a sweat-dropped look on his face. What time do you need us, baby? I'll make sure we're there with sparkles and glitter. I'm not sure if we'll need that much sparkle and glitter, but would morning suit 10 a.m? Hiyoko asked. Say no more, honey bunny, Jazzy Poo and I will be there. Ciao for now. Mwah, love, love, Brian sung before hanging up. So there's your disguise specialist team, Hiyoko said with a chuckle as he looked at the different expressions on each student's face. I'm so excited, Jinsei squealed. I'm interested to see what Brian comes up with for me, Soshi said to Jinsei. Is he going to put makeup on me? She asked Hiyoko. The winged hero chuckled. Expect the unexpected with Brian. Just then Kana reappeared in the room, and Hiyoko's wings vibrated with happiness when he saw his boyfriend. "We are booked for the interview with Heroes Daily tomorrow, 11 in the morning," Kana signed. "Awesome," Hiyoko replied. "Brian and Jasmine are coming tomorrow to talk to the interns about their undercover disguises for the mission on Friday." "Expect a lot of glitter," Kana signed cheekily. "I know," Hiyoko chuckled in reply. "I'll talk to Jasmine to keep the glitter to a minimum." Kana nodded. The rest of that day went well for everyone, and home time came quickly. "That's all for today," Hiyoko said with a smile to his students. "Head home and I'll see you tomorrow for your disguise discussion. For tonight you'll need to come up with an alias name and backstories, and I'll ring the manager of Rarefind and let him know that we'll be sending you all in for a mission so he knows what's going on." The students nodded with varying degrees of excitement on their faces. "Okay, dismissed," Hiyoko said. "See you tomorrow." As the students stood up to go, Hiyoko stopped Chi. "Bakugo, would you mind staying back a moment?" he asked, giving the blonde a look, and Chi caught on immediately, knowing it was training time. "Yeah," the blonde said, refusing to look at his friends' confused looks as they slowly left the room without him. "I wonder why Chi's being held back," Jinsei whispered to Soshi as they exited the building that afternoon. "I don't know," Soshi shrugged, acting like he didn't care, yet deep down he was also a little concerned. "I mean, it's not like he hasn't been contributing," Jinsei mused out loud. "Maybe because of his mouth," Soshi replied to her muse. "He talks a lot of crap." "Soshi!" Jinsei gasped. "I know he has a bit of a mouth and a temper, but it hasn't been over the top. Plus, you give him a hard time and it sets him off." "He's just so easy to rile up," Soshi replied with a smirk. "You'd do the same thing in my shoes." "I really don't think I would," Jinsei chuckled. Just then her phone buzzed in her pocket and she pulled it out to see who was calling her. "Oh, it's Kiru," she said, looking at it. "Sorry, give me a second." He did a little eye roll internally and looked away as Jinsei answered the call. "Hey, Kiki!" Ginny sung happily into the phone once she'd picked it up. "Ginny!" Kiru wailed into the receiver. "You'll never guess what happened today!" "Oh, your hat parade! How'd it go? Did you win?" Jinsei asked excitedly. "I came second, but that's not what I wanted to call you about. Dad came!" Her excitement was so palpable it nearly blew Jinsei away from her phone, and Jinsei screamed with excitement, but her sudden outburst surprised Soshi, who immediately made an ice blockade in front of the two of them, suspecting a villain attack and inadvertently halting them. A confused conversation ensued, with Jinsei trying to explain to Soshi what had happened, Soshi asking what had happened, and Kiru trying to give Ginny details about the day. "Okay, whoa!" Ginny said sharply, as both people talked at her. "Soshi, I'm fine. Kiru, continue." Slowly, Soshi and Ginny kept walking on down the road together, as Kiru continued her conversation with Ginny. "And then he told me he was going to do much better, and we're going out for dinner tomorrow, and he's picking me up from school, and I'm so happy for you." Ginny cut in with a heart-clenched look on her face. "I really hope everything works out for the better." "Same," Kiru said happily, "but I do feel like he's different this time." "That's awesome." Ginny smiled into the receiver. "So how was work today?" Kiru asked, giving Ginny a chance to tell her about her day. "Good! This mission is starting to get really exciting, but I can't tell you anything about it, and it's killing me," Ginny wailed. "Can you tell me about it after the mission's complete?" Kiru asked. "Yeah, I think so," Jinsei replied. "I'll have to ask Condor though. I don't want to breach any confidentiality thingies." "Yeah, true. Hey, Dad's calling me, so I better go. I'll call you tomorrow, okay?" Kiki said hurriedly. "Okay, go. Chat tomorrow," Jinsei said with a smile, before saying her goodbyes and hanging up. "Sorry, that was an important call." "Was it?" Soshi asked in a bored tone. "No, seriously," Jinsei said with a chuckle. "Kiru and her dad look like they're back on good terms again." "I didn't know that they weren't on good terms," Soshi replied. "I think Kiru was just being a little harsh, but at the same time, I know how she feels being the child of a hero. Dad's always out on missions." "Yeah," Soshi agreed. "But that's what makes us strong. We have to help hold the family together." Jinsei nodded. "But in any case, I'm happy they're sorting it out." "What exactly did you want me to teach you, Bakugo?" Hiyoko asked as they stood on the roof of the agency building, facing off. "Why are we up here?" she asked, looking around. "Well, if you don't want to fall off the building, then you need to fight," Hiyoko replied calmly. You wouldn't push me off the edge, Chi scoffed. Wouldn't I? Hiyoko replied with a devious smirk. Okay, feel free to test out your theory then. The cocky smirk slowly faded from Chi's face as Hiyoko lifted his wings and flapped them once, and then lifted off the rooftop and hovered there. Do your worst, Hiyoko called to Bakugou. I'll let you go first. Chi set his jaw and crouched slightly. I'm going to have to move quick because he's a pro hero, but I'm sure I can keep up with him, Chi thought, smirking again before throwing himself forwards and activating his quirk. Expecting his flying fists to connect with something, he was overwhelmingly surprised when he found that they hit thin air and something hard knocked him in the back of the head. He did a forwards roll and jumped up, body still covered in his explosive flame quirk. Looking around, he tried to locate his opponent, but Hiyoko was nowhere to be seen. What the? Something hard knocked him in the back of the head again, and he stumbled forwards before spinning around. Hiyoko was hovering calmly behind him, hands shoved in his pockets. Come on, Bakugou, is that all you've got? Hiyoko taunted, knowing Chi was especially vulnerable to being teased. As expected, Chi got his back up and lunged at the winged hero, who dodged his attack easily and continued to throw teasing lines at the irate student as he floated effortlessly backwards around the roof, easily evading Chi's desperate punches. You'll never land a hit, Hiyoko remarked. You're blinded by your own ego and pride. Shut up, I don't have either of those, Chi shouted. I know I'm better than you. Ah, so I was wrong. You have delusions of grandeur. Chisuki seethed and threw his whole body at Hiyoko, intending to body slam the hero, but instead he found himself plummeting off the side of the agency building. As he had blindly thrown punches at Hiyoko, he had been led to the side of the building and had unknowingly thrown himself off in the hopes of landing a hit on Hiyoko. Oh crap! Oh crap! He screamed internally as he twisted in midair and turned his back to the ground, looking back up at the building. Hiyoko was standing on the edge, looking down at him, and Chi's heart sank. He's not going to save me? His eyes closed momentarily, and his short life flashed before his eyes. If only I'd stayed calmer, I would have been able to see what Kondo was doing and I wouldn't be falling to my death. But as soon as he thought that, his body was captured and whisked back up to the roof of the agency building. You ready for training now? Hiyoko asked him once he had placed Chi's wobbly feet back down on the roof of the building. Chi's voice came out a lot more wobbly than he was expecting it to, and he had to cough and clear his throat before trying again. Yeah, I'm ready, he huffed in a small voice, looking away. Hiyoko smirked and stepped back, and then took to the air again, hovering just off the roof. Focus, Bakugou. Don't let words cloud your judgment. You got into the Hero UA course. You know your strengths. Use them. Chi scowled, but his whole body was light and alert, and Hiyoko could see the subtle shift in attitude. You gonna move first, or shall I? Hiyoko teased, testing Chi. Chi didn't advance, but stepped back instead. This surprised Hiyoko, who wasn't expecting Chi to back down, and it threw him for a second. Subconsciously, he floated forwards a little, and that's when Chi threw himself at Hiyoko, suddenly, diving low and tackling Hiyoko's legs. The winged hero shot up into the air, and Chi let go and landed on his feet. His attack wasn't designed to take Hiyoko down, but more to make him move. How the hell am I supposed to take on a winged opponent? Chi thought as he waited for Hiyoko to retaliate. It only took a second for Hiyoko to turn midair and dive back down to him, as he neared, Chi activated his quirk and burst into flames, thwarting Hiyoko's potential next attack. The winged one flicked his wings open and pulled back so as not to get scorched by the blonde's quirk, and Chi shot an arm out and grabbed Hiyoko's leg, punching it a few times before letting go. If I can disable his legs, that might help, Chi thought, dropping back down and keeping both eyes on his opponent. As Hiyoko swooped, Chi dropped to the ground on his back and spun, breakdance style, while activating his quirk to create a spinning firecracker, and once Hiyoko was within reach, Chi used his arms to push up off the ground and do a kip-up, using the propulsion to propel his flames at Hiyoko and catch the lower portion of his feathers. The winged one shot up and away to avoid more damage, but then smirked as he turned mid-air to look down at Chi. Well done, he called down to his student. I'll concede for now. Chi was covered in sweat, which was helping his quirk a lot, but the rest of him was tuckered out. Hiyoko alighted on the rooftop again and walked calmly towards Chi, extending his hand for a handshake. You don't always have to incapacitate an opponent, Hiyoko said. Even just doing a little damage would be enough to set them back, like what you did to me. Chi nodded. Good work for today. Tomorrow we'll work on hand-to-hand combat, Hiyoko said. And remember to keep your cool. You're at your peak when you're calm. Chi nodded again, his chest rising and falling rapidly as he struggled to catch his breath. Your homework today, aside from what I just told you, is to come up with a backstory and an alias for the mission on Friday. Chi nodded again and turned to go. Hiyoko watched him leave and shook his head with a soft smile on his face. I wonder if any of that went in, or if he's just seething inside. Chi walked down the stairs to the locker area to get his bag, his mind going over everything that had just happened. I'm at my best when I'm calm, huh? He thought as he picked up his bag and left the building to head home. It was early Thursday morning when everyone arrived at the agency building. Are you ready for the interview today? Kana signed as he entered Hiyoko's office. Definitely, Hiyoko replied with a bright smile and a little wiggle of his wings. Hi Condor and Seismic Kana, Ginny called brightly as she bounded through the door. My alias name will be Rana. Well, good morning, Rana. I hope you're ready for disguised discussion with Brian and Jasmine today. I'll ring the manager of Rare Finds soon and let him know what our plans are. Soshi and Chi followed Jinsei into the room and nodded their greetings to the two pro heroes before sitting. Kana and I will have an interview today with Heroes Daily, so while Brian and Jasmine are here, we'll be out, but we'll be back as soon as possible, Hiyoko said to the students. Oh, I'm so excited to watch that later. I'll catch it on the Internet Archives, Ginny said excitedly, clapping her hands together. Hiyoko gave her a polite smile. Just then there was a rap-a-tap-tap on the door, and Brian stepped in, flicking one hand up as he popped a hip out. Oh, hey, Bryce here, he announced loudly. As he walked into the room further, Jasmine followed in behind, pulling her giant makeup set behind her. Well, looks like you're in good hands, Hiyoko said as he let Brian do his usual kiss to both cheeks as greeting. Honey Nuggy, don't you even stress about it. You leave these beautiful babies with me and I'll make them shine brighter than day. Bri, the point of this exercise is to disguise them so they don't stand out, Hiyoko said with a bit of hesitancy in his voice. Boo-boo, I got you. Now run along with your beautiful boyfriend and I'll do my thing, he said, snapping his fingers flamboyantly before spinning to the students and clapping his hands together with excitement. Hiyoko quickly sidled up to Jasmine and ducked his head to her ear to whisper his concerns to her. Please keep an eye on Brian. This is supposed to be an undercover mission, he begged softly. I'll make sure he doesn't get out of hand, Jasmine whispered back in her deep voice, giving him a wink with her perfectly make-upped eye. Thank you, Hiyoko whispered gratefully as he stepped back and looked over at Kana. Ready to go, babe? Kana blushed and nodded and then waved to the students and followed Hiyoko to the door. Are you nervous? Hiyoko asked Kana as they walked into the hallway together. A little, Kana signed with a nervous smile. Don't be, I'm with you, Hiyoko replied, reaching for Kana's hand and holding it in his. They got to the elevator and stepped inside, letting the doors close softly behind them. The minute they were alone, Hiyoko turned and kissed Kana on the cheek, and then as Kana turned his head towards him, he kissed his lips, showing and sharing his love for his boyfriend through a beautiful embrace in the privacy of the small lift. The Heroes' Daily office was only a short walk from Hiyoko's agency building, and they made it there in good time. One of the many perks of living in a very cramped city, everything's close. Condor, Seismic Kana, the manager for that day greeted the two pro heroes as they entered the building. Please come in. We're very excited for this interview today. Thank you, Hiyoko said with a smile. We're happy to share our story too. He looked at his boyfriend beside him, relaying the conversation through the white feathers pressed to Kana's shoulder. Thank you for having us, Kana signed to the manager and bowed. Kana says thank you, Hiyoko translated to the well-dressed manager, who beamed in return. One of our talented makeup staff here is hearing impaired, and she has been positively dying to meet Seismic Kana. She's been a fan of his for a very long time, the manager said, turning and beckoning for the pair to follow him. I'm excited to see her reaction then, Hiyoko said. It's always heartwarming to see Kana interact with people who can sign. They walked out the back to where the makeup and hair would be done for their interview, and the minute the two handsome heroes walked into the room, there was a muffled meltdown among the women and men alike. Some screamed into their mouths or just flapped their arms as they walked off to hide so they could compose themselves before coming to speak to the well-known duo. Condor, A young makeup artist greeted the winged hero. Hi, oh my god, I'm so much a fan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, Hiyoko greeted politely. Okay, so I'm your makeup artist for today. Would you mind having a seat here so I can touch you up a little for the cameras? She said, then realizing how her sentence sounded, tried to fix it. Sorry, that sounded weird. I meant touch your face up. I meant like fix. No, sorry, not fix, because you're already perfect. I know you're already with Seismic Kana. I'm not trying to... It's okay, it's okay. Hiyoko chuckled, placing a hand on her shoulder to ground her. I know what it's like being on camera, so I know all the terms. Okay, God, that made me look so stupid. I'm sorry, she apologized. Don't apologize, it's fine. Now which chair? He asked with a smile. Meanwhile, the Kana fan had silently crept forwards and tapped Kana on the back of his hand. He looked from Hiyoko to her and smiled. Hello, she signed shyly. Hello, you can sign, Kana signed back with a happy grin on his face. Yes, I am deaf, she replied. You are my inspiration. It's my pleasure, Kana signed in return. It is nice to be able to sign to someone. I am very happy that you are a pro hero. You give a lot of hope to us who people pity and say we cannot do the same as hearing people, but you are a hero and they cannot say that anymore. It is true, Kana returned to her and signed. We are just as able as any other person. But look at you. You are working at a well-known and respected hero newspaper. Nothing is holding you back. The girl grinned from ear to ear and tearfully returned his sign. Thank you. Because I saw you become a hero, I thought to myself, why can I not do what I want to do? So I studied hard, and now I'm here working. I am proud, he signed back, smiling again. She nodded and pointed to her makeup chair. Please, sit. I need to do your makeup now. Kana nodded and sat down. What's happening over there? Hiyoko asked Kana through his feather that was still on Kana's shoulder. Can't see you. I miss you. Stop it, Kana signed back cheekily at Hiyoko in the mirror as they were sitting on opposite sides of the set with their backs to each other. I am trying to have my makeup done. Kana's makeup artist looked at Kana, confused as to who he was signing to, and then he quickly explained to her who he was conversing with. My boyfriend can talk to me through his feather here. He pointed to the feather on his shoulder. It is like a telephone call that's always happening. The girl smiled and covered her mouth and then returned the sign. That is very adorable. I like that you can hear his voice, she signed. He has a nice voice. Kana glanced at Hiyoko in the mirror, who was still watching the conversation between the two. What does his voice sound like? The girl signed as she started to apply makeup to Kana's face. It sounds medium, but warm, like melted chocolate, Kana signed, and the makeup artist nearly passed out, blushing and fanning her face as she turned away. Hiyoko had seen what Kana had signed and his cheeks dusted pink as he scratched his jaw and looked away, slightly flustered now. Kana smirked deviously at Hiyoko's side profile, and once Hiyoko had collected himself, he replied, Keep talking like that and I'm going to have to do something about that sweet mouth of yours. Now it was Kana's turn to get flustered, looking away and rubbing his eyebrow to cover his eye from Hiyoko as the winged hero chuckled internally. Oh wow, that... I don't have any words, the makeup artist signed, oblivious to any further conversation between the two, as she had only been a part of the conversation up until the voice-like warm chocolate part. Kana smirked and looked at Hiyoko before letting the girl get to his eye with the eyeliner. Once made up for the camera, the pair were ushered to the set and were met by the interviewer who would be talking to them about how they met, growing up together, and how they started dating. Hello, you two, I'm a huge fan. The man who would be conducting the interview said brightly as he strolled over, his diamante earring glistening in his right earlobe as he reached a hand out and shook both Kana and then Hiyoko's hands. Now, first of all, I just want to make sure I have your preferred partner names correct. Do you prefer to be called boyfriends or partners or anything else in particular? Boyfriends is fine, Hiyoko said, quickly explaining to Kana what had been said. I like boyfriend, Kana signed. We agree on boyfriend, Hiyoko said to the interviewer with a smile. Fabulous, he replied. Please take a seat. We're going to be on air in 5 minutes, so get comfortable and then we'll start. Hiyoko nodded and took Kana's hand in his, leading him up to the chairs on the set and sitting down beside him on the lounge. While the pair were waiting for the interview to start, the TV cameras panned around and focused on the two heroes and the interviewer. Last-minute white balance checks were done and focus checks completed before the countdown timer started. T-minus 10 seconds, the floor manager called, and the interviewer grinned at the two across from him. This is going to be such a good interview. I'm so excited for this. Suddenly, the introduction music to Heroes Daily blared over the speaker, and the interviewer jumped to life as the telly lights on the middle camera lit up. Hello all, and welcome to a very special interview today with our most favourite top heroes, the winged hero Condor and the sensing hero Seismic Kana. He turned from the camera and greeted the pair. Good morning, Seismic Kana and Condor. Good morning, Condor greeted politely. It's a pleasure to be here today. Kana smiled and did a small sign of greeting to the interviewer. Now, recently I believe that you two started dating, the interviewer asked excitedly. Yes, it's a privilege, Hiyoko said with a grin at Kana, who had been told what the interviewer had said. I am lucky to have Hiyoko as my boyfriend, Kana signed, letting Hiyoko translate it and repeat it to the interviewer. You are both very sweet. How long have you known each other? The interviewer asked, settling back and getting comfortable in his chair. The pair started telling stories of how they met in kindergarten and that Kana got to tell the interviewer about how he'd almost been in love at first sight because Hiyoko's voice was the only voice he had ever heard in his life. And so you were inseparable ever since? The interviewer probed. Pretty much, Hiyoko replied casually. We did all of our schooling together and then trained together as heroes. On the weekends we would hang out as well. Kana? The interviewer asked the sensing hero. I believe you were the one who admitted your feelings first? Hiyoko quickly asked Kana the question through his feather, and Kana nodded, signing his response, which Hiyoko replied out loud. He says he did admit his feelings first, and that I ran away. Hiyoko paused to have a little chuckle. But then I did come back to him and return his feelings, which is true, Hiyoko interjected. It just took me by surprise. And what is it like working together now as a couple? The interviewer asked. Do you ever get worried that the other will get hurt during a mission? Kana always knows who and what is around him. He is the sensing hero after all, Hiyoko said, giving Kana an endearing side glance. Kana then signed after hearing the question from Hiyoko. Hiyoko is strong and fast. I never have to worry about him during a mission. He does like to eat lots of junk food though. Hiyoko chuckled at Kana's sign and relayed it back to the interviewer. He says he doesn't have to worry about me on mission, but he says I eat too much junk food, and that worries him. The interviewer laughed. We must be twins, Condor. My boyfriend says I snack too much as well too. The pair shared a good chuckle before the next question was asked. Do you have any fond memories of Condor, Seismic Kana? Hiyoko relayed the question and then translated Kana's sign. He says it was the end of the first day that we'd worked together as heroes. We had chased criminals all over town. It had been really hot. At the end of the day, we got ice cream, and then Hiyoko flew us up onto the roof of a tall building, and we sat there and watched the sunset. Hiyoko paused as Kana stopped signing, then added his own bit. You know what's funny? The winged hero mused. The building I flew us up onto is the building we now use for our agency. How serendipitous, the interviewer gushed. And if I remember correctly, Hiyoko continued, talking out loud and internally to Kana as well, that was when we made the pact that we'd be together. At that point it was just in relation to friendship and work. Kana nodded. I knew I wanted more back then. I wanted to date you, but was too shy to say. Hiyoko's eyes widened when he saw what Kana had signed. Kana just said that that was the point that he knew he wanted us to be together? Well, I've just learned something new. Hiyoko spoke aloud as well as telepathically. An exclusive? The interviewer gasped dramatically. Exclusive for me too, Hiyoko said, making sure to say it internally as well for Kana. The sensing hero grinned and the other two chuckled. The rest of the interview went well, and after the segment had finished, Hiyoko and Kana stood and shook hands with everyone, thanking them for their kindness and help. You're a wonderful pairing, the interviewer said as he saw them off. I wish you all the very best in your relationship and in your hero work. Thank you, Hiyoko said happily. Give my best to your boyfriend and try not to snack too much. And same for you, don't eat too much junk food, the interviewer replied cheekily. I'll do my best, Hiyoko chuckled. The hero pair left, walking side by side out of the building and back to the office. It was on closing time when they arrived back at the building, and there was only a little time to talk to the students before seeing them off and telling them to be in early the next morning for the mission. "Bakugou," Hiyoko suddenly called as the students were leaving. "A minute of your time, please." The blonde nodded and stood still, refusing to look at his classmates again as they slunk away. "You ready for round 2? Hiyoko asked him cheekily once the other two had left. Chi smirked. "Bring it on." Hiyoko quickly turned to Kana, who was standing there idly. "I'm just going to train Bakugou again, but head home. I was wondering if it's okay if I drop by afterwards." Hiyoko asked Kana shyly. "Come over," Kana signed. "I'll be waiting." "Okay, cool," Hiyoko replied, then turned back to Chi. "Okay, to the roof again. Off we go." "Oh, I'm so excited for tomorrow," Ginny squealed to Soshi as they walked home together again. "I'm going to look so cool in my outfit. Brian's so super stylish. I might take some pics too, just so I can show them to Kiru." "Not that I care," Soshi interjected, completely off topic. "But Chi's been held back twice now. Why?" "Oh, yeah, I was meaning to ask him why, but then I got really distracted by everything else." Ginny chuckled. "I'll ask him tomorrow." "If he's in trouble, I'm going to smack him," Soshi remarked. "If he's in trouble, then I'm sure Condor is going to sort him out," Chi replied with a smirk. "No, but I'm sure he's okay. Condor is so kind and hot. He wouldn't be telling Chi off." "Keep your head up," Hiyoko snapped professionally at Chi. "If you look down, you lose sight of your opponent, and then you're open. Never take your eyes off them." Chi's clothes were drenched in sweat, his sides heaving as he held his fists up again and glared at the winged hero, who was barely even breaking a sweat. "How much friggin' stamina does this guy have?" Chi thought, bouncing up on his toes again and rolling his shoulders a little to make sure they were loose enough. Hiyoko shot forwards and placed a firm but not damaging punch to Chi's ribs, and the student buckled and tried to return the punch, but Hiyoko was already behind him and had shoved him between the shoulder blades to throw him off. "Bakugou," Hiyoko said sharply. "Just because I've told you not to use your quirk for this round doesn't mean you're defenseless. Fight back! You're more than your quirk." Chi spun and quickly ran back to striking range of Hiyoko and threw a few very controlled punches, keeping his eyes on the hero the whole time to make sure he didn't miss anything. Hiyoko allowed Chi to do his combo, only blocking the punches and not retaliating as he watched Chi's form. "Good," he commented, nodding once Chi had made him step back enough times. Poor Chi was nearly spent, but he still didn't let his gaze drop. "Okay, you've done well. You can use your quirk now," Hiyoko said. Sweat ran in rivulets down Chisuki's face, and Hiyoko had a quick moment of regret at allowing Chi to use his quirk again. "That's going to be a massive explosion," he thought with an internal grimace as he cautiously stepped back. Chi threw himself at Hiyoko, activating his quirk so that he became a human fireball and tucked his body over at the last minute so that he could use himself as a bowling ball to knock Hiyoko down. His move would have worked to some degree if Hiyoko didn't have wings, but unfortunately he did, and he used them to get into the air and away from the student fireball. The minute Chi rolled onto the concrete roof and had not hit any legs, he knew Hiyoko had taken to the skies and prepared for his body to be picked up. No sooner had he thought it, his body was airlifted, and he reached around behind himself and grabbed for Hiyoko's legs, clinging on for dear life as he was hoisted high above the city. "I've got him in a stalemate," Chi thought. "If I activate my quirk again now, he'll get singed. But if I don't activate and hold on to him, then I'll keep him in the skies, and he can't do anything to me." "You do realise that if I kicked you now, you'd fall to your death," Hiyoko said. "Yeah," Chi replied. "But if this were a real-life situation, then my accomplices below would be doing whatever they needed to do while I was up here keeping you occupied. I don't care if I die, as long as it saves someone else." "It's the true mark of a hero," Hiyoko thought, high-key surprised that such a mature response would come from young Chi. Hiyoko remained suspended in mid-air, his wings flicking out every now and again to keep himself airborne. He let Chi hang in the air a little more before slowly descending to the roof again. "Well done," Hiyoko congratulated the student. "In just 2 sessions you've come a long way. You've always had it in you. You just needed to tap that potential." Chi stepped back and looked at Hiyoko. "Guess I do owe you a thank you for the training," he mumbled, pushing his hands in his pockets and looking to the side. "If you ever want more training, come to me," Hiyoko said with a gentle smile. "Better yet, When you've graduated school, let me know, because I'd like for you to work at my agency as a pro hero. Chi's eyes lit up, and a big proud smile graced his face. He wanted to ask if Hiyoko really meant it, but then he thought playing it cool would be a much better idea. Cool, yeah. That'd be cool. Hiyoko smirked and nodded. I don't want to keep you too late, Bakugo. You've got a big day tomorrow, so go home and rest. Well done again today. Thank you, Chi said, before turning and making his way off the roof and down the stairs to get his bag and run home. The minute the students had left, Hiyoko shot off the roof, making the straightest line that he could to Kana's house, and dropped down onto the balcony once he'd gotten there. Pulling his phone out, he texted his boyfriend. Hey, I'm outside, he sent to Kana. There was a pause, then Kana sent back. Where? I'm at the front door, and you're not here. Balcony, Hiyoko sent with the crying, laughing emoji. Why? Kana replied, just before pulling the curtains back from the window and his face appearing at the glass door. As the sliding door was pulled open, Hiyoko floated his feather in and settled it on Kana's shoulder. If I'd come in the normal way, people might have seen me and caused a scene, he said. And you have wings, so it makes sense that you would fly to my window, Kana signed. The handsome, sensing hero stepped back to let Hiyoko in, and then walked to his kitchen. Stay for dinner, he signed. You need to eat well. Hiyoko walked over to the island bench and rested his arms down on it before sliding his backside onto one of the high-top bar chairs there. I can think of something else I wouldn't mind eating out, Hiyoko said deviously. Kana's head whipped towards his boyfriend, and he blushed before going back to pulling things out to make dinner. You flirt, Kana signed with a flustered look on his face. Catch me off guard. Stealth flirting, Hiyoko said with a chuckle, making Kana smile. The sensing hero quickly started pulling out vegetables and meats to make some kind of soup, and Hiyoko got up and helped where he could, as he chatted about the things that they would be doing over the next day. Hello, it is I, warning about adult content that's coming up. I will cut it out for YouTube purposes, but I will put the link in the description as I usually do, so that you can find it on my book site and read it there. I'll chop it off before things get too spicy, and I'll pick it up again when things have simmered right down. I did manage to find time to ring the manager of Rarefine to let him know the students would be in tomorrow to do a bit of reconnaissance and find out more about the workers there. Hiyoko said as he passed Kana a carrot for him to peel. Kana nodded. So while they're doing work there, what will we be doing in the office? Paperwork? You can stay in my office if you like. We can do some other things between writing and official documents. Hiyoko's cheeky smirk distracted Kana again, and the sensing hero turned and punched his boyfriend's arm. You are making me embarrassed, he signed before covering his face. If you do not stop, then I'll have to teach you a lesson why you should not turn me on. Turn you on? Hiyoko replied with surprise. Did it really work like that? Kana put his chopping knife down and turned to Hiyoko, their lips meeting heavily as Kana pushed Hiyoko back against the kitchen wall. As they kissed, Kana rocked his hips forward again. It was a noise in the apartment hallway that woke Hiyoko the next morning, and he stirred sleepily and popped an eye open and looked around. For a second he wondered where he was, then he remembered that he'd stayed over at Kana's the night before, and he lifted his wing quickly to have a look. There was Kana, curled up under it, still fast asleep, and Hiyoko smiled and relaxed again. He looked over at the curtains and saw that it was quite bright outside already, so he reached for his watch to check the time. 9:03. His eyes snapped wide open and he cursed internally but quite loudly, not realising that Kana could hear him through his feathers that were touching his body. The sensing hero jumped awake, and Hiyoko sprang naked from the bed. What? What is the problem? Kana signed, looking around with confusion. We have to be at the agency in less than half an hour, Hiyoko said as he ran to get his clothes back on. Take your time. I'll go now because I can fly direct, and you come when you gotten dressed and had breakfast. I will make you breakfast and bring it, Kana signed as Hiyoko yanked his shirt on and then grabbed his socks and shoes. Thanks, Kana. That'll be great, Hiyoko said before running up to the bed, kissing his boyfriend, and then dashing to the balcony door. In one swift movement, he ripped the door open and then stepped out and threw himself off the railing, taking off across the city at top speed. Kana shook his head with an internal chuckle as he lay back down and stared at the ceiling for a bit. I am so happy we got intimate last night. I love him. Then he remembered what day it was. It's Friday! Mission day! For the intern students. It will be an exciting day for them. Happily, he got out of bed and walked to the bathroom to have a shower before making breakfast for him and Hiyoko and casually walking to work. "Hi, Ginny!" Ginny greeted brightly as she skipped into the kitchen. "Hey, baby!" Red Riot greeted her, turning to give her a hug. "It's the big day today!" she said as she wrapped her comparatively little arms around his very solid middle. "Oh, the secret mission that you've been doing homework on?" he said in a whisper, glancing around to make sure that no one else was in the room. "Good luck. Remember to always stay in character when you're doing reconnaissance." "Right," she said with a confident head nod. "I hope I can tell you all about it later, Dad. I've been so excited for today to happen." "I know you have," he chuckled. "This is what being a hero is all about. It's very manly." "And womanly, Dad. Womanly is cool too. We're badasses." "Oh, of course. Your mum is the baddest of them all," he said with a grin as she entered the room, a very clever segue into another topic so that he and Ginny's secret conversation about the mission wouldn't be uncovered. "Anyway, I gotta go. Bye, Dad. Bye, Mum," Ginny said quickly before running to the door. "What was that all about?" Mrs. Kirishima asked her husband as he pulled her in for a hug and then kissed her on the cheek. "Secret hero stuff," he replied with a wink. "Oh, I see," she hummed with a giggle, allowing him to wrap his strong arms around her and snuggle his head into her neck. "Dad!" she hollered down the hallway. "I'm going!" "Don't screw it up!" his dad yelled back. "As if I would!" she shouted in reply. "That's my boy!" Dad?" Soshi asked as he poked his head into the study, his orange eyes finding the chair next to the desk that his father always sat in. "Yes?" Shoto asked, turning his chair and looking at his son. I'm going now. It's the day today." Shoto nodded. "Keep your wits about you." "Okay, Dad," Soshi replied before turning and walking away from the room, heading for the front door and off for the day. Amazingly, Hiyoko made it to the agency before everyone else arrived, and he dropped down onto the roof and sprinted for the stairs that led to his level. "Did I make it in time?" he asked himself as he rounded the corner and didn't see anyone standing outside his office door. "Oh, thank God I'm early." He slowed his run to a jog and then stopped at his door and unlocked it, letting himself inside and flicking the lights on. "Oh, hey, Nuggy!" Brian's bright voice greeted through the doorway as he entered shortly after his nephew. "Bri," Hiyoko greeted with a big smile as he turned around to face his uncle. As they embraced, Jasmine walked in, dragging her massive makeup kit and rack of clothes. "Are these for the interns?" Hiyoko queried, walking over to see the set. "Oh, not all of them, sweet buns. God, that would look a mess if they wore all those clothes at once. Mercy!" Brian said emphatically as he waved his hand around in an erratic manner. "No, boo-boo, I bought all these clothes just in case when you do a little swapsy poos at last minute." Hiyoko raised his pierced eyebrow, but didn't say any more. And it's a good thing that the room was silent at that point, because that's when the students arrived. "Hi, everyone," Ginny greeted the room of people. "Oh, sugar, I'm so happy to see you," Brian gushed. "Come here, give Brian a proper hello." She grinned and walked over, letting Brian give her a flamboyant hug and then chant some affirmations around her. "Love and light, lift this queen, set her on higher ground, amen," he sung softly, flicking his hands out before clapping them together to signal the end of the ritual. "Thanks, Bri, I'm so excited for today," Ginny squealed. "Oh, I am too, honey buns," Brian replied. "Now, let me bless these boys." He did a similar ritual for both Soshi and Chi and then let them go. "Hiyoko, would you prefer us to set up in the debrief room?" Jasmine asked Hiyoko. "Yeah, that might be good," Hiyoko replied. "Kana and I will be doing some work in here, so we'll need a bit of quiet." Jasmine nodded, and Brian gave Hiyoko a leering look. "What?" Hiyoko asked in a soft voice when he saw the look on his uncle's face. "Oh, nothing, honey baby. You just keep shining," Brian said before turning his attention back to the students and clapping his hands to get their attention. "Okay, babies, let's tippy-toe down the hall and start getting you all ready for the big day today. So much fun! Ah!" He quickly ushered the students and Jasmine out into the hall and then off down to the debriefing room, and Hiyoko was left in his office alone. What a whirlwind morning. He reached up into his hair and scrubbed it, and then dragged his fingers down the front of his face and around the back of his neck, and then tilted his head up to the ceiling. Good thing it's a Friday and we have the weekend to relax. I guess today will be easy with the interns at Rare Fine. Maybe I should take Kana out for dinner tonight. Then maybe back to my place. He smirked and then dropped his head back to neutral and sat back on the edge of the desk. Guess I better get a little bit of work done before Kana gets here. In the briefing room, things had already gotten underway, and Ginny was in the change room putting on her disguise outfit. Oh, she hummed softly as she pulled on the ripped jeans and sequins top, and then reached for a pink wig to put on her head. Hey, I look pretty hot. She turned left and right to check herself out in the mirror, and then stepped out for Brian to see. What do you think, Bri? She asked, doing a spin. Chi's eyes immediately glossed her over from where he was sitting on the makeup stool, getting his face detailed by Jasmine. She looks good, he thought as he stared at her. Bakugou, honey, Jasmine said in her deep voice. Please look over here. Chi quickly looked back at Jasmine, and she applied a bit of makeup to his face and some eyeliner to his eyes. He could hear the others talking about Ginny's outfit in the distance, and he desperately wanted to look over again, but his face was being held very firmly by Jasmine. Chi, Ginny called as she skipped over. Do you like the outfit? Yeah, it's okay, he replied. Oh wow, Chi, Ginny gasped, getting closer to his face. The eyeliner really brings out your eyes. They looked deeply into each other's eyes for a second before Ginny looked away and cleared her throat. I'm getting my makeup done next, Soshi announced, noticing that Chi seemed to be getting extra attention because he had some makeup on. You're gonna look so cool, Ginny gushed to Soshi. Todoroki, honey, can we get your clothes on? Brian called. I've hung it all up for you. Soshi looked over at him and nodded, and then walked into the change room and started to get his disguise clothes on. Ah, can't wait for tonight, Brian suddenly announced loudly. What's tonight? Ginny asked curiously. It's my husband's wedding anniversary, Brian replied excitedly. Oh, congratulations, Ginny said excitedly. Are you going out for dinner? Of course, honey bunch, Brian replied emphatically. Beyonce, if he doesn't take me to Le Milieu for dinner, I'm going to cap his privileges. He snapped his fingers and then slammed his hand to his hip and tossed his head up in the air. Anthony had better be on his game tonight, Jasmine commented with a deep chuckle. Right, Brian agreed with a flamboyant bounce on the heel of his foot that was holding all of his weight. Brian? Soshi's hesitant voice called as he emerged from the makeshift change room nearby. Is this what I'm supposed to be dressed in? Everyone looked over as he emerged, and Ginny's eyes nearly fell out of her head. Soshi was in tight black jeans with a plain white tee, but the way it pulled made his physique look amazing. Oh, baby, you look amazing, Brian squealed. Hold up, sugar, let me get you some bling. The effervescent male pranced over to a suitcase and grabbed out an orange watch and a fake tongue ring for the young student. Come on, baby, let's get you shining, he sung, whisking Soshi away to put both items on. Oh, I'm going to fix my wig a bit, Ginny said, walking away to the mirror to fix it. Hey, Chi grunted to Jasmine. Do you think I could have a tongue ring too, but not metal because of my quirk? Of course, honey, Jasmine said, still going about her job of contouring his face to disguise him. I have one here for you. Cool, he replied, letting her put on the finishing touches. Soshi soon came back and grinned at Ginny. Hey, look at this, he said proudly, poking his tongue out for Ginny to see. A tongue ring that's so hot, Soshi, Ginny gushed. He pulled his tongue back in and stood straighter, elated that he had impressed her. Chi scowled from his chair as Soshi gave him a snide side glance. I'm getting one too, so don't you think you're so cool, Soshi? Chisuki, honey, Brian called to Chi. Come with me, let's get your outfit. Okay, all done, Jasmine said to Chi, putting her artistry tools down. Chi got off the stool and walked over to the change area, then stepped inside so that he could get his new disguise gear on. While the blonde was changing, Brian helped Ginny fix her wig, and her and Soshi then chatted while they waited for Chi to emerge. What is this shirt? Chi said in a grumpy voice as he walked out, looking down at the front of his clothes. On it was written, straight, only during work hours. Oh, it's perfect, honey, Brian said with a smirk. Now let Jazzy Poo do the rest of her thing and you're ready to go. Jasmine applied the tongue ring for Chi, then he proudly showed it off to Ginny, who told him it looked hot as well, and they all got ready for the mission. Thanking Brian and Jasmine for their expert help, they then left the debrief room and headed back to Hiyoko's room so that he and Kana could walk them to Rare Find. "You ready?" Hiyoko asked as Ginny opened the office door. "Yep," she replied brightly as she entered first, smiling when she saw Kana in the office as well. "Hi Kana, I didn't see you this morning." Hiyoko quickly relayed the message to Kana, who then replied that he accidentally overslept, and Ginny nodded sympathetically. "I didn't even recognize you," Hiyoko said to her once her and Kana had finished their conversation. Then he smiled at the boys as they entered after her. "Well, Jasmine and Brian have done a great job. You're all well disguised." Jasmine had indeed done a great job with her makeup, contouring their faces to make them look different, and the clothes made them look like they were from a higher fashion end of town. "Have you got your alias names ready?" Hiyoko asked, going over everything once more before taking them to Rare Find. "Rana," Ginny said, raising her hand with a grin. "Sokin," Soshi said. "Genji," Chisuki replied. "Good," Hiyoko nodded. "And backstory?" "We've all chosen the same," Ginny spoke for them all. "Students on work placement from Kishona High." "Good," Hiyoko nodded. "Now remember, we're just gathering intel about the workers there. Who could be a target, who could be an accomplice, etc. You must not give yourselves away, so stay in character as much as possible. I've already told the manager of Rare Find what we're doing, so he's the only one who knows your true mission. Kana and I will walk you some of the way to the shop, and then you'll walk the rest. We don't want people to see you being escorted by us, otherwise it will arouse some suspicion." The students all nodded. "Okay, let's go then," Hiyoko said with a smile. "Time to do some hero work." Goodbyes were said to Jasmine and Brian, and then the small group left to go to Rare Find. The walk to Rare Find was shorter than they all expected, and soon Hiyoko paused. "Okay, this is where we leave you. Good luck. We'll finish your work at 3 p.m, so we'll meet you here shortly after," Hiyoko said with a smile to the students, who all nodded and kept walking the last bit to Rare Find. "Do you think they will do well?" Kana signed to Hiyoko. "I'm sure they'll be fine," he replied. "All they have to do is get to know the workers and gather information, then leave." Kana nodded, and the pair turned to head back to the agency together. "Here we go, boys! First real mission!" Ginny squealed, bouncing up and down a little between her two classmates as they reached the front doors to Rare Find. The manager met them there and smiled as he opened the door for them. "Welcome, work placement students," he greeted with a knowing smirk. "I've been expecting you." The trio nodded at him and entered the building eagerly. "Please come with me so I can introduce you to the staff and then allocate your jobs for the day," he said, then led them off to the staff room where the other workers were so that he could make introductions. Once in the staff room, Ginny, Soshi and Chi stated their alias names and that they were there on work placement, each student giving a different reason for having an interest in going into the jewellery or gem industry. "Okay," the manager said once he had let each of them state themselves. "You three will shadow different people today and see what they do for work." "Smart," Soshi thought. "That way we can talk to people and won't look suspicious, us asking questions." "Any questions?" the manager asked. Ginny, Soshi and Chi shook their heads. "Wonderful," he said. "Genji," he addressed Chi, "you will be with Asana." Chi looked up at a young girl with bright eyes, and she gave him a bashful look and squished her arms against her breasts to make them appear bigger, flirtatiously batting her eyes at him as she bit into her bottom lip. "Hey," she said softly. Chi grunted in reply. "Rana," the manager addressed Ginny. "You'll be with Jinko." Ginny looked up at an older man with a kind smile, and she smiled happily at him. "And Sokin," the manager said. "I'll get you to help me with the jewels, so you can see where we keep them and all." Soshi nodded. "Well, good luck today, everyone. That's the end of our staff meeting this morning." He smiled at the interns. "If you need me, I'll be in my office." He then turned to Soshi and beckoned the young student to follow him as he left the room. "So, Kishona High?" Asana asked in a flirtatious voice. "Is everyone at your school as hot as you?" Chi didn't even react. He just looked away and then looked back at her. "So what are we doing today?" he asked in a straightforward voice, as if to say, "I'm not interested in anything you have to say unless it's work-related." Asana was taken aback by his non-response to her very overt flirting, but she did her best to recover. "Oh, I'm on necklaces today. Come and I'll show you which is my favourite." Chi shoved his hands into his pockets and sauntered after her, with Ginny watching on with amusement. Well, that girl certainly likes Chi, but he definitely is not interested in return, she thought with an internal smirk. Good luck to her, though. Rana, was it? Jinko asked with a pleasant smile. I'm on rings today. Come and I'll show you the stand. Oh, exciting, let's go! Ginny replied with a bright smile, following him out of the staff room. Outside the building, in the back alley, a cloaked, shadowy figure could be seen approaching the back door. His fingers fiddled with the lock until the door cracked open, and he let himself inside, then closed the door silently behind him. Have you found anything on Kujin? Hiyoko asked Kana through his feather, as the latter paced back and forth, holding the laptop in hand and scrolling through archives of half-completed criminal cards. Kana shook his head. Let me have a look. I might be able to find something. You write up your reports for the students while I'm looking. I've pretty much finished mine. Kana nodded again and walked over to Hiyoko to hand him the laptop, but just before Hiyoko could take it from his hands, he pulled it back a bit and shook his head. Kiss, he signed, giving his winged boyfriend a sly grin. Oh, so now I have to kiss you before I get anything? Is that how it's going to be? Hiyoko asked as he leaned in and pecked Kana on the lips. Yes, Kana signed. I refuse to go without kisses. Good thing you're so cute, Hiyoko replied, taking the laptop from his man. You can have anything you want from me, since you're cute. You are teasing me, Kana signed with a smirk. Do not do that. His eyes flashed with desire, and for a second there was an immense amount of sexual tension in the room. Just wait for tonight, Hiyoko replied with a smirk, looking back at the laptop as Kana rolled his eyes with delight. The winged one chuckled when he saw the look on Kana's face, and then went back to scrolling through the list of incomplete cards while Kana started writing his reports. It had only been a few seconds when Hiyoko called for Kana's attention. Hey babe, think I might have found something. Kana looked up and then walked over, doing the sign for what? I've been looking for cards that haven't had a reasonable cause to be discontinued. You know, like the ones where the supposed criminal has been found not guilty or has passed away. Those I can understand why they were discontinued, but there have been a few that have just stopped for no reason. Okay, what is the one you are interested in? Kana signed, walking around behind Hiyoko and looking over his shoulder. See with this one, it looks like there's been a bit of a war of what to write. You can see here in the name section the police officer has tried to write a name, but then it looks like they've been made to write a different name. Kana nodded in acknowledgement. And look at these petty crimes: stealing, being on the scene for multiple fights where people have said that this person was involved, but they couldn't tell how. You think it is Kujin? Kana signed in question. Well, I'd like to pay him a visit and have a chat. Or better yet, I've got a copy of his ID card here, so I'll fax it through to Mr. Dofu, see if he recognises him. That is a good idea, Kana signed. Okay, give me a minute and I'll fax it to Mr. Dofu. If it's Kujin, then we'll go and pay him a visit. Kana nodded and walked back over to the desk to keep writing. Let me know when you're ready, and I'll come with you, he signed. Hiyoko nodded, and then stood up with the laptop and walked out of the room and down to the hall to the fax machine, where he pulled his phone from his pocket with one hand. Dialing Mr. Dofu's number, he waited for the owner to pick up. Morning, sir. This is Hiro Kondo here, he greeted politely. I have a picture of someone I want to send to you. I'd like for you to try and identify them for me if you can. There was a pause as Mr. Dofu replied. Okay, wonderful. Please hold while I connect this laptop and I'll send you the picture, Hiyoko said. He very quickly plugged everything in and then asked for Mr. Dofu's fax number and punched it into the machine once the owner had replied with the number. Okay, that's sending now, Hiyoko said, waiting for the image to be sent through to the jeweler store owner. Let me know when it comes through. There was another pause as Mr. Dofu watched the image come through on his fax machine, and then there was a sound of affirmation. Oh? Hiyoko asked with surprise. So you do recognise that person? Can you please give me their name? Another pause. Kujin Akuto. Right, your ex-manager, Hiyoko confirmed. Thank you, sir. We'll go and pay him a visit. After politely saying goodbye to Mr. Dofu, Hiyoko took his laptop and walked back to the office to get Kana. Saddle up, Kana, we're going to pay Kujin a visit, the winged hero said as he put the laptop down and grabbed a few things to put in his pocket, just in case he might need them. Is it him? Kana signed. The picture is of Kujin? Yep, Hiyoko replied with a grin. Time to take him in for some questioning. The manager of Rare Find walked Soshi down to the back hall to where the vault was and stopped outside the door. This is where we keep most of our private collection. We can't have too many items on display, but if someone comes in and asks for something specifically, then we can check in here to see if we have it. He turned to the door that had a large number pad on it and started to punch in the password for access. While Soshi was standing behind him, he felt like someone had pushed his arm to get him to step to the side, and he did so to correct his balance, but he also looked to his left to see who was there, and who had pushed him. No one. What the hell was that just now? He wondered, glancing behind him to see if whatever had pushed him had walked behind him. So, the manager continued, pushing the door open. As you can see, it is quite a large vault. Soshi was still looking around, a little perplexed, as the manager continued to talk. Then the student spied a vent, a little behind him, on the roof, and suddenly it clicked. Oh shit, the thief must be here, he thought as he looked back at the manager, who was still talking away and hadn't noticed anything. He must have pushed me out of the way with his quirk, so he could see the numbers on the pad and memorise it to get in later, which would also make me look hella suspicious since I'm here and could possibly have seen the code too. Soshi smiled politely as the manager looked at him again. I need to warn Ginny and Chi about this, he thought, and get the manager to call Condor and Seismic Kana. Choosing to fly to Kujin's house, Hiyoko and Kana alighted near the building complex and then walked the rest of the way. I'm not even sure this is the right address, Hiyoko commented to Kana. He could have made the police person write the wrong address. True, Kana signed. We will have a look anyway. Hiyoko nodded, and the pair walked up to the building complex and rang the number on the pad that had been put down as Kujin's address, but no one answered. I'm just gonna fly up and have a look in the windows real quick. Hiyoko stretched his wings out and looked up, crouching a little as he raised his wings and then brought them down forcefully, and up he shot, taking off up the side of the building. Slowly he circled around as he mentally located where Kujin's room would be and looked in through one of the windows. Everything seemed quiet. No one was at home, so he scanned the room for any identifying documents. Looking across the coffee table that was there in the small lounge room, he saw a bill addressed to someone. Kujin Akuto was written on the envelope, and he grinned before flying back down to Kana. That's his place, all right, Hiyoko said as he dropped down beside his boyfriend. He doesn't appear to be home, though. Hiyoko, Kana signed suddenly, a fearful look in his eye. What if Kujin is at Rare Find now? Oh crap, you're right, Hiyoko said as he pulled his phone from his pocket. I need to call the manager. I need to tell him to keep an eye out for anything suspicious. He rang the manager's number and pressed the phone to his ear, but no one answered. I think we should fly there and do a check with your quirk, Kana, Hiyoko said. You'll be able to tell if anyone's hiding in that building. Kana nodded and stepped in behind Hiyoko, holding onto his boyfriend's wing bones. The winged hero smiled and crouched a bit, and then reached back to hold Kana to his body before jumping and taking to the sky. Back at Rare Find, Soshi was still on high alert, but didn't want to get caught trying to tell the manager what was going on. I'm pretty sure that the thief is in the vents, he thought. I need to get the manager away from this vent in particular before I tell him anything, otherwise that thief will hear me. The manager kept talking, and Soshi nodded before asking a question. Sir, do you have the cleaning equipment here to clean the jewels? Where do you keep that? Soshi asked, hoping it would be in a different room and away from this vent so that he could warn the man. Oh, the manager said. Yes, we do. Come with me and I'll show you where it is. He turned and headed off down the hall, away from the vent, and Soshi glanced around before closing the gap behind the manager and tapping him on the shoulder. Sir, he whispered lowly, the thief is here. We need to call Condor and Seismic Kana. The manager looked at him a moment and then it clicked. We're being robbed, he hissed. Where? Where is he? How do you know he's here? In the vent, sir. He pushed me aside to see what number you had put in the keypad back there, so that he could get in later, Soshi replied. Please, we need backup. The manager nodded furiously. I will call them now. Okay, I'm going to go and tell my classmates to be on the lookout, Soshi said, the pair parting ways to go and attend to their respective duties. The white-haired student quickly made his way to the front of the shop area and got Ginny and Chi's attention, then beckoned them to come to him so that they could talk. What's up, Sukin? Ginny asked once they were in an area with no vents. The thief is here, he said, looking from Ginny to Chi. How do you know? Chi asked pointedly. I felt someone push me aside when the manager was putting his pin into the jewel vault pad, Soshi said softly. The manager is calling Kondo and Seismic Kana right now, but we need to be on high alert. Ginny nodded with a giant grin on her face. Oh my god, a real mission! The thief is actually here! We should make some plans now, while Kondo and Seismic Kana are on their way, Soshi said, clicking into student hero mode. Do something to start the ball rolling, capture this thief. Yeah, okay, Chi said. Soshi, you go and use your ice to cool the vents down, keep him distracted. And Ginny, you glue the vents closed. But I can't detach the glue from my fingers, she replied with a worried look on her face. How am I going to close off all of the vents? Gonna have to reach far then and just glue as many closed as you can, he replied. And what will you do while we're doing that? Soshi asked him. I'm going to get people out of the shop, kind of civilians getting hurt. Ginny looked at Chi in surprise. I've never heard him say anything like that before, she thought, glancing over his side profile. He's usually the one who wants to go after the villain first. Okay then, sounds like a plan. Let's go and do our thing, Soshi said. Kondo and Seismic Kana will be here soon, so we just need to keep this thief busy for a moment, then they'll step in. And if they don't, then you can both rely on me to kick his ass, Chi said with a determined growl in his voice. Ah, there he is, Ginny thought with a giggle. The students all nodded at each other, and they went back to their respective duties, heads held high with new determination. Soshi quickly made his way to one of the vents near the back of the building and made himself an ice ladder to use so that he could get up and reach the latch on the vent and open it. Gingerly he cracked it open and looked in, making sure the coast was clear before placing both hands up into the opening and blasting ice as far down the pipeline as he could. She'll keep you busy, thief, he smirked internally as he went hard to pump as much ice-cold air out as possible. Meanwhile, Ginny had run to the manager's office and knocked quickly on his door. Ah, Rana, please come in, the manager said, getting up from the desk and walking around to her. Sir, she whispered softly, looking up at the vent overhead, we have reason to believe the thief is here. Please, can I have the blueprints to the store so that I can close off the vents with my quirk? The manager nodded and ran back to his desk and then handed her the blueprints. I have tried to call Kondo and Seismic Kana, but have not been able to contact them, he said in an apologetic tone. I will keep trying though. She nodded and took the blueprints from him. Okay, we'll hold off this guy until they get here, she said with a smile before turning and running from the room while unfurling the blueprints in hand. As she got halfway down the back hall, she stopped and found a vent above her and then lay the prints out on the floor and quickly detailed where all the vents were. Pressing her fingers to the ground, she exuded as much of her quirk as possible, sliding the glue up the walls and locking down as many vents as she could reach. Take that, she thought proudly, as her glue swiftly slid along to the furthest vent. Due to the nature of Ginny's quirk, she had to hold the glue in a solid state and thus remain on the ground with the glue splayed out from her fingers, her body starting to tremble slightly with the fatigue of holding such a vast amount out at once. As the two classmates worked to keep the thief in the vents, Chi calmly sauntered back to the front area and made his way to Osana's side, noticing that she hadn't said anything when he walked up. He looked at her. She kept her head down. Hey, he said in a low voice. What's wrong? Nothing, she whispered fearfully, clutching her hands together in front of her body. Chi eyed her body language and then looked up overhead to a vent that was right above her. Sliding up closer, he craned his head next to her ear so he could talk to her without being heard by anyone else. Did you just put some jewels in your pocket or something? He whispered lowly. Her head shot up and she quickly looked at him, her face mere inches from his, as her petrified eyes stared into his calm red ones. How did you know? She whispered in horror. I swear I didn't mean to do it. I felt like I was being forced to... It's okay. Keep you cool, he whispered. Do you have money hardships? I'm working 3 jobs to help my mum. She's really sick and she can't work, but I didn't steal for that. I promise. Please believe me. I want to put it back, but every time I try, my hands won't let me. It just makes me put it in my pocket again. Shh. Chi hushed her gently, seeing that she was getting worked up. It's okay, he added as he looked up and around the shop. My name isn't Genji. It's Chisuki Bakugou. I'm a hero in training on an undercover mission. Her eyes widened and relief washed over her face at his sudden announcement. We know there's a thief that's just turned up today, But don't worry, I'm going to take the bastard down. I knew you were a hero. I could feel it, she said softly with delight. Please save me. I'm going to save everyone here, he said. But first, I've got to get you all out of the store so I can do some damage, not hurt anyone. Is there anyone else here who could possibly be a victim, aside from you? Anyone else who has money hardships? Yes, Asana replied. The guy who was with your classmate, Jinko, his wife just had a baby, but it needs surgery, so he's been working overtime to make more money so he can pay for the treatment. Chi nodded and looked over to Jinko. The man had his head down, looking very sorrowful. Stay here. Act as normal as possible, Chi said to Asana. I'm going to talk to Jinko. Calmly he walked around Asana, over to where the older man was on the ring display, and approached him from the side. Hey, he greeted in a low voice. Jinko looked at him and gave him a small nod. Did you just get forced to put something in your pocket? Chi asked softly. Jinko's eyes teared up and he nodded sadly. I'm not trying to steal, he said in a completely broken voice. I felt forced to put some rings in a small bag and then put them under the bench here. He pointed under the bench. I've tried to stop myself or to take them out, but my hand won't let me do it. A tear slipped down his cheek. I can't lose my job. My baby girl is going to die if I can't pay for the medical treatments. It's okay. Don't get stressed, Chi stated calmly, keeping his voice low so that anyone listening in the vents couldn't hear him. My name is Chisuki Bakugou. I'm in training with Hero Condor and Hero Seismic Kana. We're here on a mission to catch the thief that's forcing you to steal, so don't worry. I'm a witness and I'm on your side. The man immediately relaxed. Thank you, he whispered. Please don't let the thief get away. I won't, she replied. For now, just act like you usually would. Jinko nodded and looked up as a male customer walked over to the stand. Hello, the customer greeted Jinko. I'm after a pink diamond ring. Oh, of course, Jinko said, trying to maintain his composure as best he could. What is the occasion, may I ask? It's my boyfriend and my anniversary, and heaven help me if I don't go all out for this man, the male customer replied. Chi paused and looked at this guy, remembering that Brian mentioned something about an anniversary with his boyfriend that night. Sir? Chi asked the male customer. This might be a long stretch, but is your boyfriend's name Brian? Oh my god, the male customer said in a dead voice. Everyone knows him. Yes, Brian is my boyfriend. My name is Anthony. Small world, Chi said with a smirk. Then his face fell serious. Anthony, I'm sorry to have to do this, but I'm going to need to get everyone out of this shop right now. Oh, is something the matter? Anthony asked. I don't want to cause alarm, so just slowly leave and all will be explained outside, Chi said. Anthony, I'm with Condor's agency. Oh, heavens! You're one of the interns. Okay, let me help you get everyone outside, he said, and then he turned and walked over to a lady shopping nearby. As Chi worked quickly and silently to move everyone out of the shop, a cold breeze wafted through the air vents, and he looked up and smirked. Plans in motion. We're going to get him in no time. What can you see? Hiyoko asked Kana, as they set up on the roof across from Rarefind. Kana stood still and activated his quirk, quickly creating a topographical layout of the building across, and then signalling what he could detect. Customers and workers. Kirishima at the back. She's using her quirk. Todoroki on a ladder. I think it is made by his quirk. And Bakugou is talking to a customer. Any sign of Kujin? Male in vents. He is directly over Bakugou and the customer. Armed. Kana felt for a few more seconds to get a clear detail of Kujin's body. Yes. Gun. Right hip pocket. Oh crap. We need to get everyone out, Hiyoko said to Kana, setting a few feathers off with the intention of sending them to the students to let them know that help had arrived. Bakugou is making customers and workers leave, Kana signed. Well done, Hiyoko said to Kana. I'm impressed that he thought to do that as the first port of call. They must know Kujin's here. Sweat poured from Ginny's face as she tried to hold her quirk firm, but it just wasn't holding up like she thought it would. I guess I've never had to hold it this long before, nor put this much in, she thought as she took another ragged breath in. I don't know how much I have it. I don't know how much longer I can hold it. It looks like Todoroki is cooling the vents down. Kujin is starting to crawl back towards where he is, Kana relayed in sign to Hiyoko. I'll warn them, Hiyoko said, as each of his feathers landed on the shoulders of each student inside. Greetings, students. Kana and I are here, he spoke to them all. Todoroki, be careful. The thief Kujin is headed your way. Just then, Ginny lost control of her quirk and it deactivated, all of the glue being sucked back into her body immediately, subsequently leaving all the vents now unlocked for Kujin to escape, if need be. Oh no, she screamed internally as she got up and started to run, wobbly, out to where she knew Chi would be. Kirishima is no longer using her quirk and has moved to the front of the building, Kana signed to Hiyoko. Kirishima, Hiyoko called through his feathers on her shoulder. Come outside now, I want you safe. Ginny heard Condor, but she wanted to help Chi get the last of the customers and workers out of the shop, so she paused as she got to her blonde classmate's side. Get out, Chi hissed as she wobbled up to him. You heard Condor, he wants you out. No, she panted heavily. I need to help. Go, he hissed. Keep everyone together outside. While they were arguing, Kujin, in the vents, had spotted Soshi and his hand up through the opening, and he activated his quirk on the student, throwing Soshi off the ladder and slamming him to the floor. Soshi tried to get up and run, but he was picked up like a rag doll and slammed into the back wall, his head hitting it hard and splitting his eyebrow open. With a tense grunt, he tried to steady himself and get up, but was once again thrown against the wall. This time he hit it so hard he blacked out. Todoroki is in trouble, Kana signed frantically. He's injured. Is everyone out? Hiyoko asked Kana. Workers and customers? Yes, Kana signed. I'm going in. He has a gun! Hiyoko, no! But it was too late. Hiyoko had thrown himself from the building and was making a direct line for the front door of Rarefind. Kujin, now happy that he had temporarily disabled the ice student, had turned back and crawled along the vents to the main floor of the building, to where Chi and Ginny were discreetly getting the last of the customers out. Okay, it's all of them, Chi said to Ginny. Go, you need to go. What about you? You come too, Ginny said, pulling his arm. The sound of movement in the vents overhead made Chi step in front of Ginny to block anyone in the vent from seeing her. Then he continued what he was going to say. I'm going to get Soshi. He hasn't come out yet. Just then a loud gunshot rang out and Chi stumbled forwards, blood splattering onto Ginny, who caught him in her arms as he collapsed against her. Chi! She gasped as his body went limp. Chi! The next thing that happened was a flash of white and another gunshot, the flash of white suddenly becoming tinged with red. Ginny screamed, clutching Chi's body to hers as she tried to process what was happening. Hiyoko was in front of her, with his back to her, his wing bones snapped and hanging down as he looked up at the vent and then turned and grabbed her and Chi. Amid a lot of pain, using his broken wing, he flew back out the door and dropped both of them down on the ground outside with the other workers. Condor! A customer gasped. You're injured! I need to get Todoroki out, Hiyoko said to Ginny as she continued to hold an unconscious and bleeding Chi. Call for an ambulance, he addressed Ginny. The poor girl was shaking uncontrollably, still clutching her unconscious friend and babbling incoherently. Nugs! A deep voice rang out over the terrified and confused chatter of the bystanders. Hiyoko looked up when he heard the familiar voice and looked straight into the worried eyes of Uncle Anthony. As he froze for a second, Kana appeared, running into the fray. You are hurt! You are hurt! He signed on repeat. Don't go back in! Ambulance is on its way! Another person shouted. Just then sirens could be heard in the distance. Police are coming! Another person yelled. Chi! No, wake up! Ginny wailed, adjusting Chi in her lap and turning his face towards hers so that she could try and pat his cheek gently to get him to come to. Please! Condor, help! Help, he's been shot as well! Back inside the building, Todoroki stirred. His head was thumping heavily as his hearing came back to him and he groaned and sat up. At first it sounded like everything was underwater, but slowly things became clearer and he was suddenly cognizant of the sounds of sirens in the distance. Is it all over? Did they catch him? He groggily looked around, down the empty back hall and touched his eyebrow, the sting of his fingers touching the split in his skin, making him wince, and he pulled his hand back to look at it. Blood trickled down his fingers and into his palm. Ouch. He let his arm fall to his side and tried to get his legs underneath him to stand up. They were very shaky and heavy. Where is everyone? Are they all outside? It was then that he heard Ginny's voice screaming from the front of the building.
Help! Kondo-chi's been shot as well!
Soshi's heart twisted in his chest and he pulled himself up, using the wall for balance, and held on to it as he turned to head down the hall. No. Who shot him? He can't die. He dragged his legs, one after the other, eyes focused on the end of the hall. Just then he heard a sound overhead and stopped, looking up as the sound moved through the ceiling over him, then stopped at a vent above the door to the jewellery vault. The thief? He's still here? They haven't caught him yet? He paused, waiting to see if the man would show himself. Suddenly the vent door came crashing open, and a middle-aged, slim-looking man fell through the hole and landed on the ground. The man, upon seeing someone in the corner of his eye, turned his head to look at Soshi, unsure for a second of what to do. Then he reached for his gun and quickly drew it. Soshi saw the gun being pulled out and immediately shot a blockade of ice at the thief, managing to thwart the gun wielder's first attack, but not enough to immobilize him, as Kujin jumped out of the way, dropping his gun as he evaded the wall of ice. "Surrender!" Soshi called loudly in a shaking voice, holding his arms up to be ready to make the next ice item. Suddenly his arms were flung to the side as Kujin used his quirk, the villain holding his hands up marionette style and working Soshi's body like a puppet on a string. Soshi tried to stop him from being moved by Kujin, but it was no use. He was a literal puppet in Kujin's hand.
You meddling kid should stay out of this, Kujin sneered. I won't hesitate to kill you all. I've already killed one.
Soshi's eyes flung open, rage building inside him on behalf of his fallen comrade. No! He screamed, shooting an arrow of ice at Kujin and getting the man in the leg. Kujin let out a scream and used one of his hands to hold his leg, which allowed Soshi to move a little freer and make an ice chain to wrap around Kujin's body, deploying it and slamming his arms to his side and thus deactivating his quirk. Kujin toppled backwards, wriggling to get free, but it was no use. "Police!" a loud voice called into the empty building. "Here!" Soshi called back. The ice student managed to stay conscious long enough to see 4 police pile onto Kujin and put cuffs on him. Then he blacked out. Ginny had been crying non-stop. She was now at the district hospital in one of the beds receiving IV fluids through a cannula, and although she was physically fine, aside from quirk exhaustion, she was mentally scarred.
"Nurse,"
she wailed.
"Where's Chi? Is he okay? Where did they take him? I need to see him."
An older nurse came in and gave her a caring smile. "Miss Kirishima, please rest. The boy you came in with has been taken for emergency surgery, and that's all I can tell you for now," she said, patting Ginny's hand and checking the leads on her. Ginny sobbed harder.
"Is he gonna die? He saved me. He can't die,"
she wailed again, her body on the edge of going into shock. "I will go and make inquiries," the nurse replied, leaving Ginny alone once again. As the nurse left, Condor emerged, his broken wing in a temporary cast.
"Condor,"
Ginny sobbed.
"Where's Chi? Is he gonna be okay? He needs to be alive."
The winged hero walked over and wrapped one arm around her, giving her a much-needed hug at that moment. The poor girl was shaking like a leaf in the wind. "Kirishima, let's trust the doctors that are doing their best," he said softly. "I've notified the parents of yourself and the boys. They'll be on their way in now."
"Soshi,"
Ginny suddenly gasped.
"Where's Soshi?"
Soshi was the one who caught Kujin. He's here now, getting a few stitches in his eyebrow and some IV fluids, Hiyoko said. "I'm going to go and check on him in a second."
"So is he okay?"
Ginny reiterated.
"He's not hurt too much?"
"He's fine," Hiyoko replied with a smile. Ginny started to calm down now that Hiyoko and his calm demeanour were present, and she took a few deep breaths and wiped her eyes. The nurse came back in with news of Chi. "The doctors are halfway through surgery now. I've been assured that he is currently in a stable condition," she said with a gentle smile. "He will go into the intensive care unit after he comes out of surgery, just so they can monitor him around the clock for the first 24 hours. Ginny nodded. "Thank you, nurse," she said with a wobbly smile. "Thank you for the update," Hiyoko said politely. "It's my pleasure," the nurse replied. "Please rest your wing, Condor." "I will, ma'am," he replied with a smile. The nurse left and Condor looked back at Ginny. "I'm going to go and check on Todoroki now. Your parents will be here any minute." He stood to leave. "I expect you'll be in hospital for a day or 2. You need to rest." Ginny nodded and laid back against the pillow. "Please keep me updated on Chi's progress."
she said as he headed for the door. I will, he replied. I'm interested in his progress as well. Just as Hiyoko left, Mrs. Kirishima, Ginny's mum, came running into the room. Ginny, honey, are you okay? She asked in a worried voice. I heard the news and I saw the footage of everyone outside the shop. Poor Ginny burst into tears again and put her arms out for a hug from her mum. Chi got shot, she wailed. They're saying he's okay, but I want to see him. It's okay, honey, it's okay, Mrs. Kirishima said over and over, rubbing her hand up and down Ginny's back, while Condor and Red Riot debriefed the situation outside the room. The boys took a lot more hits than your daughter did, Hiyoko said to the sturdy-built hero. Bakugou took a bullet for her, so she's more shaken about that than anything else. I'm going to organise some psychology visits for the three of them, so they can debrief about the mission. Good thinking, Red Riot replied. Unfortunately, there is an ugly side to hero work, and that's watching others get injured and hurt. Hiyoko nodded. Very unfortunately. I'm very sorry that they got caught up in a dangerous mission. We weren't expecting the villain to show up while we were on reconnaissance. Red Riot shook his head. Don't apologise. We are heroes. This is what heroes do. It's a good thing that they got to see the reality of it. I think sometimes only the good things are shown on the television, and they forget about the danger. This experience will forge their future selves. Hiyoko nodded and patted Red Riot's thick shoulder. Thank you for understanding, he said with a small smile. It's a manly thing to do, Red Riot replied. I'll let you go and do your visits. I need to see my daughter. Of course, Hiyoko replied, letting Red Riot pass him and walk into the room, smiling a little as he watched him go. I also need to get back to Kana. He forced me into the ambulance with the other two. Back on scene, Kana had been using text-to-talk app on his phone to relay information and keep people in order. After Hiyoko, Ginny and Chi had been sent to hospital in the ambulance, he had asked Anthony via the app to control the crowds while he went to get Soshi, assuming that Kujin had gotten away. As he walked into the building, the police had arrived, so he let them handle it, and that's when he discovered that Soshi had caught Kujin just before the villain had broken into the jewel vault and stolen a lot of jewels. He quickly ushered the paramedics in to get the unconscious student and take him to the hospital. Then he updated Hiyoko on the latest findings and set about detailing the police about the incident and how everything had unfolded. The whole time that he was working with the police, Anthony had kept people away and helped set up barricades so that the shop could be dusted down for fingerprints, etc. As the news helicopters caught wind of the story, the area became a hive of activity, paparazzi zooming in from all directions to try and get some footage. Brian had just gotten home that day to get ready for his and Anthony's anniversary dinner when he found that his boyfriend wasn't there. A little confused but not too worried, he flicked the TV on, and that's when the breaking news was aired, with Uncle Anthony front and centre being interviewed at the scene. Beyonce, Lord above, boo-boo! Brian screamed, running on tippy-toes to the front door and grabbing his Chanel bag as he raced to the car to go and save his man. Will you be okay from here, Kana? Anthony texted the hero. Kana looked down at his phone, then up at Uncle Anthony and gave him the thumbs up. I'm so sorry to leave you at this point, but if I don't get home and ready for dinner, Brian is going to flip his lid. Go, Kana signed with a grin. Then he texted Anthony back. I do not want Brian to flip his lid. Thank you, Anthony signed, packing his phone back in his pocket and walking over to the yellow tape that was across the barrier out the front, holding the crowds back. As he approached the mass of people, he could hear a very familiar voice calling as the person pushed to get to the front of the scene. Move, bitch, I'm gay, the voice called urgently. Brian? Anthony asked, looking up and over the people to see a little blonde head pushing through the crowd. Boo-boo! Brian wailed when he saw Anthony up ahead. Baby, I'm sorry, I was trying to get... Why are you apologising, sugar honey? You could have died today, Brian wailed. Uncle Anthony hummed. No, I wasn't involved in the... Beyonce, have mercy. Do not take my fine man from me just yet and put him in your heavenly choir. I'm not ready to let him go, Brian wailed dramatically. I'm not dying, Anthony deadpanned to his smaller boyfriend. Brian let out another dramatic wail and threw himself into his tall boyfriend's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Bri, Anthony hissed, looking around with embarrassment. You're making a scene. Brian continued to wail as Anthony picked him up bridal style and carried him back through the very confused crowds, taking him home to calm him down. Hiyoko had checked on Soshi and had had a chat to him, and his parents turned up, so he left them to talk and went to check on how Chi was going. "Good afternoon, nurse," he greeted the lady on the front desk. "I'm just inquiring about a student of mine who underwent emergency surgery earlier today, Chisuki Bakugou." The lady nodded and looked down at the keyboard, then punched some things in and read the computer screen to her right. "He's out of surgery now, love. He's in ICU ward. We're not allowing visitors, but you can go up and check on him briefly." "Thank you. I'll do that if that's okay," Hiyoko said. She nodded and pointed to the elevator. "Go ahead, love." He nodded and stepped back, heading for the lift. Once on the ICU ward, he was directed to Chi's room and entered softly, making his way over to the side of the hospital bed. Chi was asleep, so he didn't disturb him, but was happy to see the heart rate monitors were beeping regularly and his heartbeat appeared very stable on the machines. "Oh, thank goodness everyone's okay," he thought, before silently backing away and leaving the hospital. As he caught a taxi, he pulled his phone out to 30 messages from Kana and a few missed calls and messages from his mum and dad. Thinking to ring his parents first, he did so that his mum wouldn't have a heart attack from worry, and he had to talk fast to calm her down before sending Kana a message. "Babe, I'm leaving the hospital. Where are you?" He finished the message and pressed send. The reply came back immediately. "I am at the police station. I will be leaving soon. I am collecting witness reports and statements from workers." "Good," Hiyoko texted back. "Would you like me to meet you at your house? My wing is still broken. They told me that UA's recovery girl would be able to fix it, so I'll see her tomorrow." "Are you in pain?" Kana texted. "A little, but I'll be okay," Hiyoko replied. "Stay at my house. I will look after you for tonight," Kana sent back. "I will be there soon." Hiyoko sent a red heart back and then leaned forwards in the taxi to tell the driver where to go. The next morning, Ginny woke, still in the hospital bed, but the IV line had been removed the night before, and she felt much better. "Looks like you'll be going home today," the morning nurse said as she did her rounds. "Thank you for looking after me," Ginny said with a smile. "I feel much better today." "I'm glad," the nurse replied before walking out of the room. Ginny was just settling back when a soft knock at her door drew her attention. She looked over and saw Soshi standing there with band-aids and bandages all over his face and arms. "Soshi!" she gasped, opening her arms for a hug. "Are you okay?" He ambled in and hugged her over the rail of the hospital bed, then walked to the end and sat down so that they could debrief about the week that they had had on their mission that they had survived on Friday. "Have you seen Chi yet?" he asked after they chatted for a bit. "No, not yet. Have you?" "No." "Is he allowed visitors today?" Ginny asked, more asking the question rhetorically than anything else. "I don't know. Let's ask if we can go and see him," Soshi replied. Ginny gingerly sat up and held Soshi's hand as she got out of bed, the pair walking out of her room to the nurse's station to ask if they could pay their friend a visit. At being given the go-ahead, they headed up to the ICU ward to his room. "Chi?" Ginny called softly as they pushed the room door open. "You guys are here too?" Chi's voice asked, his upright form in the bed greeting the worried eyes of his friends. "You're okay!" Ginny cried, running over and throwing her arms around him as he sat in the bed. "Hey, careful," he grunted, wincing as she squeezed him. Sorry. I'm just so happy you're okay," she wailed. "I was so worried." "Hey," Soshi grunted from behind Ginny, and Chi looked up at him. "You okay?" "Yeah," Chi replied. "I threw an ice arrow at Kujin for you when I heard that you had been shot. I assume it was him because he had a gun," Soshi said as he looked away and scratched his cheek. "Thanks," Chi replied with a smirk. "I wish I could have kicked his dumb ass." "I did it for you," Soshi replied. The boys grinned at each other, and just then Hiyoko and Kana arrived. "Kondo, your wing is all better," Ginny said with surprise when she saw that it was sitting up high again and there were no bandages. "Yes, I went to Recovery Girl this morning and she kissed it better," he said with a chuckle. "But more importantly, Bakugou, how are you feeling?" "Okay," Chi replied. "Better than yesterday." "Good to hear," Hiyoko said with a nod. "Kana and I just want to commend you all on the work you did yesterday. We had no idea it was going to turn into such a dangerous mission, but thanks to you all, Kujin has been caught and will be put away for a long time." The students grinned. I've organised a few very necessary therapy sessions for you all to attend once you leave the hospital, so that you can debrief from yesterday's events, but I do hope that you all go on to become wonderful heroes in the future, Hiyoko said with a smile. It was such a fun week, Ginny said with a smile. Yeah, I learned a lot, Soshi added. I'd do it again, too, just without the shooting, Chi said, making them all chuckle. Kana and I have written your reports and have handed them back to Mr. Shinso, your teacher. And I'd like to say that on the bottom of each report I've requested that you give Kana and I the privilege of working alongside you once you become qualified heroes. I'd like for you all to join my agency. The students' faces lit up and they thanked the two heroes in unison, elated that they'd done so well in the eyes of their mentors. Ginny looked at her two friends with a smile, then back to Condor and Seismic Kana. So this is what it's going to be like, being a second-generation hero.
And there ends the completed book of BNHA Second Generation. I hope you all enjoyed. Thank you so much for listening along, and I'll see you in the next book.